is this? Oh, God. I'm so tired, but I just can't seem to get no sleep, because there's something nasty in between my sheets. What the hell did she do to me this time? Oh, what the hell did she do to me this time? Oh, Amber, should I call you Amber? Ways of pain. Drive around with no pants on, what a shame. Stealing people's toilet paper, that's lame. When you can use the verdict from the UK. Oh, my Amber, waves of pain. You tried to ruin Johnny's name. Now he's gonna go to court with you, and you can never tell the truth. You'll get locked up in those chains. I hope you get locked up in those chains. Enjoy being locked up in those chains. Oh, my Amber, waves of pain.
Well, good morning. How is everyone? I hope you're excited. I don't know. I am. A long time ago, a couple weeks ago, I thought Amber Heard has already, that's right, this person has already buried herself. Now, I'll till it was full of crap, whatever. But anyway, I don't know. I feel that Amber just buried herself with her fake crying. Had she put on the performance that she did yesterday, which was way better on the stand this week than she was that other week, she might have done better for herself. But that fake crying didn't sit well with anybody. Just total fakeness. And to me, Johnny already proved his case. With the ACLU and Christian Carino, to me, that was a wrap. That was a wrap. By Amber saying stupid things like police officers are lying, Johnny's bodyguards are lying, Tara Roberts is lying. Everybody is lying on this planet but Amber Heard. And it is everybody's fault but Amber Heard's. The ACLU admitted that the woman didn't donate all the money. And then she contradicts them. I guess they don't know what they're doing by simply saying, hey, look, the $500,000 that was donated by Elon Musk, I didn't even include that. That didn't even count. Well, yeah, it did. They counted it towards your contribution. They put it under your name. The woman lied about everybody. Everybody who said a statement, guess what? It was false. Well, to me, that's perjury. Now, there's been rumors yesterday that the United Kingdom and Australia are looking to ban her from their countries because of perjury. And as she entered her country, she'd be arrested. I don't know how true the source is. I didn't make a video about it because I wasn't 100% sure. But this is the latest news that I heard last night when I walked in the door. So you can make your own judgment. You can make your own call. Again, I'm not going to report something that I don't have 100% backup on. So to me, a woman comes there, says four police officers are lying. That Sean Bett and the other security staff, well, they're lying. They're lying. Johnny's lying. Tara Roberts is lying. Kate Moss is lying. Everybody's lying. Everybody is lying. And her fake crying, her stories that conflict. Now, the only problem I had, which you probably didn't see my video I put out because I put out way late last night. The video I put out last night talked about how much that Amber Heard might be fired from Aquaman, or she'll have very little time in it. This coming from her own mouth. I didn't say it. It didn't come from any other article. It came from the horse's mouth. She also said that L'Oreal, even though they extended her contract 20 months from 2021, she said, sorry again, my voice, she said that they couldn't use her stuff, anything. And I was wondering that because as L'Oreal commercials popped up on a channel or on other channels I was watching, or as they popped up on television, I went in to see when I heard it, and I saw no Amber Heard. So the only thing that's scary about that is what she's suing for. Is saying, hey, look, I haven't got much work either. But I want to point this out to you. When Johnny said, you want to fucking go to court, Amber, is that really what you want to do? Amber said, well, Johnny, you're the one who's going to get hurt. And he said, no, we are going to get hurt. We are going to get hurt. That statement couldn't be truer as it is today. They both got hurt. Johnny lost his role in Pirates. He had 22.5 sitting on a table. And Amber Heard, well, she hasn't done much. So, to me, Johnny proved his case. Amber said her case, but here's the difference. She has a history of domestic violence. She says everybody else and everybody else's fault and blaming everybody in the world but herself, which doesn't look respectable when you hear audio and you're denying an audio tape in front of you. Even the tape lied. Even what she said on a tape wasn't the truth, right? Didn't happen. That is the most absurd thing I've ever heard. This woman has got problems, has got issues, without a doubt. Without a doubt. So we get ready today. As I set it up, we've got 5 minutes and 50 seconds to go. That's my take on everything. I'm not going to talk for a half hour anymore. As you can hear, my voice is just shot. I still got. And on Thursday, which is coming up, I have another live stream. At night, I'll be on the Justin Proper channel for This Week in Bullshit on Justin Proper's channel. So, yeah, as you can see, oops, I went too far. I'm jumping all around the place here. Hold on a second. Yeah, it's not ready yet. But I'll leave it on. And when it comes, I got messages. I got 9. And when it comes on, you'll see it right here. Right here. So we're live. We got about 5 minutes to go. Carmen is objecting to me. I don't know why. And for that objection, Carmen, I have to call in my attorney. Excuse me. Can you represent me, sir? Thank you.
Hyundai Tucson versus Toyota RAV4. Look what Tucson has and what RAV4 doesn't. Hyundai Tucson wins every time.
I can't.
Do you love boating?
Okay.
Well, Freedom Boat Club makes boating easier than ever. At Freedom Boat Club, we buy the boats and you enjoy them. Here's how it works. First, we buy and maintain a fleet of brand.
Well, here we go. Hey, it's Muffin Woman. Oh, my attorney is here. Hold on a second. Carmen. Carmen. When you come out today, I'll be here. That's an objection. Hearsay. I love you, Carmen. The bear loves you. That's my attorney. Now, let's get to the case. All right, I've opened up the stream. If you want to come in and hang out, the stream is officially open. Good morning, Liz, and good morning, Carmen, like a foundation. Good morning, Chairman. Oops. Yeah, the recording was a lie. It's ridiculous. Good morning, Piglet. Good morning, Miss Anonymous. And that is my Discord. It's free. Feel free to join us and hang out there and talk anytime you like. Feel free, Cindy. Hello, Cindy. Hello, Animation. Hello, kid who's just joining me now in a minute. I'll get to them. There's Amber. Good morning, Kay. Good morning, Mary Lynn. Good morning, Lara B. Good morning, Issa Mello. Well, if they were mad, that hug shows differently. Carmen has joined me. Animation has joined me.
Objection leading, like a foundation. I object to the bear.
Here. And she's wearing white, just like everyone predicted. Boo boo. He owes me 20 bucks.
I saw the video yesterday. If I was her, I would have been afraid of the judge. The way she stormed out, that's disrespectful.
Good morning, Web Surfer Guy. Good morning, Margot. Here's the chairman who's joined us. There's the Web Surfer Guy, and there's Margot. I love your accent, Margot. Wish you got either one of you would join me, or both of you. Morning, Chairman. Chairman's quiet.
You know, I'm worried about RJ.
Give me a moment.
Good morning, Humility First.
Good morning, Chairman.
Morning, guys.
Morning.
Good morning through the fog. Hello, family members. I hope everybody's well. Hope all your rulers are doing well. Johnny is there. Where did he sneak in?
I'm objecting to everybody right now because they're... No, wait a minute. I'm objecting to Laura B. Laura B! No bears allowed.
What did you win? I don't know what you won. I don't know what you won. The family, I guess. I don't know. What did you win? I don't know. I wasn't giving anything away this time. I don't know. Hey, Echo Spice. Hello, Issa Mello. And Humility First, if I didn't say hi to you. I hope I did. Did I get everybody? Galette is here. Oh, there's Galette. Hello, Galette. There's Little Miss Anonymous. Hello there. Echo Spice says, Carmen, objection. Calls for speculation.
Who's objecting to me? No. I don't think so. I'm the one who has to object.
Hey, Corrine. Hello, Margaret.
Good morning, Judy.
Hello,
All
Rebecca.
right, good morning. Do we have any preliminary matters before the jury comes out? Okay. All right, sure. Yes, sir.
She's supposed to, Ellen Barkin is supposed to testify. Her and Whitney. So I think Whitney's taking the stand. I'm not sure about Barkin. But they said there'll be one person taking the stand today. And they said there'll be the rest will be video. So I would suggest when the video comes, use your phone. And when the person's on the stand, that's when you should use your laptop or your computer. I'm just letting you know, the phone plays really well. I just put my phone on blast. I'm fine. I could hear it perfectly. So, yeah, it's up to you how you do it, but that's what I do. So, just to let you know.
How's Maya doing?
Oh, she's good. Maya's doing well. She's having fun.
She's in school?
No, she's away. She's on vacation.
Oh, lucky her.
She went to Portugal.
That's nice.
Yeah.
Nice.
She went with mommy. So I'll go to Portugal next year, or maybe December or something. I don't know. We'll see. Depends on my leg. If my leg's okay.
Depends on God. Depends if we're still.
Right now, I gotta let my leg heal and get back to normal before I can even think of doing too much. Oh, look at a little couple here. Here's John. Oh, look, Johnny, are you gonna go out later? You wanna go to dinner?
Nope.
Yeah?
Rob, really?
What? Yeah, I like that for dinner. Sure, yeah. I don't mind that. Italian's good. I like Italian. You like Mexican?
Robert.
Sure, but man, Mexicans are right. We can go for Mexican.
Objection, eating.
I'm fine. Okay, but I don't drink much. Is okay? Yeah, that's fine, man. I have no problem. You don't have to drink much, Karma. Sure.
Objection, foundation.
You got a cute chin. You got look and smile. Look at it. Oh, look at this smile. Look at this. Look at this. Look at this. Got love in the air. Look at this. Look at these two. Oh, smiles over. No, don't show them. I don't want to see them. No. We saw enough of them. No. Go back. Ah. Carmen loves the bear. Johnny loves Camille. There we go. Oh no! You just why are you showing her? Oh my God!
That's the bear's girlfriend.
What are you doing? Oh my God! No! Oh my God! No!
I say they should. The judge should scold her because of what she did yesterday. That was very disrespectful.
I love you, Zita. I'm glad Zita's here. I love Isa. I love you all. I hate when I don't see you guys. I really don't. It really bothers me. But I'm glad to see you all here.
I was sad the whole last week because I was in with you guys. I missed you all last week.
Yeah, I missed you all. I did. When I can't make fun of Carmen with the bear, I mean.
No!
Oh, she's wearing
makeup. Rob. Come on.
Just finished lunch.
Oh my God.
Yeah, I agree. Hey, Leanne. How are you? I hope you're well. LC's not here. FE's not here. There's a few people not here. But it's all right. Whoever's here.
Oh my God, she's wearing bee earrings.
I heard about that. A dog stepped on a bee.
Yeah, she's got the earrings, and I just noticed that before the camera zooms out. It's like, oh my God, you dress like Camille. You got the bee thing still going on. Oh.
She's copying Camille.
Mm-hmm. She's just proving everybody else right.
I know. So stupid.
Oh my God.
Why is this lady laughing?
She knows it's gonna be one hell of a day.
You see her, right? You see her. Look at her.
Hey, Mary
Ready for the
Ellen, I'm
jury
glad
then?
you're here.
Okay.
There's some people in the beginning who are, hey, doing this. There you are. Good to see you.
Hey.
The bear is trying to get Carmen's number. No, calm down. I'll give it to you. Not on air. You can't dox Carmen here. We can't dox Carmen.
Tell him no.
All right. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. All right. As you remember, we were in the middle of a witness last evening, so we'll continue with her testimony, okay?
Rocky.
Bad, Rob. Bad.
Did you see Miss Heard shortly after she returned from Australia?
Yes.
How soon after she arrived back from Australia did you see her?
I believe it was immediately upon her return.
And she visited you in your apartment at the Eastern Columbia building, is that right?
Yes.
You testified that you observed injuries on Miss Heard on this occasion, is that right?
Yes.
What injuries did you observe?
She had these deep cuts on the backs of her forearms. And yeah, they were very, very deep, long cuts on the backs of her forearms.
Did you see her feet?
At first, when she came over, she had shoes on, and then she showed me her feet. Yeah.
What specifically do you recall seeing on Miss Heard's feet?
They were just they were cut. It was smaller cuts than the ones on her arms.
Were both feet cut?
I don't remember if it was both or one.
You testified that Miss Heard told you that she got these injuries from glass from broken bottles. Is that correct?
Yes.
You were not in Australia with Miss Heard when she allegedly sustained these injuries. Is that correct, Ms. Pennington?
I was not in Australia.
So your only understanding as to how Miss Heard sustained these injuries is what she told you, right?
That is my understanding.
You testified that you attended a Thanksgiving dinner with Mr. Depp and Miss Heard in November of 2015. Is that correct?
Yes.
And this dinner was held in Penthouse 5 at the Eastern Columbia building, right?
Yes.
And just for clarification, Penthouse 5 was not Mr. Depp and Miss Heard's primary residence, correct?
All of the penthouses are connected.
Mr. Depp and Miss Heard lived in Penthouse 3. Is that correct?
Well, technically, they lived in all of them. They were all connected.
Where did they have their bedroom? In which penthouse?
Their bedroom was in 3.
Who attended this Thanksgiving dinner?
I think that, well, Josh, myself, Amber, Johnny. There were a couple of Johnny's friends. I think Amber's dad was there. Jack, Johnny's son. I don't remember anyone else specifically.
Do you recall what time you all sat down to eat dinner?
No.
Okay, but you testified at some point late in the meal, Amber went upstairs to look for Johnny and stayed up there for a long time, correct?
Yes.
And did Mr. Depp sit down to dinner with all of you?
I don't know if we all actually sat down at one point.
Did you see Mr. Depp at some point leave the dinner?
I don't remember him leaving. I remember noticing that he was gone.
Did you see where Mr. Depp left to, where he went?
I either upstairs or out the front door. I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Did you observe Ms. Heard consume any alcohol before she went to look for Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What was she drinking?
Red wine.
Did she seem drunk when she went to look for Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Ms. Heard when she returned?
No.
Did you observe any injuries to Mr. Depp when he returned?
No.
Do you remember that when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came downstairs, they were wearing different clothes?
I don't remember Johnny changing clothes. I do remember that Amber changed clothes.
Do you remember anyone that was still there when Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard came back downstairs?
Believe Josh and myself. David Heard. And I don't remember anyone else specifically who was still there.
You also testified that when, quote, you went to look and found that a full bottle of wine had hit and broken a piece of art that Amber really loved above the bed, and that broken glass was scattered all over the bed.
Did I testify that?
Yes.
Yes.
Is that an accurate description of what you saw?
Yes.
And where did you see this? In what room?
In their bedroom of PH3.
How did you get to this penthouse from penthouse 5?
I went upstairs in penthouse 5, across the top story, which all 3 penthouses were connected, through to penthouse 3. The bedroom was also on the top story, and all the way through and around.
Do you recall seeing any spilled wine?
I think there was wine. Yeah, I think there was also spilled wine on the bed and on the ground.
Do you remember whether that bottle of wine was broken or not?
I don't remember that the bottle was broken, but there's also plenty of glasses around with wine in them that could have been part of that. There was glass everywhere.
So you specifically remember glass being everywhere upstairs. Is that fair?
On the bed, mostly.
What kind of wine bottle was it? Magnum? Red? Do you remember?
It would have been red.
Was it a Magnum bottle?
I don't think so.
What picture had been damaged?
I think it was one of Eleanor Finney, I believe.
Apologies, Ms. Pennington. What did it look like?
I don't remember which one.
You saw the aftermath?
The aftermath, fair.
So you don't know that Mr. Depp actually threw the bottle, right?
I don't know.
Ms. Heard could have thrown the bottle, true?
She could have.
I'm sorry, I didn't catch that. Did you say she could have?
She could have.
And was the evening still happening after you returned from observing the bedroom?
Yes.
Do you recall any other issues happening, any further problems during the evening?
I don't recall any, no.
Do you remember providing deposition testimony about this Thanksgiving incident when you were deposed in the divorce proceeding?
If you have transcript of that original deposition, I could take a look at it and recall.
Do you have any independent recollection of testifying during the divorce proceeding about Thanksgiving?
Are you talking about the deposition or testifying?
I'm talking about your deposition during the divorce proceeding.
She's at the
Do you remember?
I remember the depo, but it was a very long depo and a lot of topics were covered.
So do you remember during the depo testifying that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner? Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing had happened. Do you remember that testimony?
I don't remember the specifics of the testimony.
Okay. So can videographer, would you mind, or tech, pulling up Ms. Pennington's July 14, 2016 deposition transcript?
December.
July 14, 2016 is volume 2.
Where am I looking in the document?
Yes, if you could please scroll down to page 238. Ms. Pennington, if you could look on page 238 of your deposition transcript from July 14, 2016, line 23, and if you could read to yourself through page 240, line 18.
Do you have control? You have control.
Yeah. Sorry, it's just I don't have like the scrolly things. So just
Look at the page down. You can do this arrow.
What line am I reading down to?
Page 240, line 18.
Okay.
So you testified at your deposition that after Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard returned to dinner, Mr. Depp was, quote, acting like nothing happened. Do you remember that?
Yeah, the night has faded in my memory, but as I read this, yeah.
Is that an accurate description of what you observed Mr. Depp that evening?
This description?
Yeah. Was it your observation the evening of Thanksgiving that you couldn't tell whether Mr. Depp was drunk or angry, that he just put on a facade?
I couldn't tell what he was feeling. I didn't know what was going on.
And you couldn't tell if he was drunk, correct?
I couldn't tell.
And you couldn't tell if he was angry that evening either?
Well, I can't say what anybody else's emotions are at any time.
You didn't perceive him being angry in front of you that evening?
At me, no.
At anyone?
Not that I recall.
So fair to say that Mr. Depp not seem angry to you when he came downstairs after the Thanksgiving dinner, right?
He didn't seem any particular way to me.
So you testified that in December of 2015, Amber called you over to her apartment so that you could check her out. Is that a correct statement? You testified to that?
Yes.
Okay, my question was, after you arrived, you observed injuries to Ms. Heard, right?
Yes.
Do you remember seeing that her head was bloody, where a chunk of hair had been ripped out of the back of her head?
Yeah. Yes.
Was her head actively bleeding when you saw her?
It wasn't like dripping down her head, but it was raw and red.
Was it actively bleeding, if you remember?
Define actively bleeding.
Was there blood?
Yes.
How could you tell hair had been ripped out of her head?
There was a bloody patch with hair missing.
Where was her face red?
Her whole face.
Could the redness have been from crying?
It could have been.
Where did her nose appear to be swollen?
It'd be like the upper bridge.
Did you observe that Ms. Heard had any black eyes?
Not that I recall.
Was there blood on her lips when you saw her?
It was cut open.
Was there blood coming out of that cut?
Sorry, you can answer. Sorry.
I don't remember if there was blood coming out of it at that point.
Was it on the top or bottom lip?
It was on the bottom.
Before we go there, have any independent recollection of seeing a laceration on Miss Heard's forehead?
There were many times that I saw injuries on her. If you would like to show me a photo or point me to another place where I can remember which injury was in which instance, then I can answer the question.
So you testified that Miss Heard had a laceration on her forehead when you saw her, correct?
Yes.
If you remember, where on her forehead was this laceration?
Up by the hairline.
Was it on the right or left side?
I don't remember.
Was the laceration bleeding?
I don't think so.
Sitting here today, did you observe any other injuries to Miss Heard that evening that you remember?
No.
If we can go back to Miss Pennington's witness statement in the United Kingdom, that would be great. So in paragraph 20, Ms. Pennington, you testified that after you saw Ms. Heard, you, quote, called for assistance from a private nurse who was part of the concierge medical service which Johnny and Amber used. Is that correct?
Yes.
Is Erin Barem the private nurse you're referring to here?
Yes.
Do you know approximately at what time you called Ms. Barem?
Evening.
Do you recall Ms. Barem coming over to the penthouses that night as well?
I don't know if she came over that night.
Do you recall Ms. Barem providing any advice or recommendation to you on the phone?
I think she said to maybe not let her go to sleep and to listen to her speech. Keep an eye on her.
And you did that?
Yes.
You testified in paragraph 20 that on December 15th, 2015, you took pictures with Ms. Heard's injuries on your phone. Is that correct?
Yes.
Did you send these photographs?
I don't know if it was on my phone or her phone.
You see the third line down, you say with my phone.
Oh, then it was my phone.
Did you alter the photographs in any way, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Do you recall sending the photographs to anyone?
No.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes. Amber's face with swelling on her nose, bruising underneath her eyes.
And to confirm, you don't recognize whether you took this photograph or not, right?
I don't know if I took that one.
Okay. I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 3. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Do you recognize this photograph?
Yeah. Yes.
Let's pull up Pennington Exhibit 6. Do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
What is this photograph depicting?
The part of her scalp where the hair was ripped out.
You've testified previously that you photographed a big clump of hair on the floor, which is blonde in color and clearly belonged to Amber. Do you remember testifying to that?
Yes, I remember.
Where did you see this clump of hair?
It was in PH4 in the bedroom.
And just to confirm, PH4, is this where Ms. Heard used that penthouse as a closet?
No.
Which penthouse did Ms. Heard use as a closet?
Penthouse 5.
How did you know that the hair clearly belonged to Amber?
Hair had been ripped out of her scalp, and it was her color on the floor of her apartment.
But you didn't see the hair get ripped out of her head, right?
Correct.
And so your understanding that this was Ms. Heard's hair that was ripped out of her head was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
My understanding that it was Miss Heard's hair was what I saw on her body and on the floor.
And the fact that it had been, quote, ripped out of her head, that was based on what Ms. Heard told you, right?
Yes, and common sense.
If we could pull up Pennington Exhibit 7, please. Ms. Pennington, do you recognize this photograph?
Yes.
Is this the picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony?
Yes.
Is this the picture of a clump of hair on the floor that you referenced in your prior testimony?
Objection vague.
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Did you take it on your phone?
Yes.
And before you took this photograph, did you move the hair in any way?
No.
Okay, so this picture is the clump of hair exactly as you found it, right?
Correct.
And when did you take this photograph?
When I was taking the other photographs.
And you didn't alter this photo in any way, correct?
I did not alter this photo.
Do you recall taking a photograph of a wooden platform bed which had a partially broken bed frame?
I do.
And did you photograph the bed just as you found it?
Yes.
You didn't move anything off or onto the bed?
No.
Where was the bed broken, if you remember?
It was a platform bed, and the edge of the platform had like a long shard of wood off the corner, or like off the edge.
Where was the broken bed? In which penthouse?
4.
In which room?
The bedroom.
I'm going to show you a document that will be marked Pennington Exhibit 8. Bears a base number Pennington 5. Do you recognize this photograph, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Did you take this photograph?
Yes.
Do You see that on the left side of what I assume is the mattress and the comforter. There appears to be something on the bed.
Is it possible to zoom in?
Sure. You see in the picture there appears to be something on the bed.
Yes.
Is this something that was already there when you found the bed?
I don't remember seeing that before.
It's not something that you put on the bed, right?
No.
And you don't know what that is?
No.
I believe you already testified that the next day Ms. Heard was going on the James Corden show, right?
Which testify? Which testification?
Today.
Oh, today. The next day, yes.
And you were with Ms. Heard when she was getting ready for the show at her apartment, true?
True.
And was this in Penthouse 3?
5.
Do you remember that Samantha, Melanie, and Adir were there assisting Ms. Heard getting ready?
Yes.
Who is Samantha?
Samantha is Johnny's stylist and was also doing styling for Amber.
And who is Melanie?
Amber's makeup artist.
And who is Adir?
Amber's hairstylist.
Do you recall anybody else being there?
No.
Did you hear Ms. Heard tell anyone of these people about her injury?
I remember her showing the injuries.
Who did she show the injuries to?
She showed Melanie her lip and Adir the missing hair on her head.
Ms. Pennington, I want to talk to you about Ms. Heard's birthday in April of 2016. You remember that after Ms. Heard's birthday dinner, you and Ms. Heard and some other friends were scheduled to leave for Coachella the day after?
Yes.
So after the dinner, I know you attended the dinner, but after the dinner the next day, when you arrived to the penthouse, you noticed shattered glass on Ms. Heard's bedroom floor.
Correct.
What kind of glass was it?
I don't know.
Can you tell where it comes from?
I couldn't tell where it had come from.
Did you notice any other damage in the bedroom?
I believe there was a broken lamp.
Ms. Heard had 2 dogs at the time, correct?
At the time of this?
Yes.
Yes.
And do you recall where the dogs were when you were in the bedroom with Ms. Heard on April 22nd, 2016?
In the bed.
Were you concerned about the dogs injuring themselves on the glass?
Yes.
Did she look upset?
When I arrived?
Yes.
She was asleep.
When she woke up, did she look upset to you?
Yes.
What made you think that she was upset or looked upset?
She started crying.
Now let's turn to the events of May 21, 2016. Okay. At some point, did Ms. Heard tell you that Mr. Depp wanted to come to the penthouse to get some stuff on May 21st, 2016?
I don't remember what exact day she said that, but she said that.
I'll make the representation to you that we're talking about May 21st, 2016, when Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp threw a phone at her. So, do you recall knowing that Mr. Depp was planning to come by the Eastern Columbia building on or about May 21st, 2016 to collect some stuff?
I remember that she told me that he wanted to come over.
Do you remember who was at the penthouse before Mr. Depp came over?
On which, when?
On May 21st, 2016. You were there, obviously, correct?
Yes.
And Ms. Heard was there?
Yes.
Was Josh Drew there?
Yes.
Was Elizabeth Mars there?
Yes.
Were you preparing for a jewelry show the next day that you were doing, Ms. Pennington?
I was preparing.
Was anybody assisting you prepare for that show?
Yes.
And you were in Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016, preparing for that show?
We were in and out of Penthouse 5 and Penthouse 1.
At some point, Ms. Heard left Penthouse 1 and Penthouse 5. And she went to Penthouse 3, correct? At some point that evening?
Yes.
Sometime after Ms. Heard left to go back to Penthouse 3, you received a text message from her, correct?
Yes.
Do you remember where you were when you received this message?
PH1, Penthouse 1.
Where was Mr. Drew?
With me in PH1.
And where was Miss Mars?
She was either with us in PH1 or in PH5.
And do you remember what you were doing when you received this message?
No.
What did you do after you received this message from Ms. Heard?
I went straight over to PH3.
Could you remember when you went straight over to PH3, Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Sorry, will you repeat just the beginning of the question? You broke up a bit.
When you went to Penthouse 3, could you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard yelling?
Yes.
Do you recall what they were saying to each other?
No.
Do you recall the door being locked to Penthouse 3 when you got there?
The door was always locked.
Did you have a key?
Yes.
Did you use the key to open the door?
Yes.
I believe you previously testified that the penthouses 3, 4, and 5 were all connected. Is that correct?
Correct.
And so you can get from penthouse 5 to penthouse 3 without going out the main hallway. Is that right?
Correct.
When you entered penthouse 3, only Mr. Depp and Ms. Bird were in the penthouse, right?
Yes.
Do you know where Mr. Depp was standing?
Yes.
Where was he?
In the living room.
What part of the living room?
The sort of like the entry, like the in between from the kitchen to the living room.
And where was Ms. Heard?
On the other side of the living room.
Was she by the couch?
Yes.
And were they approximately how far apart?
8 feet, 10 feet.
And they were both standing when you first came in?
Yes.
What's the first thing you remember, Ms. Pennington, when you entered the penthouse?
The first thing I remember was just hearing them. I don't remember what they were saying, but it was verbal argument, and then he continued to yell, and I went over to her and then stepped between them.
Where was Mr. Depp when you stepped between them?
The sofa is an L in the corner of the living room. The coffee table fit into the L shape. Amber was on the far side. Johnny was on the other side of the L with the coffee table between them.
At some point, Mr. Depp's security team came in. Is that correct?
Correct.
And that was Jerry Judge and Sean Betts?
Yes.
Where was Mr. Depp standing when they entered the apartment?
In the space between the living room and the kitchen.
And you were with Ms. Heard on the sofa?
Yes.
Mr. Depp eventually left penthouse 3 with his picture. Is that correct?
Eventually, yes.
And he left you and Ms. Bird in penthouse 3?
Yes.
From the moment you entered house 3 until Mr. Depp left, did you see Mr. Depp touch Ms. Heard?
I didn't see him touch her.
Did you see him throw anything at her?
I didn't see him throw anything at her.
What did you do after Mr. Depp left penthouse 3?
We took Amber to penthouse 1.
Is that where Mr. Drew and Miss Mars were?
I don't know where they were specifically. I don't know if they were in different places or which apartment they were in.
What did you do once you and Ms. Heard got back to Penthouse 1?
She wanted her purse. So I asked Josh to go find her purse in PH3.
Did you observe any property damage in any of the penthouses?
Yes.
What damage did you observe in Penthouse 3?
He had smashed a bunch of on his way out. I saw this. On his way out, he had knocked over a bunch of items that were on the kitchen island, fruit baskets and bottles and things like that. That was the main damage in PH3.
What damage did you see in PH5?
In PH5, there were photos that had been smashed off the wall, items that I had been working on the table that had been thrown against the wall.
You also observed injuries to Ms. Heard's face, correct?
Yes.
What did you see?
Her cheek was red and swelling.
Do you recall when you noticed her cheek?
No.
But you didn't see how this occurred, right?
I didn't see.
At some point, 2 police officers arrived. Is that correct?
At 2 points, 2 police officers arrived.
Before the first set of police officers showed up, had you cleaned up any of the damage in Penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't remember.
Where were you when the police officers arrived? The first set?
PH3.
Did you see Ms. Heard speak to the officer? The first set.
Yes.
Did you see the officers enter Penthouse 3?
Yes.
They look around Penthouse 3?
Yes.
Did they enter House 5, the first set of police officers?
I'm not sure.
Is it your testimony, Ms. Pennington, that the first set of police officers saw the damage you allege Mr. Depp caused in Penthouse?
I don't know what they saw, but there was damage there.
And another set of 2 officers came later in that night. Is that correct?
Correct.
Between the first set of officers leaving and the second set of officers arriving, how much time had passed?
I don't remember exactly.
Do you have an approximation of how much time had passed? An hour, 2, less than that?
Less than 3.
3 hours? Less than 3 hours?
Less than 3.
In this time, do you recall cleaning up any of the damage to penthouse 3 or 5?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard speaking with either of the second set of officers?
No, I don't remember if she did or not.
Did these officers, the second set, look around penthouse 3?
I can't guess, so I don't know.
Ms. Pennington, have you ever personally witnessed Mr. Depp physically attack Ms. Heard?
Yeah, can you be specific to physically attacked?
Did you ever witness Mr. strike Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
I never witnessed him throw anything at her, around her, yes.
The question is, did you ever witness Mr. Depp throw anything at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever witness Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp physically injure Ms. Heard, cause her an injury?
I didn't see it.
So that's a no, right?
I didn't see it.
Your Honor, at this point, I start asking Ms. Pennington some questions, so we'll play that, but maybe we just approach to just get straight on some exhibits, please.
Okay.
All right, to me, everybody's just sticking with this story. I love you guys too. Love you all. Huh? Oh, shut up my phone.
I don't like the bear.
You like the bear? You love the bear, please. You love the bear as much as Carmel loves Johnny. So
Objection.
Are we ready to start?
Yes, yes, sir.
Now,
you're welcome. I do everything I can. I try to share with you as much as I can. Whatever info I grab.
now I understand that you've
Rottenborn
testified a number of times about some
Oh.
of the events that we touched
There you
on
go.
yesterday, right?
Yes.
Has there ever been anything in any of those prior sworn statements or testimony that you've given that has prevented you from telling the truth?
No.
And is all of your prior sworn testimony, including the testimony you gave yesterday, true and accurate to the best of your knowledge?
Yes.
Are you here today on behalf of one side or the other? And by that, I mean on behalf of Amber or on behalf of Johnny?
No.
Would you consider yourself adverse or hostile to either party?
No.
Any other time that you can remember?
Not specifically, no.
Was there a name for what you describe as Mr. Depp's different self?
Yes.
What was that name?
We called it the monster.
Who is we?
All of us. Me, Johnny, Amber, and anyone else in the inner circle that was privy to the private things that would happen.
How do you know that Johnny called it the monster?
He named it that.
You heard him refer to this other version of himself as the monster directly?
Either heard or saw it written in a text.
Did you receive texts from Mr. Depp referring to this other version of himself as the monster?
I can't remember specifically any of them.
But you do recall hearing or reading Mr. Depp directly referring to himself as the monster?
Yes.
And why did you do that?
She asked for my help.
And over the course of your relationship, when Amber needed your help, you tried to be there for her, right?
Yes.
What do you mean by scary?
I was scared for Amber. I was sad for her, and I was also sad for Johnny. Because he is my friend too. And I really wanted them to be able to get it together.
Why were you scared for Amber?
He could be very unpredictable. And she didn't have a lot of self-preservation.
What specifically, what type of harm were you worried about for Amber?
In the beginning, I wasn't worried. Towards the end, when the physical abuse was more evident, I was worried. I was worried for her physical safety. I was worried that when he turned, he might accidentally do something that was worse than he ever intended.
When you say, talk about abuse, is this signs of abuse that you personally observed?
Can you explain what you mean specifically by that?
Did you observe physical effects on Amber of that abuse?
Yes.
You testified a little bit yesterday about an incident between Johnny and Amber that took place in Hicksville. You remember that?
Yes.
Tell me as best you can everything that you remember about that.
We were sitting around the campfire. I don't remember who the larger group was. And Amber and Kelly Sue were sitting on a chair together, hugging. And Johnny came up and said, "Get your hands off my woman." And it was surprising because it was a very benign, two friends sitting on the same chair, hanging out. And it was also surprising because Johnny had been hanging out with everybody in a friendly way, and a switch flipped when that happened. And Amber got up, went to go comfort Johnny, and then they went back to their trailer.
How would you describe Johnny's tone when he said, "Get off my woman"?
At first, I thought it was a joke. I thought he was kidding because it was so unexpected from the way that the rest of the night had been going. And then at some point, I think Amber realized that it was not a joke and got up to diffuse the situation.
Did you perceive Kelly Sue to be acting inappropriately in any way toward Miss Heard?
No.
Had you seen when you said a switch flipped in Mr. Depp? That was your testimony, right?
Just now?
Yeah, just now.
Yeah.
Was it surprising to you to see?
No.
And why not?
He switched sometimes.
And what do you mean by that when you say he switched?
Johnny would be acting like his wonderful self for a certain portion of an occasion where people were hanging out, or sometimes just privately at home. And I never knew what caused it. The switch would happen to where he would either disappear or go somewhere off by himself, or his mood would change to something darker. And yeah.
What do you recall? And we'll get to specific instances in a little bit. But when you say his mood would change to something darker, do you remember any specific examples of times that you witnessed when his mood changed to something darker?
I can't remember at this moment specific times when it would happen. Generally, he would go away from where the rest of the people were. Amber would follow to comfort. Sometimes they wouldn't come back, sometimes they would.
Okay. And tell us about the next morning at Hicksville, what you saw and observed.
I went to the trailer to go knock on the door. I think they had already left though. I went in and saw the disarray.
Describe the disarray as best you can.
Like I said yesterday, the light fixtures had been knocked off. Things were strewn about the trailer, cushions off the couch bank.
Over the course of now you've known Miss Heard since 2003, right?
Yes.
Have you ever known her to knock light fixtures off a wall?
No.
Have you ever known her to throw pillows and cushions off couches?
No.
Have you ever known her to get in a rage and destroy property?
No.
Have you ever known her to threaten someone's life?
No.
What did Amber tell you? Did you ever have a conversation with Miss Heard about what happened in that trailer in Hicksville?
Yes.
I'd like to fast forward a little bit in time, Miss Pennington, to an episode that we talked about yesterday to some extent. Do you remember being with Amber after something that happened the day before she went on the James Corden show in December 2015?
Yes.
What do you remember? And I know this is painful and emotional, but give me your best recollection of what you recall from that time period.
From the night before?
Were you with Amber the night before the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And were you with her the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
And did you observe Miss Heard and Miss Heard's residence the day before the James Corden appearance and the day of the James Corden appearance?
Yes.
So with that, tell me everything that you can remember, starting with the day before. And I may interrupt you and ask you to clarify certain things, but tell us everything you remember.
So she asked me to come over to her residence, PH3 or PH5. I don't remember which one I entered. And she was very upset. Her face was red, swollen. The hair had been ripped out of her head. I went through all of the penthouses. She didn't cancel. I don't think I even slept that night, watching her just to make sure she didn't.
Is that because you were worried she had a concussion?
Yes.
Why did you tell her that you were going to go take pictures throughout the penthouses?
Why wouldn't I?
Ms. Pennington, I'm gonna you saw a few selected pictures yesterday. I'm gonna show you a number of pictures today that we need to go through, and I'll ask you some questions about them. Okay?
Are you able to see Exhibit 15?
Yeah, I can see it. Can you, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, does this picture truly and accurately depict Miss Heard's appearance on December 2015, during the night that you just discussed?
Yes.
Do you know whether or not you took this picture?
I do not.
That you were with Miss Heard that evening after the incident?
I was.
What room was this taken in?
This is the bathroom of Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3.
What injuries, if any, do you observe on Miss Heard in this picture?
Her right eye has a mark and a bruise. Her nose is swollen. There's bruising on her left eye as well.
And Exhibit 16 is up.
What is this picture of Miss Pennington?
There's a picture of Amber's face with bruising and a mark on her right eye, swelling on her nose, bruising on the left eye, in the same bathroom.
And when was this picture taken?
I assume the same night.
Is that the night in December 2015 that you've been testifying about for the last few minutes?
Yeah.
Do you see behind Miss Heard's left ear, there's a picture on the wall and then a writing, a note above the picture?
Yes.
What is that note signed? If you can tell.
Steve.
To your understanding, who is Steve?
Johnny.
And what does it say right above that?
It says, "You're Steve."
What's the line above that say?
Eternally? Something, always, up, 3 exclamation points. Love you eternally, your Steve.
And Steve, in that note, refers to the same man that you understood to have inflicted these injuries on Miss Heard, correct?
Yes.
And does this picture truly and accurately reflect what you observed on Miss Heard in that night in December 2015?
Partially.
When you said partially, what do you mean by that?
You can't see the rest of the injuries.
What other injuries are you referring to?
The hair being pulled out.
Exhibit 17 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
Amber's face turned at a slight profile with a bruise on her eye, swelling on her nose.
And when was this picture taken?
Appears to be the same night, same moment of the previous 2 pictures.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night?
Yes.
Exhibit 18 is up.
What is this document, Ms. Pennington?
It's a
That's in
photo
the
of Amber's face with two black eyes and swollen bottom lip.
Did you take this
Swollen
photo?
nose. I don't remember.
You said a swollen nose.
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict, at least in part, Miss Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015?
Yeah. Yes.
Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
You believe that you took this picture?
I don't know.
But in any event, it accurately reflects what Miss Heard's appearance from that evening.
Yes.
Exhibit 19 is up.
And I'm sorry this is so hard, Miss Pennington. We just need to get through as
Yeah.
the best we can. What is this picture?
This is Amber's face turned a profile, showing more of her bottom bloody lip and her right bruised eye.
And what night does this, or when does this show Amber?
It appears to be the same night and the same series of photos as before.
Where was this picture taken, if you know?
And, it's in the bedroom, facing she's sitting on the bed and it's facing the windows.
Was anyone with you and Amber that night after you came over?
I don't think so, no.
So is it fair to assume that either you or Amber took this picture?
Yes.
Does it look like Miss Heard took this picture?
No.
Do you recall taking this picture?
I took a lot of pictures. It would be, yes.
Does Miss Heard's lower lip look like it's just chapped?
No, it does not.
Does it look like she just has a cold sore?
It does not look like a cold sore.
Exhibit 20 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of Amber's hairline, a scratch injury on the hairline, and my thumb holding the hair back so that you can see it.
Does this picture depict marks that you saw on Amber on the night in December 2015 that we've been discussing?
Or the next morning.
One or the other?
Yes.
And Lucas, if you could just go back really quickly to the last picture, please, Pennington 19. I may have asked you this, Ms. Pennington, but I just want to make clear for the record, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's appearance on that night in December 15, 2015 that we've been discussing?
Yes.
Exhibit 21 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a close-up picture of the side of Amber's nose and mouth. She has
Did you take? Go ahead. Go ahead.
She has a swelling and an injury on her bottom lip.
Are there any other injuries you observe in this picture?
And see, you could see at the top of the photo, bruising on her eye and the small mark underneath her bottom eyelid.
Did Miss Heard, did she typically have that small mark underneath her eye or bruising around her eyes?
She did not usually have that small mark or bruising underneath her eyes.
Did she typically have injuries to her lip?
Sometimes.
And over the course of your friendship with Miss Heard during the time that she was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you all communicate?
Sorry, can you repeat that question?
During the time that Miss Heard was in a relationship with Mr. Depp, how often would you communicate with Miss Heard? Like every day?
When she was filming, less. When she was home, all the time.
And you just testified, I believe it wasn't the only incident in which you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips, correct?
Correct.
Were there any other times that you observed injuries to Miss Heard's face or lips?
Yes.
Exhibit 22 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
Picture is hair pulled back to show the abrasion on the scalp where hair has been removed.
Whose head is that?
That's Amber's head.
Was this, do you know when this picture was taken?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And by event, you're referring to the event in December of 2015 that we've been talking about?
Yes.
Do you recall taking this picture, Miss Pennington, of Miss Heard's scalp?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict the top of Miss Heard's scalp during the day of or at the day after the December 2015 incident that you've been giving testimony about?
Yes.
Exhibit 23 is up.
What is this a picture of, Miss Pennington?
This is a picture of a clump of Amber's hair on the black carpet of the bedroom, PH4, with my finger there to show the scale of the hair.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take this picture?
Either the night of the event, the December, the occurrence that we've been talking about.
In December of 2015?
Yes.
And how did you know that that was Amber's hair?
Hair had been ripped out of her head. This is the color of her hair. It's her home.
And this, you said, was in the bedroom of Penthouse 5?
4.
have you ever known Miss Heard to pull out clumps of her own hair?
No.
Miss Heard ever paint on bruises or use makeup to make it appear as if she had a bruise when in fact she didn't, to your knowledge?
No, the opposite.
What do you mean when you say the opposite?
She often had to cover bruises and injuries on her face with makeup.
Did you see her cover bruises on her face with makeup?
Yes.
Can we pull up the document titled December 2015 ALH 28_B, please? What is this picture, Miss Pennington?
Is a picture of Amber. She has a small mark underneath her right eye. She's her coat and her shirt on. They're in the kitchen. She's in the kitchen of PH3.
Do you know when or approximately when this picture was taken?
The day following the December event or the day after, maybe. I don't know exactly when.
And did you take this picture?
I don't know.
Does it fairly and accurately depict Amber's appearance on the day you described?
On one of the days following, yes.
Exhibit 25 is up.
Do you know what this is a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the nightstand on the right side of the bed in Johnny and Amber's bedroom in PH3. It has a lamp that's fallen down, a book of rolling papers, half a lemon, a plastic coffee mug of Infinitum Nihil, which is Johnny's production company, a bottle of Tums, a bottle of tea, broken glass, and a small blue book on the floor that I can't make out what that is.
Did you ever know Amber to break glass next to her bed?
No.
What's your knowledge about Mr. Depp's tendency to break things made of glass?
My knowledge is that I saw him do it once, and that I saw the aftermath of him breaking glass many times.
And on that evening in December 2015, did you see that we've been discussing? Did you see broken glass around the residence?
Yes.
Let's go to the next picture, December 2015 ALH_509_B. You've seen this picture before. What's this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the platform bed in the bedroom of penthouse 4. The edge of the platform bed has a shard of wood that has broken off onto the floor.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
When did you take it?
Either the night of the event or the next day.
And when you say event, are you referring to, what are you referring to?
The
Objection.
December 15th event that we've been speaking about.
You said December 15th. You mean December 2015?
Yes, sorry, 2015.
Where is this bed in the residence?
This is in the penthouse 4. It's the middle penthouse between the main residence, PH3, Amber's closet, PH5. This is the one of the rooms that you walk through to get to go through the upper story of the homes.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy a bed frame?
No.
Have you ever known? Go ahead. Sorry.
No.
Have you ever known Miss Heard to destroy furniture generally?
No.
Ms. Pennington, in all the photos that you have taken of evidence or incidents or the aftermath of incidents between Amber and Johnny, have you ever done anything to alter those photos or, you know, make them appear to depict something that wasn't actually there or wasn't actually real?
No.
I want to talk about the day of the Late Late Show. When I say that, do you understand I'm referring to Amber's appearance on the James Corden show?
Yes.
The Late Late Show with James Corden. Were you with Amber when she got ready for her appearance on that show?
Yes.
Who else was present?
A dear that who's her hairstylist, Melanie, her makeup artist, and Samantha, her stylist.
Were you there when her hair and makeup was being styled or put on before her appearance on James Corden?
Yes.
Did you see anyone paint on a wound on her lip or put makeup on her face to make it appear that there was a wound on her lip?
No.
Did you observe anyone ripping clumps of her hair out of her head?
No.
Ms. Pennington, did you to the extent that it's alleged that Ms. Heard had no injuries when she went on the James Corden show, what is your reaction to that?
My reaction is that that is a false assessment or statement.
And what's the basis for that testimony?
Because I saw injuries on her body from the time directly after they happened throughout the next night, the next day, and as they continued to heal.
In the time that you spent with Johnny, did he ever express a similar sentiment that he was screw up or fuck up, in his words?
Yes.
And what did you tell me what you can remember about the instances when he said that and what your understanding was of what he meant?
My understanding was that he was sorry and apologetic and
For what?
for his behavior.
When you say behavior, what are you referring to?
Verbal arguments, physical arguments.
And that was what he made clear to you in things that he said to you. Is that right?
What he made clear to me in our conversations was that he was very sorry and that he was working to get clean and get better, and that he was asking for forgiveness and trying to think that he was going to get better.
Did you ever see him get better?
Yeah.
When?
A lot of times.
But did you ever see him get better permanently?
No.
Your Honor, at this point, we start questioning Ms. Pennington about May 21st. We're happy to keep going, but if you wanted to take a break, I think we're about halfway through this volume.
Okay, let's go ahead and take our morning recess for 15 minutes. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay?
Okay, look. So apparently, Io and Rocky. Now I changed my mind. Are going to stick with their story. They're going to stick with what they said with their depositions in the UK. That's obvious. Okay. I also said that no good deed goes unpunished. Right. So this bitch. She got my nerves. See how I switched sides? How yesterday I kind of felt for Rocky, and today I didn't. Here's what I do believe. I do believe Rocky Pennington doctor photos. That's true. I do believe that Rocky Pennington does feel bad that this is happening. Yes, I feel bad. Isaac is bad. I feel Alejandro Romero didn't want anything to do with this. Yeah, I feel like almost no one wants anything to do with this, and they wish it was over, and they wish both sides would just live life and that this didn't happen. Yes, most people in court who have a heart feel that way. That's true. I believe
Rob.
all that. But wait, let me finish. But okay, the bottom line is, you're going to tell me that I'm not going to believe a police officer when I work for a court system, I work for law, and you're going to tell me that I'm not going to believe someone who also does the law? 4 people, not one, but 4 of them, who he doesn't pay off, who's paid by the state of Los Angeles? To me, I'm sorry. I cannot believe somebody who's hanging out with her, while also Isaac Baruch, who was friends with both of them, Christian Carino, who's friends with both of them. There's too many people on one side to tell me that he's and even if he broke something, is it possible he broke something out of frustration because you won't leave the guy alone? So instead of hitting you, he hit an object that could be easily replaced. Now, I'm not going to go out and break something because I don't have that kind of bread. But if I did, then breaking a glass or throwing something against the wall because I'm frustrated because you won't leave me the fuck alone is doable, because I need to get my frustration out. And I'm not going to take it on you, so I'd rather take it out on an object. Yes, and believe it or not, this happens in everyday life to lots of people. People have punched walls. People have thrown things. Yes, because they're frustrated. But they're not going to take it out on a human being. So what they do is they take it out on an object that the worst thing that happens is it breaks and they'll clean it up. That's how I
100% agree with you. But come geek some tweeted something is interesting that I sent you via direct. Hope you see it and hope you share it. About her Botox lining. And he said no wonder she got those injuries. You'll see the pictures. I sent you like 3 messages right now.
Oh, the Botox?
Yes.
Yeah, if you're having surgery, yeah, your face is going to be a little different, which I did notice that Amber's cheekbones, even today, I noticed during this trial that her cheekbones are
Yeah.
different. And I was wondering why that was. Now, I know he hasn't been near her, so it can't be that. So, yeah, listen, there is many actresses who Cher is a perfect example. Suzanne Summers. What, they don't take Botox? They don't age? Of course they do. They got millions of dollars. Yeah, this is what they do. This is what they do. They spend that money on the Botox, on their appearance, because they care about their appearance.
I still believe that they staged everything. I don't believe nowhere they say nothing. Nothing.
Yeah. Ha. Hold on. Well, lovely Sherry, it is possible that Angelina Jolie also takes Botox. Very, very possible.
He does.
And that could be the result of the Botox. That her and Jolie have the same cheek impression as a result of using that.
Correct.
So, yeah, and that's a great example of Maleficent, which I thought was a great movie, which is Angelina Jolie, who I thought was a very beautiful woman, but she's kind of messed herself up over the years. You know, I mean, listen, again, this is just me. I need a little meat on those bones. I don't like a woman who looks like a rail, but that's
Bony.
I
love you, Rob.
Love you.
Good morning,
love you just the
everyone.
way
I'm
you
sorry I
are, Rob.
overslept.
Morning, Tracy, and morning, Carmen. Morning, Tracy.
In my opinion, if I might say,
Go ahead.
on this testimony from her friends, is that they're terrified of being charged with perjury because Amber's in big trouble in Australia. And they took the stand in the UK and they told these lies. And now they're in the US in a Virginia court. I know they're not actually in court, but they don't want to get caught with these lies and be hit with perjury. And as we know, Amber has set everybody up. Every friend taped them or whatever, and she may have them on tape saying that they did this, this, or that. And if I go down, you go down. Because this girl doesn't seem all, you know, she just doesn't have her heart in what she's saying. You know, like yesterday when she said that Amber hit her in the face, she downplayed that. She keeps downplaying, you know, how do you know it's Amber's hair? You know, how do you, whatever. First of all, that hair doesn't have any follicles and it looks like it was pulled right out of a brush. And I'm telling you, they were all, we read it. Yes. And we read the text of how they were setting him up, what they would do with him. You know, if he doesn't, you know, I'll get them out. They didn't even have to say what they were. They knew they were talking about knives. I mean, it was a joke. It wasn't meant, you know, but I mean, they constantly sat around plotting against this man, either jokingly or otherwise, while he foot the bill and they made him the bad guy and they were all living off him. They're all bottom feeders. And I'm sorry, I just don't believe them. And it's not because of Johnny Depp. I just don't. There's too many other witnesses on the other side.
And I'll say this again. Listen, I like Johnny Depp as an actor, but there's a lot of actors and actresses I do like. It doesn't mean that I'm like, oh my God, Johnny, oh my God, you know, oh, he's so hot. I mean, I'm not that, no. You know, to all you he is, and that's great, and that's fine, you know, to each their own. You know, but to me, you know, I picked his side because one, the audio was the first thing that jumped me into this case. Because I felt his pain and I felt all he went through because I could relate to it in my experience. The second thing is the police officer. I work in a court of law. Now, when they bring a criminal in, you know, if they do a thorough investigation and they don't leave any, and they're not just trying to point fingers to get the job done, but if they do a thorough investigation and everything looks like this is his gun, here's the fingerprints, this is his bullet that came from the gun, here's his fingerprint. Well, yeah, it's all over the place. Yeah, it's obvious that why would these officers be lying to me? You know, their job is to do the best job that they can do and try to catch the person who perpetrated the act.
Yeah.
So now, if Johnny Depp had done the act, they would have said, simply put, and this would have been the end for me, they would have said, oh, he did it. We were going to put out an arrest warrant for him because we saw the injuries on Miss Heard and she didn't want to press charge. Well, now, who am I going to believe? But that's not what they said. They found no injuries. The place was immaculate. They searched the place. They saw nothing.
And again, with the rings, Rob, the rings. There are no marks ever on her for rings.
Right, yeah, I know. And to me, this was all staged. And even if he knocks some things down, let's say he did it. Did it happen at that time that they're claiming? No. I bet this could have happened another time. It's also another possibility. It could have happened another time. Who knows? He could have been drunk and collided into stuff.
Listen, it happened.
Amber could have been drunk. They all could have been drunk and had a party and everybody got stupid. Is it possible? Very, very possible.
It happened to Elon too. I don't know if you got the pictures I sent you.
Oh yeah, I saw those. Yeah. You're right, Carmen. Yeah.
You guys, I'm sorry. Another big one was Amber said, and I quote, about cocaine. I would never touch that. And Rocky testified she had indeed.
It doesn't make sense because it's like Amber says one thing, Rocky says another. Rocky says something, Amber says something. I'm like, wait a minute, that's not what Amber said. You know, I was like, wait.
Oh, Rob,
go ahead.
Are we gonna see Amber today?
No, we're gonna see a bunch of people on video.
No, man, you as Amber.
And there'll be one person on the witness stand, which will probably be Whitney Heard. Now, it could be Ellen Barkin, but I believe it's Whitney. I think Whitney goes first, and then Ellen Barkin second on the stand. But they said yesterday they have one person to come on the stand, and the rest is all video. That's what the judge and they said last. That's why I never shut the stream, and I always keep quiet to the very end till the judge leaves, because I know the judge is going to tell me what's coming up. And that thank you, Web Surfer guy. Again, dude, will you come on my channel, please? Thank you so much, man. Your support has been unbelievable. I'm so grateful. If the ring imprint on the cheek does not fit, you must have quit. Oh, it's the Chewbacca defense. If the ring imprint, yeah. Well, listen, there is no. Yeah, Whitney should be coming in today, Lily. Yes, it should be Whitney. It could be Ellen Barkin, but again, I believe Whitney Heard will take the stand today.
So next week is your last week, right?
So I think this morning is Rocky. This afternoon might be Whitney. I don't know, but the way they were talking, like they had more depositions on video. So, but if Rocky Pennington is longer, it's already 11 o'clock. I mean, going on 11 o'clock here. So they're going to go 2 hours, take a lunch break, or an hour and a half, take a lunch break, whichever time they pick. And then you got, whoever in the afternoon, but you only got about 3.5 hours. So will they finish Rocky and have anybody else? Or is it just Rocky and Whitney? I don't know. It depends on how long the video testimony of the other people are. And the thing is, they're in too deep. They have to stick with what they said.
Yes, exactly. They're in too deep, and now they're in fear.
Yeah, and fear is a major factor in a lot of things. As we all know, for those abused, we all know what fear does.
Absolutely.
Yeah, so we all know that people in power who want to be in power use fear to control. And that's huge.
That's what she's doing.
Yeah. And that's why, like, as a Star Wars fan, like, people are like, oh, how could you like that? Well, a lot of it is based on reality. And you have this army that's using this device to control people. And I don't mean mind control. I mean, put them in fear. Say, look, if you go against us, we're going to blow your planet up. Real simple. Wow, everybody's dead.
No, I'm just whoa, you go for it, babe. You're preaching to keep on preaching, brother Rob.
Okay. So to me, like when the guy who I love, George Lucas, when he wrote the movie, things were based on reality, just he made it sci-fi. That's all. Like the sword fighting, you could think of fencing, but they called them lightsaber. So when I thought about it as I got older, because I was a kid, I didn't think about all that as deeply. But as I got older and broke it down, I was like, fear. Yeah, that's everything. I never saw this when I was a kid and I got bullied and I was a teenager. I didn't think psychological. And as I became an adult and got involved in this case, boy, fear goes a long way. And with fear, you control. Like, okay, I know this is very not a good topic to bring up, but I'll try to use it. Putnam, Russia, Ukraine, right?
Yes.
He said, if anybody interferes with me, what's going to happen? Anybody, any country interferes with me, guess what? I'm going to nuke you. Fear, right? What country wants everybody to die? What? We don't have a country. We don't have an economy. Even if a few people live or whatever, man, and that would kill like almost the whole planet out.
The nuclear fallout would be bad.
The other's going to shoot. The other going to shoot. It solves nothing. But fear. It's fear to control a population. Everything is fear. That's what it is. They use fear. Like someone who's in control, right? A knife, a gun. They have to have a weapon.
Or your family. They use your family sometimes against you.
Yes. Like your children. Your children. It's a good example of that. You want to see your kids again? You better pay me my money. You want to see your kids again? You want to see me hurt your kids? Then you better listen to me. You leave this house, I will hurt your children. I will hunt you down. No one will love you. No one will care about you. Fear. All about intimidation and fear. Same thing when you play sports. Same thing when I played sports. The bigger guy would put fear into you. You hit my smaller guy, I'm coming after you. I'm a bigger guy. You come after me.
Let me ask you guys this. I'm sorry if you want to get. I agree with you totally. I'm just going to say, does anybody really believe that when Amber met with and Whitney and all the crew all met in November and prior to this trial that they did not discuss this trial or the testimony?
Oh, they did.
Oh, I believe they did.
They did. No doubt about it.
Very rehearsed sounding.
I don't think they had any other reason to meet but the trial because they weren't friends anymore. They weren't hanging out anymore. Exactly. And I think they were afraid. And they, like Rob just gave us a great seminar on fear. Absolutely. Yeah. They were afraid and they wanted to get together, but it's not going to work. The civil attorneys that were talking last night, they did specials just short on the witnesses from yesterday. And they said they were no help to Amber's case. They were unlikable. The jury could not relate to them. They were on video and they were all over the map and they did her no favors.
Remember, if you told a story and then you untell the story, now, are you believable? You're not believable.
No.
Nope. So it's too late. You already committed in the UK. So we shouldn't expect anything different from anybody who's already testified. And that's how it's going to go. We all hoped that Rocky would change her tune after she got hit by Amber and they no longer talked. We all hoped that Aisle Toilet, or Toilet, whatever you want to call him, would change his tune. But apparently they didn't. And they're going to stick with this story, and that's the end of it. So it comes down to a he said, she said, who do you believe? That's what this is all about again. But to me, The evidence is overwhelming. I believe the officers. I believe security. Another thing too, when she comes off saying, "Well, they're his," so what are you saying? When you get married, it's still mine? No, it's a partnership. If
That's
I
right.
make $1,000 and you make $1,000, guess what? It's $2,000.
Jury?
I don't understand that. It's a partnership. You share and share alike.
Oh, they're back.
Yeah.
You guys, I noticed when Rocky testified yesterday, and these were two major things that came out of her testimony. Amber's violent, and Amber will isolate you and not let you have other friends, be around other people. She made it clear I needed to be around other people. I needed to be around my family. And that's just
That's what
creepy
she did to
weird.
Johnny.
Exactly. She isolates. And that's an abuser, to isolate, control. I mean, when it comes down to it, guys, Rocky didn't witness anything. And I think that's coming. I really
neither
do.
did I.O. Neither did I.O.
No. They came in. Amber said, take a picture of this.
They asked a question to Io Tillett yesterday. Did he had any friends?
Yes, we'll resume.
Io said no. Why? Because he was isolating. He was isolated from his friends and family.
I missed IO. So all I heard was Rocky. So, I didn't hear IO, but again, there it is again.
I want to talk about the events of May 21st, 2016. Do you remember that night, Ms. Pennington?
Yes.
Walk us through what you recall about the evening of May 21st, 2016.
So in PH5, I was getting things ready for a artist craft show that I had, and making jewelry, and my friend Liz was there, Josh was there, Amber was helping. We were set up in the downstairs living room of PH5. And
Liz Mars.
Liz Mars, yes.
Okay, and your fiance Joshua Drew, is that right?
Yes. And at some point, Amber got a message from Johnny that said that he wanted to come over and talk or pick something up. I don't remember what the exact message was. And I thought it was a really bad idea, but can't stop somebody from coming over to their own home. And so Amber went upstairs to get ready for him to come over. And eventually he showed up. I didn't see him show up. I didn't hear him show up. He went to PH3 and then at some point I got a text from her, or I might have checked in, or I got a text from her that said, come over. So I tried to come over there and the door was locked. Their front door was locked. So I went to go get my key. I had a master key to all of the apartments. And I came back, unlocked the door, and he was yelling, and I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And she was calling for help, and that had never happened before, saying, help me. I went and I cut through the space between the coffee table and the sofa. And I went up to him and he was yelling and yelling. And I put my hands up on his chest and I was like, stop, just trying to calm him down. And he hit my hands away. And so I just went straight over to Amber. She sat down on the couch, she was crying, and I just put my body over her. And he came a little bit closer to us, and he was yelling at her to like get up, or I don't know, quit crying or get up or something. And it was really loud, and he was getting closer and closer. And I remember thinking there was this like big orange ceramic ashtray on the coffee table. And I was thinking, if he gets any closer, I'm just gonna pick up that ashtray and like hit him with it, because he was so close over us. And then at that point, Jerry and Sean came in from the front door of PH3 and came in, and they were like, boss, come on, let's get out of here. And Jerry always called him boss. He's like, boss, come on, boss, let's go. And then Johnny grabbed like his leather bag off the stool that was by the island, and he had a big Magnum bottle of wine, and he was just like smashing stuff off the island and yelling. I don't remember exactly what he was saying. And then they finally left, and I could hear out in the hall just like banging and smashing and clattering around. I was just holding Amber, sort of just waiting for it to pass and clear. Until a little bit later, and then I think Josh came in.
Why did you get between and put your hands on Mr. Depp and get between him and Miss Heard?
I just thought I could calm him down.
And when he hit your hands away and then you went and laid on her, why did you do that?
It was the thing to do.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's mood?
Irate.
Were you afraid that Mr. Depp was going to hurt Miss Heard?
Yes.
And when he stood over you, you testified a little bit too, but describe what he was yelling as he stood over the couch.
I don't remember everything that he said. The thing that sticks out the most is that he was just yelling at her to get up. To get the fuck up.
Did you let her?
No.
And where were you, just to be clear, where were you when you received the message from Amber asking you to come over to Penthouse 3?
In either P5, PH5, or PH1.
You weren't already in Penthouse 3 when you got that text?
No.
To the extent that there are allegations that you were lying in wait in Penthouse 3 before Johnny walked into that penthouse, how do you respond to those?
That is not true.
I will also represent to you, Ms. Pennington, that Mr. Depp's lawyer has been quoted as saying, quote, Amber Heard and her friend Rocky Pennington staged the May 21 crime scene to prove the abuse allegation against Johnny Depp. Is that statement true?
No.
Did you stage anything about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Did Amber stage anything, to your knowledge, about May 21st, 2016?
No.
Describe for us the damage that you observed Mr. Depp cause to the penthouses, to penthouse 3.
In 3, stuff had been knocked off the kitchen counter. Stuff had been knocked off a bar cart.
By whom?
By Johnny. I saw this happen on his way out. He was smashing stuff.
With what?
With a wine bottle.
What other damage can you remember Mr. Depp causing?
In the hallway, there was wine splash spilled in the hallway. There was a dent on the outside of PH1's door, front door. And then in PH5, where we had been getting stuff ready for my craft fair, my jewelry and materials had been thrown against the wall, and everything that was on the table was like strewn off of the table, thrown down.
I'd like to go through with you some photographs of the incident that we talked about. So can you pull up May 21st, 2016, ALH 7051, please? And while he's pulling that up, Ms. Pennington, did you or either yourself or anyone else take photographs in the aftermath of this incident?
Yes.
Who took photographs?
Josh Drew. That's the only person that I can say for sure.
Were you with Mr. Drew when he was taking photographs?
I can't remember.
Did you go through the penthouses to see where the damage has been done?
Eventually.
Ms. Pennington, what is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the living room in PH5 with the back corner of the sofa. It has the beads that I had been working on and the stand that I used to display them thrown to the wall. Some of the beads are on the windowsill. The stand is broken.
And did you, does this fairly and accurately reflect damage that you saw to Penthouse 5 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 30 is up.
What is this a picture of, if you know?
This is a picture of the Johnny and Amber's bedroom bed in PH3. It has several photos, framed photos, stacked on it.
And do those photos appear to be intact?
These do, yes.
In your experience, did those photos normally sit on the bed?
No.
Does this, did you witness, well, was this part of the aftermath of what Mr. Depp did in Penthouse 3?
I didn't see him take these down, but they were not down before he came over.
Does it fairly and accurately depict what you witnessed the night of May 21st, 2016?
I didn't see this happen, but I did see this scenario.
You saw the pictures. That's my question. Does this fairly and accurately depict something that you personally saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
All right, let's pull up 7053, please. So my question, Ms. Pennington, will be, what is this a picture of?
Can the info thing move off to the side?
No, I don't, not in this version of the pictures. So I apologize for that. If you need it zoomed in or out.
It's the landing of one of the staircases.
And what do you see on the picture?
It's broken glass and something spilled on the landing of one of the staircases. I can't tell if it's P3 or P5.
Okay. Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you observed on the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Did you ever notice her to smash glasses on staircases?
No.
Did you find that question vague and ambiguous, Ms. Pennington?
No.
Exhibit 32 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
These are stairs appearing of the same staircase with broken glass on them.
Does this picture fairly and accurately depict something that you personally observed the night of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
33 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of the floor mat in front of the doors that would lead out to the balcony of PH3, and it has a broken, looks like top of a martini glass on it.
Okay. Did you see this glass or material around this being broken on the evening of May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And who broke this glass?
Johnny did.
And does this photo fairly and accurately depict something that you observed after Mr. Depp left Penthouse 3 on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 34 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the space between the cabinets in the refrigerator and the kitchen islands. It has a rug on it, and it has a fruit basket and fruit on the ground.
And do you know who knocked that fruit on the ground?
Yes.
Who?
Johnny.
And does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you saw on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Exhibit 35 is up.
Thank you. What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is the landing of PH5 that Amber's office was set up on. And this is her desk and her files. And boxes have been outturned, and there's papers all over the floor.
And is this how Ms. Heard normally kept her office area?
No.
Does this fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
36 is up.
Is this that same office area?
Yes.
And is this an accurate depiction of what you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
37 is up.
What is this a picture of, Ms. Pennington?
This is a picture of two photos on the column, the staircase leading up to Amber's office. The top photo is a group photo of Savannah, Whitney, Io, myself, Amber, Aaron, Brittany, Morgan. We were in London. The glass is smashed. The bottom photo is a photo of Amber and me in France.
Does this photo fairly and accurately depict damage that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
38 is up.
What is this a picture of?
Picture of a large bottle of wine on the floor.
On May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Is this the bottle he was swinging? If you know.
I don't know.
But it accurately depicts something you observed on May 21st, 2016.
Yes.
Did you notice, you or misheard or anyone that you were with spilling wine in penthouses that night in order to stage damage?
No.
And by what is this a picture of? I meant the whole scene.
Oh. It's a picture on the floor.
Do you know what penthouse that is in?
Can you zoom out again, please? Three.
Do you know who knocked this picture on the floor?
I didn't see it knocked down.
Did other than Mr. Depp, did you see anyone causing any damage or knocking anything down in any of the penthouses on May 21st, 2016?
No.
And did you see Mr. Depp knocking things down?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately describe something that you observed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Okay. Can you describe, did you see any injuries on Amber on May 21st, 2016?
Just a swollen, like red swollen cheek.
Let's pull up the May 21st, 2016 ALH 7077, please. And while he's doing that, did you, I know we talked about pictures of damage in the penthouses. Did you take pictures of Miss Heard that evening?
I don't remember if it was me or Josh.
Were you present when pictures were taken of Miss Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
Does this picture fairly and accurately reflect observations you made of Ms. Heard on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
42 is up.
What is this picture, Ms. Pennington?
This is Amber's face. It's red. The right cheek and eye is more red and swollen. Her right, mine left.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition that you observed that evening?
Yes.
Can you pull up 7083, please? What is this picture of?
This is Amber's face turned at a slight profile. Her eye is red and bruised. The side, the side brow, temple, and cheekbone.
Does this fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition that you witnessed on May 21st, 2016?
Yes.
And were you present when police arrived?
Yes.
Were there two sets of police officers?
Yes.
And what penthouse did they come in?
Penthouse 3 both times.
How close were you to the police officer?
In the same room.
Okay. Could you see damage that he had caused while you were standing there when the police officers were present?
Yes.
Did you ever hear Ms. Heard say, express any financial motivations for wanting to remain in this relationship with Mr. Depp?
No.
Did Ms. Heard ever express that if she went public against with what happened on May 21st, 2016, that she stood to gain financially from doing so?
No.
Now, at some point after May 21st, 2016, Ms. Heard filed for divorce from Mr. Depp, right?
Correct.
And at some point she filed for a domestic violence restraining order against him. Is that right?
Yes.
And I'm gonna come back to that line of questioning in a second, but before I forget, you mentioned Jerry and Sean Bett on the night of May 21st, right? Was there a space in the floor of the ECB where they would wait for Mr. Depp when he was in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
And what was that space?
We called it the guard shack, and it was a vestibule separate from the penthouses, except that a door from the vestibule also connected to the door of the patio of PH5.
Was the okay, was it, if someone were in the vestibule or the guard shack, as you called it, would they have seen you go into penthouse 3 when Amber requested that you do so?
No.
Did you see Jerry or Sean or any security guards when you entered penthouse 3 that evening?
No.
Okay. Going back to the domestic violence restraining order, did you accompany Ms. Heard to court when she got that order?
Yes.
I'd like you to pull up, please, May 2016, Court, Pennington, 1292, please. And while he's doing that, do you know if Ms. Heard wore any makeup that morning?
I don't remember seeing her put on any makeup.
Was that rare for Ms. Heard not to wear makeup?
Yes.
What is this a picture of?
This is Amber and Jody, her publicist, sitting on the bench in the hallway waiting room of the courthouse.
When?
The day that the restraining order was filed.
Do you see any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I do.
Describe what you see.
On her cheekbone, right cheekbone is bruised.
And how long after May 21st was this, approximately?
I don't know. I don't remember.
A matter of days, weeks?
Less than a week.
Did you ever see any makeup artist paint on this bruise? Put a fake bruise on Ms. Heard's face?
No.
Can you please pull up Pennington 1295, please? And before we do, does this picture fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition the morning or the day she applied for the domestic violence restraining order?
Yes.
Do you know whether you took this picture?
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And I'm going to ask you the same thing about this next picture, 1295.
To the best of my recollection, I took that.
And does that fairly and accurately depict Ms. Heard's condition on that morning?
Yes.
46 is up.
What is that a picture of?
It is Amber at a slate profile in the same courthouse room. Her hair is behind her ear. You can see a picture of a bruise on her cheekbone. She looks like a skeleton.
Did you take this picture?
Yes.
Based on your personal knowledge, is there any truth to the allegation that Amber did this because she's, quote, a gold digger?
No.
Ms. Pennington, you came to understand at some point, at some point, did you learn that Mr. Depp had lost the tip of his finger in Australia?
Yes.
And what is that other way that you learned that Mr. Depp had cut the tip of his finger off?
He showed it to me.
In addition to showing you, how did you learn from Mr. Depp that he had cut off the tip of his own finger?
He told me.
What did he tell you?
Said, I don't remember how he said he cut the tip of his finger off, but while the nurse was dressing it, I wanted to see it. I also had a very small injury on the tip of my finger. And I continued to see it throughout its healing process, but I don't remember how he told me how he cut it off.
But you remember that he told you that he cut it off.
Yes.
Ms. Pennington, I'll finish where we started, which is you've given a number of you testified a number of times about the events that we talked about today, and I really appreciate you you being here today and talking about these. I know it was tough and it was emotional at times. Is there anything that you would change about any of the testimony that you've given today or previously about any of these events?
No.
And you've done your best every time you've testified about this to tell the full truth about everything that you know, everything that you saw, everything that you heard, everything that you've observed, right?
I have done the very best to tell the absolute truth exactly as I remember it at all of the points of time.
All right. Yes, sir. Your next witness.
Yes, Your Honor. That concludes the testimony of Raquel.
Real quick before Josh Drew comes on, are you going to tell me that one day you look like this and the next day you're sitting here with Rocky having a good time laughing? Seriously? Are you? That's the truth. Okay, so
They should have used the picture, that the bottom picture.
And another thing too. I'm just curious about. She looks like a skeleton. The girl weighs 105 pounds total. What is she supposed to look like? A fat horse?
No comment.
She works out every day. She weighs 105 pounds. She weighs 105 pounds now. Does that mean that Johnny had anything to do with it? I mean, seriously. Sorry, I wanted to bring this up real quick because I just was really pissed off. I'm going to go back there just on the bench, but I'm going right back. I'm sorry. I just wanted to bring this up. Oh, so you didn't miss anything. This is what you missed. Them huddling at the bench. You didn't miss a thing. But I just don't understand why they didn't come back with that picture. I don't understand why.
Because they don't want to show it.
No, but
that's they don't want to show it.
Why wasn't
they're
Johnny's
scared?
team
Basically, they're fucked. They showed that picture. The other judge is gonna say, "Where's the Bruce?"
Yeah, and that's why didn't Johnny's team show that? If I'm Johnny's team, that's what I'm showing. I'm showing that. Man, he should have hired me. He should have put me in there.
Did you guys notice in the deposition they showed, there were a lot of pieces cut out because her hair was in a bun, then it was down, then it was in a ponytail, then it was back in a bun, and the big sections were missing.
Her clothes would change too, if you know, so it might have been different days. It might have been one day and then she stopped, and another day, and then because remember there could have been a lot of objections. They could have, but we didn't hear. You know, they edit all that stuff out, so they could have been They could have had conferences like this. You know, I don't know. Like we don't know if she's working, and I'm not sure what she does for a living besides her bead store. I'm not sure what else she does. By the way, she does have a bead store on Instagram, or it's called Costume Jewelry. She does have that on Instagram. I've seen it.
Rob, explain this to me if you could quickly, please. When did Johnny visit all those penthouses? Because everybody's testified to, he came up, went into the one place that was his, got his stuff, and then they left. She had him bopping from penthouse to penthouse to penthouse.
Yeah, I don't get that either because they stayed in one penthouse, and him and her were in another penthouse. Like, and I remember even the deposition. They said, "Well, I locked the door to this one," and So if you lock the door or Josh Drew is in one penthouse, then Johnny would have to come where Josh Drew was. So
It
that doesn't
made
make
no
any,
sense.
yeah, that doesn't make any sense to me either because Josh Drew was in that penthouse.
Okay, I just was wondering if I missed something there
Well,
because
no, it just sometimes when you lie, you
They
don't
probably
think about.
changed the story because they like to change their narrative.
It's not that. It's just that when you lie, you can't remember everything you told. And when you tell the truth, that's it.
and
This is
Gary
what it is.
Judge and Sean Bett were standing outside the door except for 5 minutes where they went and got a beverage or whatever. How did
No,
you get
no.
past them?
Rocky was already inside.
Yes.
She was hiding.
She was inside. She was in the closet or something. And because Johnny, during his deposition, which he didn't say here, but during the UK, he mentions that she brushed by his shoulder. He said the only way that could have happened was she was already inside.
She was already inside.
Yeah. So he said there is no way.
She set him up from the beginning.
Which is why, again, I don't understand why Johnny Depp's team did not question. Say, hold on a second. Why didn't I question? There should, I don't get it. Where was the questioning about that?
Time, because they're going to run out of time.
Well, listen, you have time. Johnny Depp's team has more time than they do.
I know. That's why I'm wondering what they're saving it for.
Yeah, I don't know either. I mean, I would have used some of it to come back at her, say, okay, wait a minute.
Me too.
How did you get to the penthouse?
Mm-hmm.
Well, I was already. You were already there. Oh, but you weren't. According to your deposition, you didn't say that. Wait a minute. Wait a minute. So why were you there if it was just supposed to be between? What business was it yours to be there? If Amber and Johnny were meeting, did Johnny come hang out when you and Josh argued?
Next week or last week?
Wasn't your business. Amber didn't tell you to be there. According to Amber's text, that she just texted you that she was going to meet Johnny. She didn't tell you come there. And according to your deposition, you said
Rob,
you tried to get in
Elizabeth wants to join the panel.
She can't join if she doesn't hook up her devices. It says devices are not connected. I can't bring her in unless she hooks up her devices. That's the thing. It's not me. It has nothing to do with me. It has to do with StreamYard.
It's next week or last week, Rob.
Yeah, I can't do next week. I'll be at work.
Yes, Your Honor.
Okay.
This is misheard.
She-
Joshua Drew.
Thank you.
Oh my God.
Drew,
You're
here
gonna be
we
smeared
go.
today. Oh God. And now she thinks her ass will be saved.
What is your occupation? I run my
Oh, that's an
own
old one.
development consulting firm. Are you also a chef? Not anymore.
Okay, I'll
What,
be
if
back.
any education have you had since high school? I have my associates of science in culinary arts. And from what institution? Johnson & Wales University. Did you receive a degree from there? I did. In what year? That would have been 2003. Who is Raquel Rose Pennington? My ex-wife. Because I want to be respectful, how should I refer to her? Ms. Pennington, Rocky, or Raquel? Rocky or Raquel is perfectly fine. Okay. You were married to Rocky, so there came a time when you began to date Rocky, correct? Correct. When did you start dating Rocky? That would have been June of 2014. And did there come a time when you became engaged to Rocky? Correct. When was that? That would have been in summer of 2015. Yeah, I believe. Do you recall when you were divorced from Rocky? Officially September 24th of last year. We separated officially October of the previous year. When did you first meet Amber Heard? Probably about 3 or 4 weeks after Raquel and I had started dating, very early on. When did you first meet Johnny Depp? Shortly after I met Amber. I want to say, if memory serves, about 5 or 6 weeks after Raquel and I started dating. Again, I understand it was a long time ago, but do you recall under what circumstances you met him? Funny enough, I actually do very clearly. I had come over under the auspice of what was called Family Movie Night, and it was Amber and Johnny and Jack. I honestly don't remember whether Lily Rose was there. She might have come later at a certain point. And it was just us in their apartment
eating burgers and watching movies.
Since that time, on how many occasions have you seen and interacted with Johnny Depp from that very first time on movie night?
I couldn't even speculate the number of. It's not that it was infrequent so much as it was sporadic and honestly for a large portion of it fairly casual. Not the kind of thing where you would just count the number of times. It was regular.
I hear an echo.
Various periods of time.
Well, your counsel is not going to let you speculate, but I'm going to ask you to get a range. Is it more than 10 times?
Yes.
More than 50 times?
Yes.
From the time that you first met Mr. Depp on movie night until this very moment sitting here today, have you ever seen Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard?
No.
Have you ever seen him throw a telephone at her?
No.
Have you ever seen him hit her with a fist?
No.
Have you ever lived at a building located at 849 South Broadway in Los Angeles known as the Eastern Columbia Building?
Correct.
Did you live in the condo known as Penthouse 1?
Correct.
With whom did you live in Penthouse 1?
Raquel Pennington.
From when to when did you live in Penthouse 1 with Rocky Pennington?
Again, my memory is a little bit foggy of exact dates. You'll have to bear with me a minute here. So while I was a frequent guest, I didn't actually live there until I want to say about October or November of 2015.
Was Rocky already living in Penthouse 1 when you started visiting and ultimately moved in there?
Yes.
Did Ms. Pennington move into Penthouse 1 in or about June of 2014?
I couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I believe it's around that time frame.
Who owned Penthouse 1 at the time?
Johnny Depp.
While you and Rocky lived together in Penthouse 1, did you or she have a key that allowed you access to all of the penthouses on that floor?
Everything except PH2, yes.
At the time, did Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard live together in PH3?
Sporadically, yes.
The key to which you and Rocky had access allowed either of you to enter PH3, correct?
Correct.
Who was in PH5 at the time?
Nobody. Nobody lived in PH5 for the entirety of our time there.
Did you or Rocky ever pay Mr. Depp any rent to live in PH1?
Offered and refused.
Did you consider the refusal of your offer to be a generous gesture by Mr. Depp?
Exceedingly.
In your experience, is Mr. Depp generally generous to his friends?
Yes.
Is he generous to people generally?
Yes.
Did Mr. Depp own Penthouse 5?
Yes.
Would your key have opened Penthouse 5?
Yes.
When you and Rocky were living here in Penthouse 1, did you ever notice that there were security personnel standing outside the door of Penthouse 3 when Mr. Depp was in Penthouse 3?
Not normally, no.
Did you ever see the security personnel standing outside of his door?
On very rare occasion. Normally they were in a storage room off to the side of PH5.
Moving aside from Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge, while you stayed at the East Columbia building, did you come to know any of the employees of the building?
Casually.
Who is Trinity Esparza?
She was one of the front desk people.
Did you have communications with her?
In the course of living there, yes.
Did you find her to be pleasant?
No.
How was she unpleasant?
She was not particularly polite or accommodating to me or Raquel or any of Amber's friends. I wasn't there specifically, but I heard similar things from Amber and her interactions with her as well throughout the course of our time there.
While you lived in Penthouse 1, did you have the opportunity to interact often with Amber Heard?
Yes.
Did you and Rocky see Ms. Heard frequently?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drinking alcohol?
Yes.
Did you ever see her drink to excess?
Yes.
Did you observe Amber Heard during her wedding to Mr. Depp at the Bahamas?
Yes.
Was she intoxicated at any time during the wedding weekend?
Yes.
Uh,
As were we all.
Did you ever hear at any time Amber Heard yell at Mr. Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I couldn't tell you the number of occasions.
Did you ever see her strike Mr. Depp?
No.
Did you and Rocky ever discuss the relationship between Amber Heard and Johnny Depp?
Yes.
On how many occasions?
Honestly, probably hundreds, if not thousands.
Mr. Drew, moving to April 21, 2016, do you recall that there was to have been a birthday celebration that night?
Yes.
Was that Amber Heard's birthday?
Yes.
Do you recall which birthday it was for her, how old she was?
It was her 30th. I catered it.
What do you recall about that evening?
I recall it was held in PH5. Johnny was hours late. And Amber spent the better part of the evening making excuses for him. And he came very obviously intoxicated and put on a show for everybody. And when the party was over, or we left, cleaned up, and the next morning we heard about what had transpired after the fact.
So Johnny was supposed to have attended the dinner, correct?
Correct.
And at what time did the dinner begin?
I don't recall.
You and Rocky were guests at the dinner?
Correct.
Who else was invited to the dinner?
Again, you'll have to forgive me. It was quite some time ago. I remember Amber's friend Brandon being there. Amber's friend Iggy, a rabbi. I want to say that Whitney was there as well. To be very honest, I can't say with specificity whom else was there.
When you say Whitney, are you referring to Whitney Heard?
Correct.
Is Whitney Heard Amber's younger sister?
Correct.
Putting aside the state or condition in which Johnny arrived, do you recall sitting here today approximately when Johnny arrived for dinner?
I really couldn't tell you with any specificity, but I can say it was quite a few hours after the party had started.
Did he provide any excuse or explanation to the group as to why he was late?
No.
Putting aside Mr. Depp's intake of alcohol that evening, had Miss Heard been drinking before Mr. Depp arrived?
Yes.
Do you know how much?
Couldn't tell you.
Did she seem intoxicated at any time during the evening?
Yes.
Did you see Amber Heard the next morning, April 22nd, 2016?
I believe so, yes.
Did you notice any marks on her face or elsewhere that morning?
I don't recall.
That morning, April 22nd, did you and Ms. Pennington and Amber Heard drive together to Coachella?
They did. I did not.
Are you still in contact with Amber Heard?
Sporadically, yes.
And just to be clear, and I'm sorry to jump around, when you say strike that, are you say sporadically? How frequently you're in contact with her?
We didn't speak for about 2 years following my divorce, and she reached out to me to make amends about, I want to say about 2 months ago, if memory serves.
I'm going to come back to that. When you said you don't recall seeing marks on the morning of April 22nd, is that because you didn't see any marks on Miss Heard, or you didn't see her at all that morning?
I honestly don't recall the state of her the next morning. If memory serves, it was, but that the girls were hustling to get everything together to go out to Coachella. So it was a pretty frantic morning. I I couldn't say with any specificity whether I interacted with her that morning before they departed.
And Mr. Drew, you said that Ms. Heard reached out to you. When did she reach out to you?
Sometime in the last 2 months.
What did she say when she reached out to you?
To paraphrase, it was something akin to letting me know that, you know, her and Raquel hadn't spoken in some time, and to tell me that she loved me and that she missed me and she just wanted to make amends. And, you know.
Did she mention anything about this lawsuit?
Not in the initial interaction.
How did you respond to her in this initial interaction when she said she wanted to make amends?
I didn't for some time. I think I waited about a week and a half before I responded. And before I could, I did get a note from her letting me know that she had tried to keep me out of it. But more than likely, people were going to be contacting me either about being deposed or a statement of some kind. There was nothing explicit about whom it would be coming from, whether it was from Johnny's side or from her side, only that somebody would more than likely be reaching out to me.
And when you had a glass of wine, again, only lawyers remember these things, but do you recall approximately when you had a glass of wine with her?
Probably about 5 or 6 weeks ago. Oh, I'm sorry, it would be longer than that. Probably about 2 months ago.
Mr. Drew, let's please change subjects and move to the evening of May 21, 2016, which you had referenced previously. Was Mr. Depp at the condo at the East Columbia building that day prior to the evening?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you see him arriving at the condo that night?
No.
Did you see Mr. Bett and Mr. Judge that evening?
Yes.
When did you first see them?
I saw them when he ordered them to open the door to PH5 following the incident.
When you say he, to whom are you referring?
Johnny.
Did you ever see them that night somewhere outside the door of PH3?
No.
Do you know whether she received a text from Amber Heard at 8:06 p.m.?
I can't certify the time, but the text message itself and the receipt, yes.
Were you with Rocky when she received that text?
Yes.
Wasn't she already in Penthouse 3 as of 8:06 p.m.?
When she received the text, she was not in Penthouse 3. She was in Penthouse 5 with me. But again, I can't recall with specificity the exact time of these events.
Any time, including that night, did you ever see Mr. Depp strike Rocky Pennington?
No.
That evening, did you see Mr. Depp smash bottles of wine?
No.
Did you see him break furniture?
No.
Did you see him kick a hole through a solid door?
No.
Do you recall when Mr. Depp, Mr. Bett, and Mr. Judge left the building that night?
If we're presuming that that text was received from Raquel at 8:06, they had left the building within 30 minutes, to my recollection.
So it would be approximately sometime around 8:30, 8:29?
Thereabouts, but I don't recall specifically.
What else do you remember about the events of the evening of May 21?
I mean, I can tell you contemporaneously from the start if there's something specific you'd like me to expound on.
Who is Officer Melissa Science?
My understanding, it was the name of the Latina officer that first responded with her partner.
When did she arrive at the scene, if you recall?
Vaguely, I remember them arriving about 45 minutes to an hour after Johnny had left. But again, exact times I'm a little foggy.
Going back to the Latina officer, was there another officer with her?
Yes, there was a bald gentleman, white.
With which officer, if any, did you speak that night?
Both.
What did you say to them, if you recall?
When they arrived, I greeted them at the door. I walked them through PH3 to show them the damage, show them the broken glass. They had already walked through the hallway over the gigantic wine stain throughout the entire hallway. I took them through PH3, like I said, to show them the damage. I took them back out of the hallway, showed them the dent in the door shaped like the bottom of a wine bottle in PH1, took them into PH5 to see broken picture frames, smashed glass, Raquel's jewelry and things like that strewn about the apartment. And then I brought them back to PH3, at which point they separated. The Latino officer pulled Amber aside specifically to speak to her one-on-one. The door was closed. I was outside with the other officer. So I can't say with any specificity what happened inside. I don't know whether anybody was in earshot. I don't know whether everybody else was around. They told me specifically it was one-on-one. And I was outside the door with the male officer. And specifically, my communication with him was asking what, if anything, could be done, because we were obviously upset. And his comment to me specifically was, there's damage in these apartments. Her face is red. If she wants to file a report, we have enough here to go pick him up.
But you've never seen Johnny hit Amber.
That's correct. And I've affirmed it to everybody that I've spoken to. I've been explicit about that.
And you've never seen Johnny hit any woman.
Correct.
Do you recall having a conversation with Rocky and Amber after Mr. Depp and his security personnel left the building, but before Officer Science and Officer Haddon arrived?
Yes.
Tell us about that.
You'll have to forgive me again. My memory of the exact sequence of events, that transpired after all this is a little foggy. If memory serves, Amber was damn near catatonic after all this. We had gotten her into PH1 so we could deadbolt the door and keep her safe until he left. A few minutes thereafter, I had gotten a little bit of a rundown from Raquel over what had transpired. Raquel got her to call her lawyer, Samantha Spector, to find out what to do. And if memory serves, Samantha's recommendation was that we immediately put together a contemporaneous, matter-of-fact statement together of what had transpired that night. And that ultimately was up to Amber as to what she wanted to do with the police or whatever it may be.
Are you aware that Amber Heard spoke to Officer Science and Officer Haddon that evening?
Yes.
Were you present when she was speaking to them?
No.
Did Amber file the complaint that night?
No.
Did the police arrest Mr. Depp?
No.
Did they issue a warrant for his arrest?
Not that I'm aware of.
Mr. Drew, let's turn for the moment to May 22nd, 2016. Did you see Ms. Heard at all that day?
Yes.
When did you see her?
At various points throughout the day. If memory serves, Raquel had committed to a jewelry show somewhere, I want to say it was downtown, I might be mistaken, it might have been out in Venice, somewhere in Los Angeles. So she was out most of the day. So I cleared my schedule to be able to be there should Amber need anything. If memory serves, either her attorney or somebody in her group had a friend come over with a locksmith to change the locks just to be safe. And I was there to make sure that happened and just, like I said, be there for Amber should she need anything, just so she wasn't alone.
When you saw Amber on May 22nd, you don't know whether it was the morning or the afternoon. Is that right?
It was sporadic throughout the day. I think it was some point late morning and throughout the afternoon.
When you first saw her, did you notice any marks on her face?
Yes.
Describe the marks, please.
To be very honest with you, I don't actually remember which side of her face it was, but I do distinctly remember there being a red mark and a small bruise on her cheekbone and red marks just above her eyebrow and to the right side or to the side of her eyebrow.
Did you see any swelling?
A little bit.
Can you remember anything else? Did you see marks anywhere else other than the ones you've described?
No.
Did you ever notice anyone visiting Amber Heard at night while Mr. Depp was away?
During the time that I was living there?
Yes.
Yes.
On how many occasions?
I wouldn't even be able to estimate.
Was it more than 10?
Yes.
Was it more than 20?
Yes.
Was it more than 30?
Yes.
Was it more than 50?
Again, I can't really speculate. I was there for quite some time.
When did that first occur?
I mean, I'm not privy to her comings and goings, and she had other friends than us that were coming to see her. So.
And again, to be specific, I'm just talking about visitors at night when Mr. Depp was away.
Again, I can't say with any specificity.
When did that first happen that you were aware of?
I mean, I would say pretty early on, but again, there's no context to it. The other consideration that I would say is that the hallway between all of these penthouses was public right of way going to the pool. So my understanding of people coming and going, it might have been the public, it might have been residents, or no, sorry, not public, it might have been residents in the building. I can't really say with any specificity.
Who was Elon Musk?
Elon Musk was a gentleman that Amber dated intermittently following the restraining order.
When did can you recognize Elon Musk?
Yes.
When did you first see Elon Musk at Penthouse 3?
I'm not quite clear exactly, but I want to say it was about 3 to 4 weeks after the restraining order was filed.
But while Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were still married, correct?
Yes.
After May 22nd, 2016, did you ever see any marks on Ms. Heard?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Would you please describe, as far as you can remember, what cleanup efforts were undertaken and by whom?
Well, myself. In Penthouse 3, there was a number of pieces of broken glass and items strewed about the counters and the floor in the kitchen. Only in the kitchen, sort of around the kitchen island. In the hallway outside of the penthouses was quite a bit of spilled wine. I don't believe we dealt with that at all. And then in PH5, all of Raquel's things had been strewn about pretty dramatically. So we did our best to sort of put that back together and pack everything back up. And there were, things like piles of books and picture frames were broken, or piles of books were strewn about and picture frames were broken and things like that. We just picked the glass up off the floor so the dogs didn't get hurt. And I think we left everything else for the time being.
Did you actually see who strewn about? That's not the right verb, but did you actually see the person who threw her clothes around?
I didn't witness firsthand any destruction of any kind.
Are you aware that Ms. Heard alleged that Mr. Depp hit her on or about December 15th?
Yes.
What, if anything, do you know about that incident?
So my recollection of that is Raquel and I had come back to the penthouses from where I don't recall specifically, sometime, I want to say late afternoon, early evening. And Raquel was supposed to meet with Amber as soon as they came back. Amber had not been responding to her text messages for some time. So we let ourselves into PH3 together to go check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came in, the kitchen was completely, I wouldn't say it's trashed, but it was out of order enough for something to be off. And then when we turned the corner on the section of counter next to the kitchen sink, there was something written on the counter, and I don't know, I can't remember what material it was. And to be honest, I can't actually recall exactly what was written. It was something very, very weird, like all is such a fraud or something akin to that.
You never saw Mr. Depp strike Amber Heard on or about December 15, 2015, no. Correct?
Correct.
Did you see Miss Heard that night?
Yes.
Did you notice any bruising or other signs of injury?
Yes, pretty significant.
What did you observe?
I noticed specifically she had pretty significant bruising on the inside of both eye sockets, kind of extending down the bridge of her nose, and her forehead was red.
But you have no first-hand knowledge of how that injury occurred.
That's correct.
Are you aware that she made Amber Heard made a television appearance the next day?
Yes.
Do you ever see Mr. Depp take drugs, either prescription drugs or drugs that were not by prescription?
Yes.
How many times?
I can't speculate on the number of times, to be honest.
There was some questioning before where people were asking you about emphasizing how many times. Is it fair to say more than 10 times?
Yes.
Fair to say more than 20 times?
Yes. But to be very honest with you, he was also a very private person, and a lot of that behavior was done in private. I didn't witness a lot of it.
Did you ever hear Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
Yes.
Can you tell me when you recall that and what happened?
I can't say with any specificity the number of times. There was one incident specifically that I do recall. Myself and Raquel were vacationing in France with the two of them, and we were staying separately, separate houses, and the two of them were having a very, very loud argument with one another, screaming at each other that we could hear through the walls.
How long do you recall approximately that yelling lasted for?
I want to say that I witnessed personally, maybe 30 minutes.
Did Mr. Depp often wear heavy rings that you noticed on his fingers?
Yes.
More than one?
Yes.
And were they large? Is that fair to say?
If memory serves, yes.
December 15, 2015, Los Angeles, California, which is the next page. And you'll see in paragraph 23, in case it refreshes your recollection, there's a specific reference to Rocky. What knowledge do you have about this incident?
Specifically, coming home, I want to say late afternoon, early evening, it was myself and Raquel. Melanie was not present. Amber had not been responding to Raquel for some time. They were supposed to hang out, the three of them. So we let ourselves into PH3 to check on her and make sure everything was okay. When we came inside, the kitchen and the dining table were a mess. Like the kitchen island area, things were strewn about outside of the norm. And there was something written on the counter adjacent to the kitchen sink, like I stated previously, something like always such a fraud or something in that vein. We realized something was off right away. Raquel told me to go back to our place and then booked it upstairs. I didn't hear from her for about 10, 15 minutes, which I was obviously concerned about.
The incident you just testified about, you talked about the kitchen being, with Mr. Chu, about the kitchen being a mess on one incident. Is this the same incident you were referencing?
Correct.
Okay. So I think you testified that when you came and you saw some writing in the kitchen. I've showed you a document, which is a photograph that we've marked as Drew 10, and asked you if that's what you were referring to earlier.
Yes.
And did you come to learn, Mr. Drew, who had written this language? Is this the kitchen? Withdrawn. Is this the kitchen counter?
It's the kitchen counter next to the kitchen sink.
And this is in the apartment of Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp?
PH3.
And did you come to learn who had written these words on the kitchen counter?
I'm sure there'll be an objection to this response, but I knew it's his handwriting.
When you use the preposition his in that answer, you meant Mr. Depp?
Correct.
And why, and are you saying that you recognized at the time that it was his handwriting?
Correct.
And how were you able to recognize Mr. Depp's handwriting?
He has a very unique mode of penmanship.
And you had seen that mode of penmanship previously?
Many times.
Can you read what is written on the countertop in Drew 10?
Why be a fraud? All is such bullshit.
Is this Drew 10 an accurate photograph of what you recall seeing that day?
To my recollection, yes.
Was anything else written on the countertop?
Not that I remember.
When you saw when you came into the apartment and saw the mess in the kitchen and saw these words written on the countertop, were you concerned?
Immediately.
And what were you concerned about?
that something very, very bad had happened.
And that's in part because you assumed immediately that Mr. Depp had written these words?
Yes.
Can you read, and you read into the record what it says? Could just correct me if I'm wrong. That little kind of red thing there in the top right-hand corner of the photograph, do you recall, is that a lipstick? Part of a lipstick?
Couldn't tell you.
At the time, did you have any idea of what this was written in? Do you recall?
Looking at it, I can answer. I don't recall from the time, so I'm going to say no.
And I take it, Mr. Drew, you didn't take this photograph?
No.
Do you know if Rocky did?
I don't know.
And when you say you were concerned that something very bad had happened, what do you mean by that?
You walk into somebody's house and it looks like they vandalized it and things are amiss, or if things are strewn about, it doesn't portend anything good.
Did you go anywhere else in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's apartment other than the kitchen that day?
The living room later.
So, again, to the best of your recollection, I understand it's a long time ago, and I understand these aren't exactly happy memories, but can you tell me chronologically what happened? You let yourself into the apartment, you saw this. Just tell me the story again, to the best of your recollection of what happened when.
How I remember it is that like I said, we came home late afternoon, early evening, hadn't heard from Amber in some time, which was out of character for her. Let ourselves in to go check, saw that written on the counter, saw the kitchen amiss. Raquel looked at me and said specifically, go back to our place. I'm going to go check on her, bolted upstairs. I was sitting over in PH1 in our apartment waiting, and I heard from her. Again, I don't remember exactly. I want to say it was about 10 or 15 minutes later. I really don't remember what my response was. I don't remember what transpired after that, other than there was some time that she was over there. I don't remember when or even if Melanie came over at any point during that evening.
What do you recall about that?
And I remember it specifically because she had pretty significant visible facial injuries and didn't know if she was going to be in a state to do it, or didn't know whether she was even going to have the physical appearance to be able to do it.
And when you say these things, first of all, she in those statements is Amber Heard, correct?
Yes.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face that day?
Yes.
Do you have good vision?
I didn't have glasses and I didn't need them then, so yes.
So I'm handing you a document that was marked as 211. You can see from the top page it was attached to Ms. Heard's affidavit. Declaration is Exhibit 13. And I want you to look at the photos of Ms. Heard's face and tell the jury, Mr. Drew, if those were consistent with what you observed on her face that day.
It is. I was with Raquel when she took the pictures.
And the pictures were taken on Raquel's iPhone or photo camera?
To my recollection, yes, they could have been taken on Amber's phone, so there wouldn't be any potential accusation of bias or anything like that.
And you described earlier to Mr. Chu that there was, as I recall, kind of color under both of her eyes.
Yes.
And I say her, I mean Ms. Heard. If you look at the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 photo, this one, so I'm going to hold it up.
Yes.
Did you personally observe that day this injury on Ms. Heard's face
I did.
in December 2015?
I did.
And you said before you were there when Ms. Pennington was taking the photos?
Yes.
There's a couple more photos in there. It looks like there's a busted lip. See those photos?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that personally on Ms. Heard's face that day?
Honestly, I don't remember without looking at this photo, so I'm more comfortable saying I don't know.
Mr. Drew, were you there? Do you just to refresh your recollection? You were there when all of these photos were taken, or just the photos of the face?
I can't say definitively.
But there's some photos you were there for that are here.
Correct.
But at least some of the photos in Drew 11, you recall being there and personally observing Ms. Pennington take them.
Correct.
And are you aware of any efforts by Rocky or anyone else to manipulate the photos that were taken that day with Photoshop or any other method of changing a photograph?
If I had any knowledge of that or even suspected it, this would be a very different interview.
It's a deposition, but yes.
Or a very different deposition, whatever.
I'm gonna turn now to the incident on April 21, 2016, in connection with Ms. Heard's birthday party. I guess it was her 30th birthday party. What I'd like, if you can, Mr. Drew, is for you to tell me in your own words, again, separate and apart from anything that's in Ms. Heard's declaration, what you recall happening that day and what you did, saw, and observed.
So if memory serves, it was Amber's 30th birthday. She wanted to have a dinner party at the apartments, just close friends, and I offered to cook dinner for everybody. There had been some mention that he had appointments or he had some things, and that he would be there and so on and so forth. I really don't recall specifically who the appointments with, what they were for, what time they were, and anything like that. Quite frankly, any talk of schedule with either Amber or Johnny was pretty much moot, to be very honest. Everybody arrived. We were I think we waited for a little bit of time, expecting him to show up. And at a certain point, I don't know who made the decision. There's like, let's sit down, have dinner. He'll get here whenever he gets here. And we had the party in PH5. We sat outside. I want to say he showed up not towards the end of the evening, but pretty close to. Again, this is just my observation, but it appeared that he was inebriated in some way. I won't say whether he'd been drinking on pills or whatever it was, but it did have the appearance that he was inebriated in some way. She did not react to it.
She being
Amber, yeah, played nice. He sat down, and honestly, the rest of the evening was quite pleasant. He does what he always does when he comes and sits down at dinner, is put on a show and connect with everybody and, be entertaining and be pleasant and polite, and her the same thing. You would have never known that there was an issue. And then I didn't hear anything until the next morning. And I knew that there was a scramble. The girls were leaving the next day for Coachella, which I did not attend with. But all I knew was that they had gotten in a pretty big argument. But because of the rush to get out that day, I didn't really get too many stories about it.
You cooked the dinner that night?
Correct.
What'd you cook?
Oh, I don't remember that. Actually, I do remember.
What'd you cook?
I made tacos, actually. Don't ask me why I remember what I made, but I did. Amber wanted Mexican food, so I did a big Mexican script.
When you say that when Mr. Depp walked in, he appeared inebriated, do you recall, was he swaying? Was his voice, his words slurred? What do you recall?
Because I had come to know him pretty well at that point, he was pretty good at hiding it with people who didn't know him all that well. But you could sort of see that if you spend enough time around with him, you could see the little ticks, slurring his words a little bit extra, swaying, being a little bit more discombobulated, and being a little bit more, what's the word? Like just gregarious and loose. It's not his normal mode.
Okay, I hate to go back into what I'm going to refer to as the poop incident. I think you testified earlier that you observed on a number of occasions dog poop or dog pee in Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's apartment. Is that correct?
In perpetuity.
When you say in perpetuity, what do you mean?
It's pretty much constant. I've cleaned up my fair share in that apartment.
And I think you testified that the dogs weren't trained to only poop on the sidewalk.
They weren't trained at all. They had their run, and they'd be left at home for large portions of the day sometimes. And if there was nobody there to take care of them, And at some point, there was pee and poop on everything: couches, sofas, chairs, the bed, you name it.
So let's go to the May 21 incident, which is covered on pages 10 through 13. This is from Drew 7. Again, same thing that we did for April 21. I would like it, Mr. Drew, if you could just tell me the story of your role, what you saw, what you observed, what you did, chronologically in connection with this incident.
I don't remember what day of the week it was. It was either a Friday or Saturday. I want to say it was a Saturday because I was not in the office. Raquel had her first jewelry show the next day, and the plan was for her and her friend Liz, who would come over to help her specifically get set up for this. Amber was around. They were going to sit in PH5 and do yoga and paint and make necklaces and things like that. And I was sort of in and out most of the day, hanging out with them. And pretty rapidly thereafter, I don't think it was more than like 10 or 15 minutes before I heard a door open in the hallway. And a couple seconds later, I heard a really, really loud slam, which I later learned was a wine bottle being smashed into our door, PH1. And then I heard keys jingling and Johnny shouting at one of his security to open this. Is it all right if I swear? I mean, I'm telling you here. That's okay.
You should say the words exactly as they were said.
As I remember, he said, "Open this fucking door, get me in here." And he came in, caught eyes with me right away, and beeline for me, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face. I walked calmly to leave, realized that I'd forgotten my keys and the dog, so I turned around and walked back to go get both. He stayed and followed with me, walking, pacing, screaming, cursing, spitting in my face, and I left calmly. At that point, Liz was still in the apartment, and the last look I saw of her is that she bolted around the corner and went upstairs to hide from him.
Had Mr. Depp ever done this to you before?
No.
Did he? How close was he to you when he was when he entered your apartment and was screaming at you?
Close enough for it to be aggressive.
Within a foot?
Yes.
And you said that you originally heard him say, open the fucking door. When he was spitting and screaming at you, what do you recall him saying?
Couldn't tell you. Honestly, it sounded like gibberish. At that point, I don't think I was really hearing anything. It was just, how can I get the hell out of here without something else happening? Because quite frankly, even though he's standing there in front of my face, he's also got, 2 bodyguards right there with him that are bigger than me. What's really going to happen here?
What were you feeling when this was going on? I'm trying to.
I mean, I don't think, honestly, I didn't feel threatened. I'll say that flat out. It seemed really, really silly. I wasn't really surprised. I just wanted to get out and make sure that the girls were okay.
And sometimes you can say someone's spitting at you because they're like performing on a stage and
He wasn't like actively spitting in my face. It was just the nature of how close he was and the way in which he was acting.
Okay. So you go get your keys. You guys have your own dog, I take it?
Yes.
You got your dog. You go out. What happens next?
I walked out of the hallway, and to be very, very candid, I don't remember in this instance whether I went to PH3 to go check on them or whether I went into PH1. The sequence of events after that as to when I actually got to Raquel and Amber or whether they came to me, I really don't remember that sequence of events offhand. I couldn't tell you.
So when you got to Raquel and Amber, what did you observe?
I remember first speaking to them specifically in PH1 in our place, but how it is we got there, I don't remember. I remember deadbolting the door, and Amber was like catatonic. She was just like 1,000 yards there, just done. And Raquel was like trying to calm down herself. And I was like, what the fuck just happened? And she started to recount a little bit, and I went right out the door and started banging on the door to do something regrettable. He was already gone at that point.
Just so I understand that you banged on the door.
PH5.
I'm going to go to Drew 1, if you don't mind. Your incredible architectural drawing, Mr. Drew. So tell me where you are, where he was, where you went.
I was in here. when Johnny came in. Doors right here.
The witness should reflect, I mean, the record should reflect the witness putting to PH5.
Door was right there. This is in PH5. The living room's a little bit larger. I came out of the door to PH1, right smack in the middle. And I went back, started banging on the door to PH5, assuming he was still in there, but they were already gone.
So what sparked you to go back to try to go after Mr. Depp was hearing from Rocky that Mr. Depp had pushed her.
Correct.
As opposed to Ms. Hurd.
Correct.
By the time you got over there, he had already left.
Yes.
You said that Amber, when you saw them, that Amber and Rocky, I think you said Amber seemed catatonic.
Yeah, she was just a ghost.
How did Rocky seem?
From what I remember, sort of like when somebody's coming down from an adrenaline rush, she was just sort of like, she didn't really know what to do. Couldn't sit still, just sort of standing there and shaking.
So after you had gone to try to find Johnny, he already left. What happened next?
I went right back to the girls to make sure that they were okay after my own little selfish outburst.
And they were at that point still in your apartment?
They were still in my apartment. I came in. Amber had started to come out of it a little bit. Raquel had started to calm down a little bit. I started to get a little bit of information as to what happened. The thing I remember most distinctly was that Amber had Johnny's cell phone in her hand, so I took it from her.
And when did you first learn about the police?
We were in PH1. I believe at that point when I came back upstairs, Amber was already on the phone with her attorney. We went back to go take pictures of all the damage, took pictures of the wine stain in the home.
Is that the first time you saw the damage in her place, or had you already seen it in kind of the back and forth?
Again, I'm a little foggy on that. I can't say definitively whether I'd seen it before or whether that was when I saw it for the first time. So we took her back to PH3. We took photos of the damage inside. And I want to say the first responders came pretty shortly thereafter. Maybe, again, I'm really guessing here. I want to say 20 or 30 minutes at the most.
The first set of police officers who were there, how long do you recall them staying?
Maybe 15 minutes. I was asked to greet the officers specifically because Amber didn't want to file a report, and I said that I would speak to them to see if I could, get them to leave, say that everything's okay, even though we all knew that there was no way they could do that. I told her that I would go and greet them first.
Okay, so two questions. Why did you know that there was no way they could do that? Let me ask you that question first.
Survivor of domestic violence myself.
What was your understanding of why she didn't want him?
She was still protecting him.
What else, if anything, Mr. Drew, do you remember either the female Hispanic police officer or the Caucasian gentleman saying that even?
I remember I was the one who walked them through PH3 where the original incident had occurred. I showed them the broken glass. They had already walked over the wine stain in the hallway, or the big spill of wine, and I showed them the bolt in the door. You could see looked like the bottom of a wine bottle. I took them into PH5 and showed them through. Their communication to me throughout was me just pointing things out to them. The Caucasian police officer pulled me outside solo. I can't say what happened internally, so I don't know whether anybody was in earshot, whether it was just Amber and the officer having a one-on-one, or whether there was anybody else around them. I don't know what was said either, specifically outside of what I might have heard secondhand, which has already been talked about ad nauseum.
You have in front of you, Mr. Drew, a series of photographs that we've marked as Drew 13. And I think I'm just going to take you through them one by one, if that's okay with you. And I'm going to ask you if you remember, if you can tell me what these photos are.
These are photos taken of her the night of the incident.
Who took the photos?
Some were taken by me, some were taken by Raquel.
And when you say the night of the incident,
May 21.
and are you sitting here today, can you distinguish which were taken by you and which were taken by?
No.
Were you present when they were all taken?
I can't say that definitively.
Okay. Were you present when photos were taken of Ms. Hurd's face, like you see on the first page of this?
Yes.
And is this image of Ms. Hurd's face on May 21 consistent with your recollection of what her face looked like?
Yes.
And am I correct that unlike, it's a little hard to see because there's shadow on the right, but unlike the prior incident that we looked at where there were photos, here the injury looks like it's mostly on one side.
Correct.
Let's look at the next photo. Tell me if you can remember, if you can identify what that is.
These are pictures pulled off the wall and placed onto their bed in their bedroom.
Let's go to the next photo where it's clearer. Do you recall seeing this on the night of May 21?
Yes, this is on the column in PH5 going up the stairs.
And there, the glass on the pictures were shattered.
Yes.
Starting with the first photo of Ms. Heard's face, is that what Ms. Heard's face looked like when the police arrived?
Yes.
With the next photo of the pictures on the bed and the broken picture frame on the wall, did you show these you personally show these to the first group of police officers that night?
Honestly, this one, I really can't say whether I did show them to the officers. I don't recall this.
It's just so the record is clear, you're pointing to the photos on the bed.
Correct.
What about the photos on the wall?
The third photo, yes, I showed them personally.
For the photos on the wall, you had been in the apartment prior to this.
Yes.
Was the glass broken when you had last been in the apartment? Okay. Go to the next one.
This is broken glass. I believe this is from the landing directly beneath the photo shown in the third photo.
And it's a landing on a staircase?
Yes.
Did you show, was that photo taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Did you show that glass to the police officers who came, the first group of police officers who came that night?
Yes, I did.
Next photo. I take it even I can figure that out. That's the stairway, I think. And that photo was again taken by either you or Rocky?
Correct.
Was the broken glass on the stairway depicted in this photograph shown to the first group of police officers that night?
Yes, it was.
What's the next photo?
This is the hallway where there would have been spilled wine right outside the door of PH1.
And do you see spilled wine in this photo?
Yes.
Can you indicate for the record where that is?
Here and here and here.
He's pointing to the sort of middle of the photograph on the right side, on the floor, on the stripes.
And was this a photograph taken by either you or your then wife?
Yes.
And did the police officers, the first group of police officers who came, see this on that evening?
They would have walked through it before they even got to the door.
But that's not something you showed them?
No.
Last photo in the series? Can you tell me what that is?
That is a wine bottle and spilled wine on the floor.
Is this a photo that was taken by either you or Rocky?
Yes.
Is this something that you showed the first group of police officers that evening?
Yes.
Which apartment is this in?
I believe this is in PH5.
Which room?
In the living room.
As I asked with the other series of photos that we saw, first of all, are you aware of anyone who made any efforts to Photoshop or otherwise manipulate these photos to make the incident and the circumstances look worse than they were?
Not to my knowledge.
Did you have any understanding that evening that looking at the first photo of Ms. Heard's face that anyone had somehow put makeup on her face to make it look like she had an injury under her eye?
No.
With respect to these photographs generally that we've looked at in Drew 13, was there any effort to stage the photographs in any way?
Absolutely not.
And do you know how the photographs got ultimately to Ms. Heard?
I do not.
So I think you testified earlier with Mr. Chu, Mr. Drew, so I'm rhyming here, that you were in contact in the building with Ms. Heard on the day of May 22nd.
Yes.
And I'll represent to you that the photos in Drew 14 were taken on that day. Seen here today, do you know who took these photos?
We're talking about the two I have in front of me right
Yes.
now.
Yeah.
It was either me or Raquel.
Is this consistent with your recollection of how Ms. Heard looked the next day on May 22nd?
Objection,
Yes.
lack of.
Did you see Ms. Heard's face on May 22nd?
Yes.
Did you or your ex-wife take photos of Ms. Heard's face on that day?
Yes, to my recollection.
And similar to questions I've asked in the past, was any effort made to stage those photos in any way?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any effort made to put makeup on Ms. Heard's face to make the injuries look redder or more serious?
Not to my knowledge, no.
Was any manipulation of the photos done, either using Photoshop or any other similar method?
Not to my knowledge, no.
I'm showing you a document that's been marked as Drew 18. I'm directing your attention to the photos there and asking if you can identify where these photos were taken.
The photo on the first page, honestly, I'm not sure. I don't really remember which stairwell this was from which penthouse.
Each penthouse had a stairwell.
Yes.
Next one.
Both of these photos are taken from PH5 where Amber's closet was located, or what Amber used as her closet, I should say.
Next page, same thing, Amber's closet.
Same thing.
Next page, at least the top one.
Top one, same.
Bottom photo on that page.
Bottom photo is taken from, it looks like it's taken from the landing on the stairwell of PH5 towards the kitchen, towards the Broadway side.
And the next page just seems like similar copies. Were you ever made aware, Mr. Drew, of anyone destroying Amber Heard's closet this way?
Not to my knowledge.
Are you aware of any efforts between and among Rocky Pennington, Io Tillett, Melanie Iglesias, Elizabeth Mars, or Amanda DeCadenet to, quote, get their story straight?
Not to my knowledge.
Have you had any outreach from any of those people that I just mentioned to you to coordinate your story or your recollection or your testimony about the things you've testified here today?
No, I did receive a phone call from IO, I want to say maybe 3 months ago. That was to catch up.
And did you discuss during that phone conversation your recollection of the events that we've been discussing?
No.
You testified that the dogs were too small to climb the stairs. Is that correct? And if the dogs, in fact, were too small to climb the stairs, how would they be able to jump on the bed?
One of them was not.
So it's your testimony that one of the dogs had the ability to climb the stairs and jump on the bed, and the other had neither.
Correct.
All right. Ladies and gentlemen, that completes the testimony of that witness. So we'll go ahead and have our lunch break. Again, during our lunch break, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Thank you. We'll see you in an hour. All right, so we'll come back at 1:45 then. Is that fine? Okay, live witness at 1:45, so we'll take the TV down. Okay, all right, thank you.
All right.
let's get into this, shall we? Let's talk about this. Whoa, what happened here? Okay, get that off my screen. All right, everybody. I know some people are gonna run and go to lunch and go eat dinner and whatever you're gonna do, you could do. Anyway, look, this is my theory on the whole thing. And now that I've seen it instead of just reading it, you know, when I read it, I assumed one thing, and I think a lot of people do that. But after thinking about this today, this is what I think, and then I'll get. Are you scared of the bear? Don't be scared of the bear. The bear's friendly. The bear's friendly. I love to joke around. I love to have fun. Listen, life is too.
Who said the bear?
Life is too short not to have fun. You got to joke around once in a while. You can't. If you take everything.
Bring the bear in then.
Huh?
I ain't scared no bear.
The damn bear scared me this time. Oh, the wig? Yeah, I could go back to that later, but there's no need to impersonate Amber today. I don't know. Maybe later I'll impersonate. Tomorrow I'll do it for you guys. I'll do an Amber impersonation. Well, listen. Here's how I feel, and I'll get everybody's thoughts on this. And then when they go to the live witness, I got to go get lunch. So I'm going to wait till then. I think here's what I think. I think that obviously no one was there when all this destruction happened, right? Now Amber's their friends of Amber, right? So I think what happened was, I think Johnny left, everybody hung out, whatever, and they left, right? I think Amber trashed apartment 5. Honestly, I think she trashed apartment 5, and she said, "Oh my God, look at my face this morning." Now what she did was she probably put some crap on, you know. So she always talks about makeup anyway. She probably put some crap, and then she calls Rocky and Josh over to say, "Oh my God, look what happened," and then puts on the acting performance in front of her friends. So she grabs her friends into PH5, and they're like, "Oh my God, bring back the bear?" Sure.
Objection, lack of speculation.
So that's my co-host for this evening. So I think that they went to PH5, they took photos, and they're scared of Amber Heard. You know, they're scared of Amber, if you ask me. Just my opinion. So where's this noise coming from? Where the hell is this noise coming from? Oh, hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
Objection meeting.
Until the philosophy which owns one race superior and another.
Oh. Thank you. Since people are talking anyway, I brought this way. Thank you guys. Thank you. Oh, yeah.
Yeah, I knew I heard something. I said, "What is that noise I'm hearing?" I was shutting mics. I said, "What is going on?" That was the noise. It was they wanted to show the Johnny and Amber entering to the building. And so yeah, hey, Bob Marley blasting. Yeah, so you see some people left and they missed something. Everybody's like, "Oh, I'm just gonna leave," and then they miss something. You know, now they're gonna have to find it and rewatch it. You know, for his girlfriend, the lawyer. Yeah, maybe.
Well, there are two things I found fishy, though. One, that he mentioned that Raquel asked him to leave the apartment so she could be with Amber.
Right.
And the second one is the picture they showed of 21st of May. She took 2 pictures that day, but she's wearing 2 different necklaces.
Ah, good catch. I didn't see that.
Yes.
Good catch.
For the first picture, she has a very small necklace, and the other picture, the necklace is a bit thicker.
Oh, the rose was thrown into. Yeah, I believe that. I believe he had the window open and someone threw the rose into his car. Yeah, I believe that.
He kept thrown to his head all the time.
Yeah. Rob, I have a question for Carmen. Go ahead. If you have a question for anybody in the panel, feel free to ask. You know, feel free to ask.
Carrie, what's your question?
I'm surprised people just don't come on the stream. I mean, I have so many spots open, you know. But whatever. I'm watching while peeling potatoes. Okay. She claimed that the photos were from different days. Okay. Maybe that's why she's granted. Yeah, maybe that's why.
With the same shirt on and the same ankle? No. You cannot tell me that you wear your shirt like 4 or 5 days later. Same shirt. No.
Well, look, like I said, I know some people think they're just lying or they all got together and they all got their story straight and whatever. I mean, is it possible that Amber staged the whole thing to make her and her friends, of course, believe her because they're her friends? And, you know, which is very possible. And Amber's not only lied to Johnny in the public, but she lied to her friends. And her friends, of course, would believe it because they're like, well, we weren't there. So Amber said, you know what I'll do? I'll trash my closet because who cares, right? So then she trashes everything in the closet.
I'm sorry, Rob, but I gotta say something about Carrie. No, I do not wear a blonde wig as Goldilocks, Carrie.
That's so funny. Oh, I love it. Oh, I love it.
Carrie, my hair is not blonde, and no, I don't wear wigs. My hair is brown, blacks, brunette, and no, I don't wear.
Why does Rocky and Josh have master keys to JD's apartment? Okay, so here's my thought. Probably Amber. Listen, how did Elon Musk get a key fob to the penthouse? Amber probably just gave it to them. Probably didn't think anything of it. Or maybe she said, hey, I want you to come in just in case, you know, so she could prove her case against him. You know, remember, Amber was trying, as far as I'm concerned, Amber was trying to make her friends believe her side of the story. So she got empathy and she had people on her side. She would say, oh, Johnny always needed proof. He needed to tell somebody. Well, we all know that everything Amber has said is really what she has done. So then I'm thinking to myself, well, is it possible that Amber did this because now she wants, you know, the same theory. She said, oh, Johnny needs everybody. Maybe she needs everybody. Maybe that's why she gave the keys. Maybe that's why she staged this whole thing to get everybody, to get all these people on her side, to show belief. Look, well, Johnny's a horrible human being. He's vicious. He's violent. Look what he's done to the apartment. That's what I'm thinking. Again, just my thought. I'm not saying they're truly innocent. Maybe it is staged. Maybe they all had this planned out. Maybe they're all lying. Yes. But maybe on the other end of the spectrum, Maybe they think they're telling the truth. And maybe the reason they think they're telling the truth is because they're believing in their friend. And maybe it's their friend who set up the whole thing. Again.
Correction, Carrie. The wig, Rob wore the wig. It wasn't me. It was Rob who wear the blonde wig, not me.
See, Gillette agrees with me. Gillette says, I agree with you, Rob. Amber probably did the stage. I think so.
I heard in his testimony, he played a part in it. If you guys listen, he said when the pictures were ripped or knocked off the wall, they were laid on the bed. Laid.
Ah.
Go back and listen. He makes mistakes. Plus the police body cam, this tour he took them on, there was no cut in the police body cam. I didn't see him walking around saying, this is the glass on the floor. This is the wine right here. You had to walk through it. There was no cut in any of the body cams, and he was not taking them on a rec tour.
Right, but we don't know when these pictures were taken. These pictures could have been taken after the police left. She could have staged the whole thing, done this the next day with her friend, and then brought her friends over.
That's probably what she did.
She could have said, and what I would have said if I was her, I would have said, you know what? Nobody looked at Penthouse 5, and look at Penthouse 5, and they would have been like, oh my God, Amber, I'm so sorry. I would have believed it. I would have, if this was my friend, right? I would have been like, oh my God, I didn't even see all this. Well, apparently, this is what Johnny did because nobody went to Penthouse 5. And why would they? It's Amber's closet, right? It's just her stuff. So she probably thought, what a great idea. I'll trash this. The friends didn't see this. And then in the morning, I'll show my face like, look what happened. See? Look, it all swelled up. Look at all these marks. This wasn't here yesterday. We got to take pictures of this, right? So Rocky being a good friend and Josh Drew being, okay, I'm going to do whatever you say, babe. You know, that's, of course, that's what us guys mostly do, right? So that's what I think happened here. Again, maybe I'm wrong, but I'm not going to assume that they all got together and they said, hey, you know what? You do this, you say this, you say. I think that Amber planned this out. And I think she got her friends because those are her friends. And she's like, great. Bang, I got everybody. My friends think this happened. I made it very believable that this happened. They totally fell for it. They totally are gullible. And they believe me because I'm their friend, right? Why would I lie? That's what I think happened. I don't want to jump down Rocky and Josh Drew's face because Amber could have planned this all out and suckered everybody to get them on her side. And anybody could do that.
But you guys think about when everybody's testified, including Amber, that Johnny came into the penthouse,
right,
did his thing, and then left. But yet that wine bottle is in that hallway leading to the living room on the floor with wine spilt. But yet it's also out in the hallway, on the walls, on the floor. When did he go in and out with that bottle?
Well, did the police say they did see wine in the hallway?
They said they didn't see anything.
And then Isaac also say that he saw the wine in the hallway and asked Josh what the hell happened. And Josh said,
yeah, Isaac said that, not the police.
Okay, so Isaac, so the wine was in the hallway. Now the question is, when Isaac got there and saw it, when Johnny left, we don't have those time frames. We don't know when Isaac showed up, what time Johnny left. I would have to look at the video of when Johnny left because I'm sure it's in the elevator footage.
But sure, you know what? I saw something yesterday. I'm going to look for it and I'm going to send it to you, Rob.
But even if we see what time Johnny left, we don't know what time Isaac came in. I don't know if there was a time specified or if he would even remember that. Who would remember that? I don't think I'd remember. I would estimate, but I wouldn't say I know for sure, you know. So we're talking about the LA penthouse, Sue. That's what we're talking. We're talking about the LA penthouse. That's what we're talking about. So we're talking about what time did Johnny Depp leave? What time did Isaac Baruch come? Because he said he saw the wine on the floor.
Yes.
And then
I gotta look for that video because I saw something on YouTube about that yesterday, and I was gonna watch it, and I forgot, and I'm gonna look for it, and I'll send it to you.
I don't know. Somebody just sent this to my phone. I'm not going to say the person's name. They said about Josh Drew, and I'm just going to read what they sent me. They said, I don't know if this is a rumor or not, but I know I read it somewhere during the UK trial. Both Josh Drew and my phone had to go out that moment. And Rocky were paid out of Amber's $7 million she ripped Johnny and the charities.
Yeah.
No, again, I don't know if this person's right or not.
Months ago.
They just sent that to me, so I don't know how true that is. All right, so hold on. Let me get to your comments because everybody's writing here. So hold on.
Oh, don't go there.
Sorry, kids.
Guys, I just want to throw one more thing out there too. In the photos, Johnny had been gone for over an hour, maybe even 2. And the wine is dripping down the wall. Wine doesn't stay suspended in animation for an hour and then begin to drip down the wall. It drips immediately.
Yeah.
They did it. They spilled the wine.
They staged everything.
Well, the racks, Cam, I don't think are heavy. The racks holding clothes are very light. I don't think that those are very heavy. I think and if they're on rollers, it's easy to push. I think she could have easily pushed it and threw it down the stairs. Listen, once gravity takes over, that thing's going to fall. You don't have to lift it. If it's rolling, you just have to push. So I'm sure she could have just pushed it, and that would have been that. You know, that's what I'm thinking. Cindy says Isaac got back around 9:30, maybe 10 minutes either side. Huh.
Rob,
he did it.
Commented something in the chat. I don't know if you want to read it.
Who said what in the chat? Hold on.
Gary commented something in the chat.
Hold on.
My question is, why are they still lying for her? Why are they
because they could all get in trouble,
they
Liz.
haven't talked to her. So why are they still lying for her?
Because you can get in trouble for perjury. And remember, they have the UK statement they're all using. So if they go against what they said in the UK, well, wait a minute. So did you lie in the United Kingdom or you're lying now?
Yeah.
So they're trying to stick with their story.
And the tears. Robbie was crying.
Wait, you said Mary? I don't see a Mary here in the chat.
Gary.
Gary.
Carrie. Every time I think of Gary, I think of SpongeBob Snail. SpongeBob Snail Gary.
Right, Johnny left 2 hours ago. Right. Yet the first set of officers didn't see Johnny. Isaac came when the locks were... No, Isaac was already home. The locks were changed. That was the next day. They weren't changing the locks when Johnny left. That was the next day that they changed the locks.
Yeah.
So hold on. I'm going to try to find the footage because I have it in Johnny Depp short. I'm going to go through my videos, and I'm going to...
Okay, let me read it. Let me read the comment that she put in the chat.
Go ahead.
She wants to. Do we need to go fund to get Carmen a Goldilocks wig for her? For her to wear for the bear, really, Carrie?
Oh, that's funny.
I don't know.
Oh, I'm gonna play this because I made this song and it's a little silly. I hope you guys like it. I tried to make I tried to make it like your boy Gary. Hold on, I hope it loads. Hold on, let me try again. Hold on, I gotta try to get it to load.
I don't know. I'm not looking for it.
Hold on. All right, hold on. I'm gonna play this for you. I hope you guys enjoy it. All right, here we go. Wait, hold on. Let me skip by the other parts. You don't need to see all this. Wait, this is the wrong video. This is not it. This is not it. Oh well.
Reminder that Amber Heard.
Oh, this is not it. Stupid.
Wow, where's my bunny?
This should be it.
It really is. Really enjoyed it. So I just live streaming. You missed the bed.
Listen to me. You're going out.
Okay, here it is. This is me imitating your boy Gary. So I'm just gonna show everybody's mics. I hope you like this. This is a song I did a while ago, because Gary was on my stream quite often, and he sung the beginning song. If you saw the beginning of the live stream, so I tried to imitate him. And I hope you like. If you haven't heard this song ever, I hope you like it. It's about the trial. It's about Amber and Johnny. So I hope you enjoy this. So I'm gonna share this with you. I'm a little embarrassed, but I'm gonna share it with you anyway. I got creative, and I don't sing too well, so I call this my Johnny Depp tribute song. So I hope you guys enjoy this. Sit back, relax, get a good laugh out of it. Here we go. I'm gonna take me off the camera. Hold on.
Hey man, it's your boy Gary. Listen to me play this guitar really well. Here we go. Amber, things were great. We fell in love on the first date. Where did things go wrong? Now I'm singing this song. Amber, why'd you grab in the bed and kick her toe into my head? Amber, you are my money is what you had to gain. Blame it on Johnny, you say. It gets more tiring every day. Amber, don't be a cheapskate. You had few years to donate. Amber, why did you cheat? Then it was your sister you beat. Amber, why'd you pick the musk? You snuck him in at dusk. You slept with Franco too, but the camera caught you. I think you are on crack. Here comes Amber's Heard's attack. Severed my finger too. Take the dogs to the country of Rue. Now, Amber, don't cry. You made a protection order, but why? Amber, wait and see. You will get nothing from me. Amber, you're always on the attack. But I didn't want to fight back. Never wonder punched a wife. Why not cut me with a knife? You say don't need a dime, but you buy so much wine. Why did you not donate? Now the poor kids have to wait.
just go and leave me behind. I'm so happy that you're not mine. See you in court real soon. I will get the verdict in June. Of course, I'm going to win. People will look like you like it's a sin. Yeah, man. It's your boy Gary. I play the guitar real good. I hope you like this song. Let's go, Johnny. Sorry.
Bravo!
So it's my Johnny Depp tribute song. It's listed on the Johnny Depp playlist. You could find it. If you didn't understand some of the words, don't worry. They're all in the description, so you could read the description and sing along if you want to. Basically, I used everything that I could think of at that time that I was just learning the case, and I was like, you know what, Gary's got a good voice, and he loved when I pretended I was him. So I just thought it'd be funny, and when I sent it to him, he was hysterical. He said, "Man, this is so awesome." He loved it. So I asked him, I said, "Can I have your permission?" And he said, "Absolutely." So I put the video up, and I had to do it. So Gary's a good guy, and I hope you liked the song. I don't know if you liked it. Let me know. I don't know what your thoughts are. Yeah. I just wanted to tell you. I said, "Oh my God, I remember the song. I have to play it for everybody because I know there's a lot of new people who never heard it." So I hope you enjoyed it. That was my version of my Johnny Depp tribute song. So I hope you liked it.
I give the song a 2 thumbs up.
I hope you liked it. I thought it was fun. What happened was, it wasn't really much news that week, and I was like on the train, and I was like, so I was looking for a song that's not copyrighted, and I found a song, and I said, "Oh, this is good. A lot of guitar in it. Gary plays the guitar. I need something with a guitar in it." So I was listening to different songs. I found that beat, and I said, "Oh man, I could make a song out of this." So I just sat there.
To John.
What happened?
You should send it to John and see what he tells you.
Who? John? Who? Oh,
Johnny.
Johnny. If I know how to do it, I'd send it to him. I just don't know how to do it.
You could give it to him on Instagram, I guess.
Yeah, maybe I could. I could try. See if I don't know if he'll.
Somebody should write a song for Carmen and her bear. Me and my bear, we go to sleep.
Who said that? Come on. No bears. Bunny.
He's my bear. Don't take him away. I love my bear so much.
Maybe what I'll do is I'll play it tomorrow instead of helping Harry.
You, I don't want the bear.
Maybe I'll make a bear song. I'll come up with a
bear song.
I'm glad you guys liked it. Listen, I'm glad you guys. Gary's a great guy. He is. Gary's a great.
Me and my bear.
I wrote a remake song for Gary. Lost his email. He knows about it, but I can't. So why don't you send it to me, and I'll send it to Gary. I'll send it to him. I haven't talked to him much because he mostly works and then comes home, he falls asleep and he talks to Keely. That's what he mostly does. So I kind of leave him alone. I'm glad you guys liked it. I really hope you liked it. So as long as
I thought it was funny.
I want to do another one, but then so much news happened and this whole thing happened with the trial, and I just haven't had a chance to do all I want to do. But Carmen,
you know what? Getting all these Botox and everything, she's jealous of his daughter.
Who?
Amber is jealous of Lily Rose.
Oh yes. She was even now she's still jealous. Yeah, she's always jealous.
Well, that is the thing. Like I think 2 or 3 days back on Twitter, someone was saying that Depp fans were harassing Lily Rose.
Yeah, She keeps harassing him. She keeps trying to get more money out of him.
No,
Yeah.
someone was stating that the Depp has. So we, as Johnny supporters, were harassing his daughter.
No.
Not reacting to his trial case, which
No.
is total bullshit.
That's bullshit. But yeah, she is harassing him to the date.
She still, she probably still is. She probably
still-
still tries to text him at night.
I believe that.
All right, I'm sorry.
Yeah.
I'm trying to catch up on all your comments here. Everybody said, please catch up. I said, all right, let me just read them all.
Someone asked who was it Lola? She asked who was
Don't
singing.
make me make that pun.
Who was singing what? I was singing the song about the bear.
No bear.
We go together like tea and
Bunny.
Oh, Jesus.
Bring me bunnies, not bears. Bunnies.
You brought it. Listen, Carmen, you brought this on yourself. You kept talking about PB. You brought this on yourself.
Bunny and bear forever.
I'm glad you guys like this. I should write another song now that I have more evidence.
My Bunny and bear.
Oh, you guys really like the song. Wow, I'm really happy you liked it. This is great. I'm reading all the comments. I'm like, wow, you guys really liked it. Good. I'm glad. I should do another one.
I mean, you can do the gummy bear song.
And maybe there is the gummy. I can't play because then they go after me about it.
Yeah.
I can't play.
Oh, instead of gummy bear, make it Carmen bear.
I did put it on YouTube as a video. Wait, hold on. I'll find it again and I'll send it to you. Hold on. I'll put it here. Hold on. I'll put it here.
Bunny.
It is on YouTube, by the way. This song is on YouTube. It's on my channel.
There have been so many cool things coming out. Robert Downey Jr. reacting to a laptop, pretending he's talking to Johnny during the trial.
Yeah, that was funny. That was funny. Yeah.
Kevin Smith talking about the making of the movie Tusk and how great Johnny is.
How many hours did they are they gonna take for lunch?
Only in 1:45. They'll be back in about a half hour.
But what I understand with Robert Downey Jr. is that Depp is in his third movie, Sherlock Holmes.
Really?
What was that? Why do I keep hearing like a screeching, like a train or something? I don't know why I keep hearing that.
I don't know.
I don't know why I keep hearing that.
Don't think it was me though. Was it?
Yeah. It looks like she's
Let
gonna.
me see if I gotta find it again. Hold on, give me a minute. I'll find it.
Hey Rob, play Amber.
Play Amber? What do you mean?
Her crying. Oh, he doesn't want to look at me.
Yeah.
I stepped on the bee, now I got a pee.
Towel on your head like yesterday.
I mean, I had to be in the mood. It has to work. I can't just do it for, I have to be, it has to set the mode. I have to get that anger to do it. Right now, I'm too busy laughing to do it.
Someone made me crack up yesterday. He uploaded a picture of Amber in the bench. And then you have John Kerry.
I did an interview with Amber Heard, if you guys know that, but I did do an interview with Amber Heard.
You did?
Oh, you guys never saw my video with Amber? Okay, hold on.
We never saw it.
Okay, now, listen, ladies and gentlemen, I'm going to play my interview with Amber Heard. For those of you who have not seen this video either, it's also on YouTube. I will play it for you in its entirety. Hold on. I can't believe you guys didn't see this interview with Amber Heard.
No.
Well, maybe we don't look for Amber Heard.
Okay, hold on. Let me get the video up and running. Okay, it's up and running.
Oh God.
Okay, this is everybody. This is now my video. I also have an interview with Johnny Depp. If you want to see that. Yep, I have an interview with both of them. So here's my interview. You guys must have missed this in my Johnny Depp playlist. Here's my interview with Amber Heard. Hold on, I'm gonna keep quiet.
I can't.
Here we go. My interview with Amber Heard. Here.
Oh shit! I'm.
Hello, everyone, and welcome to Entertainment and Star Wars. Thank you. Thank you. Seriously. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. I really appreciate that from the bottom of my heart. I'm here. You're there. And today, how did little me, little channel, me nothing, little fish in the sea, get this special guest to come on right before the UK verdict? Unbelievable. You can do. I have to thank my agent, I guess, and you for you supporting me. And today, let me welcome my guest to the channel. Please give a warm welcome to Miss Amber Heard. Amber, come on in. Come on in. Hey, Amber, it's good to see you. Welcome to the show. How you doing? Welcome to the show.
Hi, thank you.
You've never been on the channel, have you?
No, I have not. This
Well,
is
thank
my
you.
first time.
So, Amber, where are you originally from?
I am from Texas, and I live in LA now. Have for the last 10 years or
Right.
so.
And what part of Texas would that be?
Austin, outside of Austin.
Amber, how would you describe yourself?
Crazy and a yeller.
Amber, I know you got the verdict coming up, and I know that's a pretty nerve-wracking, and you got the UK, you got the U.S. case coming up in May in Virginia. You got filming for Aquaman 2. Got a lot going on. So let's just cut to the chase here. We know you and Johnny have had just a nightmare of a relationship. Things didn't really work out. But 1 month that you fought so hard to marry Johnny Depp, 1 month in, you had Elon Musk.
I gotta leave.
Private entrance. He had permission, key fob, the whole nine. I did a video on this. What are your thoughts on Elon Musk?
That's my daddy. He's great. My whole life. He comes out. He's my date to all my premieres and functions, and he's on set all the time. I'm not good.
Well, that's yeah. Well, I guess you're being honest there. He's your sugar daddy. I know what you meant by daddy. You meant sugar daddy, and okay. I mean, hey, if he's that supportive and he's your date once in a while, I feel bad for Bianca. Booty, Booty over there. I thought you were dating. What do I know? Maybe you're back with Musk. Anyway. I did a video also about this. I just did it. That you beat up your sister, Amber. You beat up your sister, and we had the video. We saw the video. My last one. If you missed it, you could check the playlist. How does Whitney feel about all this? I mean, she had to be embarrassed. She protects you. She loves you. I don't. How does she feel?
I think she sees kind of like all the BS, and I think that my sister sees that and is fine, just eating popcorn in the stands and then doing her own thing.
Yeah, there is a lot of BS, and I bet she sees through it. And you've thrown a lot of BS all over the place, that's for sure. And by now, if you haven't watched all my videos, you can check out in the comment section. You can check them all out. You'll see how much BS Amber has been thrown around. So Amber, I'm sorry. I'm glad you're being honest here. You just want her in the background? I mean, that's it? Just let her eat popcorn and, enjoy your fame, and, she's just like a little puppy? Or...
Make a name for herself in a world that's not necessarily so...
Amber, if your sister, Johnny Depp, if both of them had one word, just one word that they would use to describe you, what would that be?
A bitch, a bitch, a bitch.
Amber, you were with James Franco and Elon Musk. I hope you can admit this now. Did you cheat on him?
Absolutely. Absolutely.
Amber, I did videos on how you cheated, and there's video proof of that, of you being in the elevator with Elon Musk. There was text messages. I did a video on that, and there was video footage with you and James Franco. We all know you cheated on poor Johnny while he was out filming, earning a living for you guys. Would you ever tell him what you did?
I'm not gonna tell him. I'm not gonna tell him, or else he loses his life.
Loses his life? Amber, you're saying that your whole plan was basically to make sure he was dead. So you, I got it. So you beat a widow. And poor Amber Heard, you killed him. But no one would know that because you did it in self-defense. So what you wanted him to do was to drive him insane to the point that he beat the hell out of you. You get that protection order. You keep driving him absolutely mad. So he beats you down and you kill him. But you claim you had to defend yourself. And then you get everything of his. And all the fame and fortune would become yours because everybody would see you as poor Amber Heard. Poor Amber Heard. So you'd be in movies, documentaries, books, everything. And you'd have everything that he owned because you'd be in the will. That was your whole plan this whole time, wasn't it? Unbelievable.
Good guess. Good guess.
Amber, how did you do it? How did you make Johnny stay so long after you kicked the door in his head, you severed his finger, you crapped in the bed, you brought the dogs to Australia, and you blamed the dogs for crapping the bed when it was yours. You punched him in the face, you threw pots and pans at him, and you cheated on him. How the hell did you make Johnny stay with you after doing all that?
And keep him in this trap. And I have some pretty persuasive ways of getting what I want.
Amber, did you love Johnny Depp?
No.
Johnny truly loved you. How was he with you? What would he say to you after you guys fought?
It was this like almost apologetic attitude.
Why did you do all this, Amber? Why all this fighting and this abuse? What is it? What do you enjoy? What do you get out of it?
Consistency and the travel, and I love very much the struggle that you're constantly you're constantly put in the state of fight.
Well, I want to just thank my guest, Amber Heard, for speaking the truth. Thought I'd never say that, but there it is. So I hope you guys enjoyed. I hope you hit that like, subscribe, and notification bell so I can continue to give you entertainment and Star Wars. And you hit that notification bell, you'll see the next time I drop another Johnny Depp video. I just want to thank my guest, Amber Heard, for coming on the channel. Really appreciate it. And so see you next time. Amber, you get to say goodbye to everybody, and everybody, I'll see you next time. Take care, everyone. That was my video of my interview with Amber Heard. Hope you guys.
That was awesome, Rob. I loved it.
You loved it? You loved it. I'm glad you liked it. Hold on, I got to get out of this. Oh my
I almost shot my teeth through my nose. I was laughing so hard.
Well, I also did an interview with Johnny Depp. If you guys want to see that before they come back, I could show you that one too. I had a
Go for it.
You
I
want-
love
okay, okay. Let me go find a video of Johnny Depp and me on our interview. This is all on my Johnny Depp playlist, by the way. All these videos that you might have missed. So hold on, I'll get the video.
All right, Rob.
This was when I got creative. I was getting creative because I was like, there's not much to do. And then I was like, you know what? I just wanted to have some fun with it. And so this is what I did. You know, I was like, oh, I'll do an interview with Johnny. I'll make an interview with Amber. I'll make a song. You know, I just want, because once in a while, again, I said, I know this is very serious things, but I thought that just once in a while, we should just enjoy life a little bit. So I tried to lighten the mode instead of, you know, just tried to lighten the mold. You make everybody laugh a little, or, you know, stuff like that. That's all. Let me get my interview with Johnny Depp. You can hear me, right? Okay, yeah. I thought I muted my mic. I was like, oh man, don't tell me I'm muting my mic.
No, we can hear you.
All right, Johnny Depp. Let me get my interview up. Sorry, I got to find so many videos. I'm like, damn, here's my interview with Amber. Okay, here's my interview with Johnny. Here we go. Let's play it. Let's play. Sorry, it's a little slow. I don't know why it's loading so slow. Come on. There we go. Welcome to Entertainment Star Wars. I am here. You are there. And today, man, if you thought my last interview was great, get ready, because I am truly honored. After all he's been through, he has decided to come to the channel and speak his mind as he appreciates every single person here. He appreciates your love, your gratitude. This man needs no introduction. He doesn't. But without further ado, let me introduce to you Mr. Johnny Depp. Johnny, come on out, man. Come on out. So, Johnny, how are you doing?
I'm all right.
I have to say, it's really great to see you. Thanks for being here.
You too, man. Thank you.
So, after everything was going on, what were you doing?
I was working, yeah.
Working. Did you make a film before this all went down?
I made a film.
Now, Johnny, we know all about, you know, everything that happened with you and Amber, even though she doesn't quite admit everything that happened. How long after, you know, the abuse, the punching, the finger being severed, how long did you think you'd still be in the relationship?
I didn't think I'd make it past 3 weeks.
You said 3 weeks. What were you ready to do after that?
I was right on the way out of the premises.
Did you think Amber would ever be this abusive to you?
No.
Did you see all this coming? The punching, the kicking, the hitting the head with the pots and pans being thrown, throwing bottles at you. You ever see any of this coming? You know, how'd you handle it?
I saw part of maybe the first one. Well, I ran out anyway. It doesn't matter. I ran out like a scared rat. But this one I did see because it's the fifth one. I thought, you know, if this is I want to make sure.
Look, I understand how rough it is to think about all that abuse that you went through, how much physically she got with you. I mean, when you talk about it's the fifth time, That's got to be traumatizing for you, is it not?
Yeah.
It's-
Yeah.
Is it safe to say that you were trying to run out of there because you didn't want to hit her?
Something like that, yeah. There's the no and then there's the why. Why comes next.
Johnny, how did you feel when you went to bed and Amber would poop in your bed?
Which is frightening, really frightening. I'm in big trouble.
Johnny, what was your biggest fear with Amber Heard?
Fear is that she'll bring someone home that she's been admiring his body of.
Well, Johnny, your fear was correct because Amber, well, she was with Elon Musk. And I think you know that now. James Franco, I think she was admiring their bodies. You could take a guess where they might be cheating on you. Where do you think they would be?
Cool fast food restaurant just outside. That's my fear.
Johnny, did you know? Because she admitted this last week on my channel. Did you know that she cheated on you with them?
You know, I don't know that.
Johnny, why the hell did you pick her? Why the hell did you pick Amber Heard?
I was confused.
Yeah, you know what? We all were confused. Sorry, but we were. And hell, we still are confused. Sorry. How did Elon Musk wind up in your apartment anyway?
I don't know if we summoned him up.
Did you see your wife Amber Heard and Elon Musk getting it on with the camera that you had, the recordings in the bedroom?
I didn't watch it.
Now, I know you just found out about Elon Musk. Shocking. But you did know about James Franco, and you had a meeting that didn't turn out quite exactly the way you thought. Could you please explain to everybody just what James Franco tried to do?
He was very unpredictable in a lot of, in every way possible. The first time I met him, I happened to be in Aspen. And I got an invitation from a mutual friend. Said, "Would you like to meet to the Woody Creek Tavern at midnight or something?" So I go to the Woody Creek Tavern. I make my way to as far back in the place as I can, the back wall, just to kind of be invisible. And then at around 1:30, the front door bursts open, and I literally saw sparks, but sparks. And then I saw people throwing themselves out of the way, and this kind of sea, opening, the parting of the sea, and people jumping and diving and hurling themselves to safety. And then I heard, "Out of my way, you bastards!" So I realized that he had a 3-foot cattle prod in his left hand, and a taser in his right.
Oh my God! Well, it's a good thing you got it there. So I'm sorry, someone's chasing me with a taser and a cattle prod. I don't care what the hell happens. I'm just getting out of there real fast. But
All right, Rob, that was awesome.
my question, now that you have seen the videotape, what'd you think of Elon Musk with your ex-wife, Amber Heard?
But he was a sort of he just wanted to have fun.
Now that the truth is out there and Elon Musk knows that you know, how do you think he feels about all this?
Oh, well, he couldn't give a rat's.
And so now, Johnny, I hear that you're dating someone new. How long has it been?
It was pretty quick, actually. It was only a couple of months, 2-3 months.
I'd just like to thank everybody for coming here, especially my guest, Mr. Johnny Depp. Johnny, thanks so much. I really appreciate it. As for the rest of you, I hope you like this video and you subscribe and hit that notification bell so you'll know the next time that I drop a video here for Johnny Depp, Amber Heard, right here in Entertainment and Star Wars. Johnny, again, thank you so much for coming to the channel. I really appreciate your time. I wish you the best in the Virginia case. Hopefully we can get to do this again. You'll come back on the channel real soon. And go ahead. Johnny's going to cut out, say his goodbyes, and I'm sure he appreciates everyone. Take care, everyone. I'll see you next time myself. Take care.
Oh, Rob, you got to do a follow-up. You have to do a follow-up. That was bad to the bone. That was great.
What happened? Where did Rob go?
All right, Rob, you got to do a follow-up. You have to.
I think he crashed, maybe. Okay, guys, I'm gonna make my dinner. I will stay here, but I'm making my dinner.
I think they're gonna do a second part of the trial because it went off on my end.
Yeah, sorry, I hit the wrong button. Did you enjoy that? I hope you all enjoyed that. I
Oh, it was awesome. You got to do a follow-up. You have to, after the trial, you have to do a follow-up. You are just, it was awesome.
Oh, glad you liked it. Yeah, I can't believe. Yeah, I thought you guys would enjoy it, and so I tried to make it entertaining. You know, somebody said they just made Sky News just made it private or something. Is that what happened?
Really? Oh my God.
Yeah, I don't know what happened. Hold on, I'm gonna check and see if it's on or what's going on.
What? Went off on my end.
Yeah, Shangdi said at Rob Rules, Sky News just made their video of the trial today private.
That's fucked up.
Why would they do that?
I have no idea.
That's fucking shady.
That is
What?
shady.
What do you mean? They're stopping the trial?
No, Sky News is. I'm gonna have to use someone else. I don't know. I don't know what happened. I don't understand.
Go to Daily Mail. I had Sky News on right now, but it went off.
Try Law and Crime. Law and Crime has had more law, like before, after. They've had a really good place in there.
3 reasons big soap is ruining your dating life. Number 1, stop
Why are they making it private? That's dumb.
Something was said on there that pissed off Amber, I bet. Too much truth.
If you use the law and court thing, as far as I know, you know, they could strike your channel. It happened to a couple people. So that's why I don't use them. I would use Court TV and Sky News only because then
Court TV cuts nearly all of the trial.
Yeah, so I don't know what to do here. I don't know what to do.
I'm stuck with Sky News, but I don't know. I don't know, literally. I don't know. I don't know why they're going private.
I don't know either.
I'm not good at this, Rob. I'm going to jump out and jump around and see what I can see. Will you let me back in?
It has a second part, a part 2 for today's trial.
Well, I got another one I could use, so I'm gonna try to use this one and see. I'll take my chances. You know, that's it.
All right, I'll just let you do it because I'm not great with this stuff at all.
I'll see what happens here.
That sucks.
Later, somebody needs to tell me. I don't know how to be in the regular chat and be on the
See,
panel too.
This is people. So I've never tried them before. I have no idea. So I'll give it a shot. I mean, what the hell, whatever.
Oh, cool. I thought for a second there they cut the whole trial.
No, it just seems like Sky News did. I'm mostly going to use Sky News, but this is they're still on break apparently because it's 1:45 and this is up to date and I don't see anything. So
that sucks.
Yeah, I mean,
anyways, Rob, your videos were great. I'm not kidding. You put those together; they were awesome, and you have to do a follow up. You just have to.
Now remember, this is before the UK trial, so whatever evidence or whatever I had at that moment, I used. Of course, I didn't know about the ACLU emails and the. Oh, here we're back. So let's just go with this then. All right.
All right, I'm micing myself off. She looks really unhappy.
Once the witness gets on, I gotta go grab lunch, so I'll keep it going, and I'll come back. It's not too where I have to go is not too far. So,
Well, I'm still looking for the Daily Mail thingy right here for part 2.
Be careful, babe. Be careful.
Well, I mean, listen, I'm only gonna stream the rest of the week anyway, and then I go back to work.
Next
So
witness.
whatever.
Your Honor, we'd like to call Whitney Henriquez to the stand.
Oh, Whitney's coming.
Forward, ma'am.
Whitney.
Do you solemnly swear or affirm to testify truthfully in this case and the penalty of law? I do.
Thank you. All right. Yes, ma'am.
Thank you, Your Honor. Will you please state your name for the record?
Whitney Henriquez.
And where do you live?
In Glendale, California.
And you're Amber's sister?
I am.
How old are you?
34.
So you're her younger sister?
Yes.
Okay. Are you married and do you have any children?
I am. I'm married with 2 small children.
Okay. How old are your children?
A 3-year-old and a newborn who's just over 2 months old.
What is your profession?
Before the pandemic, I worked in hotels doing various food and beverage management jobs, primarily events as well.
Now I'm going to take you to Mr. Depp and Amber, the early stages. When did you first meet Mr. Depp?
I met him sometime in 2011 for the Rum Diary press tour, but I did not meet him until 2012 as Amber's boyfriend.
And were you living with Amber at the time?
Yes, we had an apartment together on Orange Avenue. I split my time between there as well as an apartment I shared with my boyfriend at the time.
Now, describe your relationship with Mr. Depp in the early stages.
We got along really well at first. He was sober at the time, and Johnny, when he's sober, is very bright and beautiful and lovely and kind and generous, and he was very easy to get to know, and frankly, we all fell in love with him at first.
Now, describe your observations of Amber and Mr. Depp's relationship in the early stages.
Again, at first, that was wonderful. They were incredibly in love. I actually, to this day, have never seen my sister fall so madly for somebody. And things were wonderful. They seemed to really understand each other and get along well. But very quickly, this pattern emerged as their relationship went on, that if Johnny was using, there almost always was a fight. There was always a
Objection, Your Honor. Cause for speculation, lack of foundation. It's the foundation, if you want to lay
Okay.
foundation.
What, if any, changes in their relationship did you observe?
that when Johnny was using, there would be a fight. I saw it firsthand.
Objection, Your Honor. Same objection.
Overruled. That's fine.
Thank you. Please continue.
If he was using or if he was drinking, there was almost always a fight. There was always an argument. There was always a period where they weren't getting along, and it seemed to oscillate pretty quickly. He would be sober for a little bit and then almost just as quickly fall off the wagon and start to use or drink, and there would be some big blowout, and it seemed to go back and forth pretty frequently. There was never an extended period of time where it was one or the other.
What, if any, changes did you observe in Amber over the period of her relationship with Johnny?
At first, Amber was Amber. She was loud, funny. She laughed a lot. She was just this happy, bright, fun-loving thing, always surrounded by friends. And then it was a progression that took over such a long period of time, and it was so slow. In hindsight, it was like watching a slow motion gunshot. She suddenly stopped sleeping as much. She wasn't as funny. She wasn't as loud. She wasn't as gregarious as she used to be. Cut to the end of their relationship, she was so physically unwell. She maybe weighed 100 pounds soaking wet. She was emaciated. She wasn't sleeping. She had developed a heart condition and her eyes were sunken in. She just looked
Objection,
like
Your
two
Honor.
different.
Lack of foundation calls for hearsay.
She's giving her observations.
Well, heart condition. I'll sustain as to heart.
Okay. Other than the heart condition, please continue.
She just, if you were to do a photograph side by side, you would.
Mr. Depp exhibiting controlling behavior over the course of their relationship relating to Amber's clothing.
Objection, Your Honor. Leading.
What, if any, observations did she
sustain
make
the
about?
I'll sustain the objection.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber relating to clothing?
At first, it would be like light jokes, or, she left the house wearing something like, oh, you're going to wear that, or just some joke. It was very subtle, and then over time, again, just like the progression of their relationship, it just intensified. Then suddenly it's, they have the same stylist. He and I forgot her name, but suddenly they have the same stylist, and he had been essentially controlling what she wore to events and things like that. So she went from being able to wear whatever the hell she wanted, and then suddenly she's wearing anything that his stylist wanted her to wear, or wanted him to wear. And her style over time just got more and more conservative.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp with respect to Amber's work?
That too was one thing. At first, he was saying he was protective over the kinds of jobs she was taking. Oh, that's not going to be good for her career. That's not going to be good for this, not going to be good for that. And then suddenly he has a problem with her taking any sort of job or any sort of audition. And then it became every time that she even thought about taking a meeting, it was another fight. He would often say things like, I don't even understand why she needs to work. I'll take care of her. I'll take care of you. I'll take care of everyone else. She doesn't need to work at all. It was one of those things that he was, at the end, vehemently against her working at all.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's treatment of Amber with respect to friends?
Again, these are all things that just very slowly over time just changed. At first, he was very inclusive of all of us. At one point, we all lived downtown together in these beautiful lofts. At first that was part of the relationship, was getting to know him and him getting to know us. And then just, again, slowly over time, he took issue with Brandon at one point, and then Brandon wasn't allowed in the fold. Time went on, he had an issue with Io. Io wasn't allowed in the fold anymore. And then at some point, even me, he had accused me of doing something horrendous that I had never done. And then suddenly I'm not allowed around anymore. And just over time, she had such a small network of people that were there to support her. It was hard to watch.
What, if any, observations did you make about Mr. Depp's attitude or treatment of Amber with respect to health, her health?
Amber was she was a pretty healthy person at first. She didn't have any medical issues that, you know, didn't need intervention of any sort. But in one of Johnny's attempts to get sober, he had employed Dr. Kipper, who had these nurses, and he had a personal nurse that would like administer medication. And, you know, I think the intention was to make sure that he stayed clean and
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation.
Without discussing what the
Sustain the objection.
intentions were, just go ahead and give us what your observations were with respect to Mr. Depp, with respect to Amber's health.
Sure. All of a sudden, for really unclear reasons, Amber had her own personal nurse just administering medication. And from what I saw, it was strange. I didn't think Amber needed, you know, medication on the daily or whatever. And then all of a sudden she has a therapist that is employed by Dr. Kipper. Even her medical treatment was somehow controlled by or paid for by Johnny.
Objection, Your Honor. Calls for speculation with respect to the control.
Well, as to control, but paid for, I'll allow. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. What, if anything, did Mr. Depp say about Amber's electronic devices?
Well, every time they fought or had an argument, a device was going to get smashed. And she lost a phone, a tablet, a computer. You could almost guarantee that something would get destroyed when they fought. Very often fights were at least in part surrounded by text messages or something that he would find on her phones or, you know, whatever. And at some point she wasn't even allowed to have passwords on her phone, or if she did have a password, it was something really simple that he memorized, but there was zero expectation of privacy for her in terms of what was on her device or accessibility of her devices.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp drunk?
Countless. I mean, too many times for me to quantify.
How many times did you observe Mr. Depp high on drugs?
Again, it would be really hard to put a number to that. It was a lot.
And what types of drugs did Mr. Depp use, to your knowledge and your observation?
Well, personally, I've done cocaine and drank with him on a number of occasions. So that he almost always had weed of some sort, marijuana, like, you know, joints or whatever. I have seen him take MDMA on an occasion, shrooms as well. I once saw him consume a Ziploc bag that had a bunch of just unknown pills, some prescription, some not. He just took them all at once to see what would happen, and he laughed about it. Those are what I can recall.
Okay. Now, you said that you also did cocaine with Mr. Depp, is that correct?
Yes.
What, if any, observations did you make as to what Mr. Depp carried in his pockets?
Well, he always had cigarettes or rolling papers. When I say cigarettes, I mean the tobacco and rolling papers. He always had a joint on him. If he was in a phase of using coke, he would carry around a little pill box that had his cocaine in it. He always had a pocket knife, a lighter, and yeah, it's about what I can recall.
Okay. What, if any, behavior changes did you observe when Mr. Depp had been drinking alcohol or using drugs?
Like I said, it was, you know, a completely different version. You know, he was almost unrecognizable when he was drinking and using to an excess. If it was alcohol and coke, he would slur. He would go on these paranoid, delusional rants about things that didn't make any sense. He, you know, his speech would be slurred. I almost never knew him to use cocaine without drinking. Those were generally combined. When he would smoke weed, he was much more relaxed. He was kind of what you would expect, happy on a couch, laughing. But when he was drinking, he would just get very angry and he would just say really nasty, unkind things. And it almost didn't, usually about Amber, sometimes about me, but it almost didn't matter if she was in the room or not. He would just say really horrible, horrible, horrible things about her or to her.
Can you give the jury a few examples that you can recall?
Pardon my language, fucking cunt. He called her a fucking used up trash bag, slimy whore, saggy whore. Just, you know, fucking cunt was thrown out a bunch. Just horrible things like that.
I'm going to take you to March 21st, 2013. We've called it the painting or Keith Richards incident. When did you arrive at the Orange apartment on March 21st, 2013?
It was sometime in the afternoon. I came in and Orange was typically a very neat, clean place. But as soon as I walked in, there was smoke in the air. Remember, it smelled like cigarette smoke and there was smoke in the air. So somebody had been smoking inside, which was odd because Amber and I don't smoke and Johnny used to always just go outside to smoke. But walking a little bit further in, there was like furniture askew. Going into the kitchen, there was, you know, Johnny was sat at our little breakfast nook table that we had there. And he was wearing glasses. He had, you know, there was cocaine in front of him. There was booze in front of him, journal, like no newspaper, things like that, just kind of scattered around at the table. And I sat down to talk to him to see what was going on. And it was really hard to understand what he was getting at. It was really clear that he had been drinking for some time. His speech was slurred. And again, it was really hard to follow what he was trying to tell me. At first, he seemed to be upset that my sister had been photographed with our friend Marie in France. He then started saying that it must have meant that she was having an affair with her and, you know, everyone would be laughing at her. And this woman, her father was a French politician. So he then starts rambling on about, oh, he knows what her father is up to and her this, that, and the other. And again, it was just this strange paranoid tailspin is the only way I can describe it. That just, it wasn't true. My sister wasn't having an affair with this person.
Objection, Your Honor. I think it's pretty non-responsive at this point.
All right, next question. Sustain the objection.
Please describe what your conversations were and your observations were with Mr. Depp.
So as I'm sitting there talking to him, Amber is in the kitchen and, you know, she's not sat at the table or anything. She's kind of hanging back and Johnny's still talking to me about what the problem was. And then all of a sudden the focus shifts to this painting that has been on the wall ever since Amber and I moved in. And the painting was done by one of my sister's exes. So he was convinced that it was on the wall to taunt him, to tease him, and how disrespectful that he had to wake up next to this painting. And it surely meant that Amber and Tasha were back together again, which of course was not true. But he was then upset about that. He was upset about this painting that was on the wall. I was trying to talk to him, not only to just try to figure out what was going on, but I was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for filming this documentary that was being shot at one of his houses.
Was that with Keith Richards?
Correct.
Okay.
That was my understanding of it.
Please continue.
So for hours we sat there. I was trying to, you know, talk to him, make him feel like everything was okay, just try to get him out of the house. His assistant kept coming in and out at one point. And all the while, Amber is just in the kitchen. She's like giving us space, but she's in earshot and he's saying these things about her. And at one point she tries to come over to like check on him and she kind of embraces him from behind and he's just like, fuck off. And, you know, continues to say these things about her. And again, we sat there forever and eventually we did get him to leave the house. So, but he insisted that Amber come too, and that if they were going to work it out, she'd have to be there, and they would talk about it at some other point, I guess.
Let me just stop you for a minute. What, if any, injuries did you observe on Amber at that time?
At the time, it was before I had a real understanding of what was going on. It was pretty, I didn't know, frankly. And her face was swollen, but I didn't, and it was kind of red. I thought she had just been crying. And her lip did appear to be cut. But again, that at the time, that wasn't what we were trying to do. It wouldn't have been appropriate to, talk to her about it or anything. That wasn't my focus, frankly. My focus was just sitting there trying to figure out what he was upset about and get him out of the house.
So how long were you at Orange with Mr. Depp and Amber before he left to go to the Keith Richards?
A few hours. I couldn't say, maybe around like 4 or 5 hours. It took a minute.
Now, did you accompany Mr. Depp over to the recording, or did you stay?
I did.
And did Amber go too?
Correct. That was part of the condition of him leaving, is that Amber had to go with us.
All right. Well, please describe to the jury what happened next then on your ride over there.
So Amber and Johnny were sitting in the back. I was in the front with Sterling, the driver. And they weren't saying much back there. There was music playing pretty loudly. So I couldn't really hear what was going on back there. But at some point I heard the back door open, or the back window open, and Johnny is holding our dog out the window. And I froze. I was scared because I just remember thinking, I knew how inebriated he was, and the dog was very small. I thought if she twitched or if he lost her somehow, she was just going to go out the window. And Amber, of course, was just saying,
Objection, Your Honor.
Not often to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor.
I'll sustain the objection.
Okay. Don't say what Amber said. Just go ahead and continue with your observations.
He brought the dog back into the car, and he was just laughing, this really scary, loud, like it was almost like a cackle. And he then made some joke about putting her in the microwave. And that was the joke after that, was putting the dog in the microwave.
Okay. So during the year 2013, what, if any, marks did you observe on Amber? Any injuries or signs of markings, anything like that?
Occasionally I'd see bruising, cut lips, split lips, weird marks, burns, or I don't know, on her arm, scratches on her arm, things like that. It was just weird, and it was periodic. It wasn't like a constant thing, but there were injuries to her.
And what, if anything, did you do? Did you ask her about them?
I did at some point confront her and ask her, and she...
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
Don't tell
Sustain
us.
the objection.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. But you did ask her about them?
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Objection,
Okay.
Your Honor. Same objection.
Next question.
That's
fine.
That's okay.
Overruled.
Thank you, Your Honor. All right, I'm going to take you to June 2013, Hicksville. Were you in attendance at that event with Mr. Depp and Amber?
Yes.
Please describe for the jury what you can recall from that event.
So Hicksville is like this, it's this like collection of themed Airstreams. It's like a little, it's in the middle of the desert. It's just like a fun little place to go. So we went with a group of our friends. And yeah, so each one of us had our own little Airstream or whatever. So my partner and I at the time, we got there last. So as we're going around checking out the different Airstreams, because again, each one of them had a different theme. So it was kind of fun to see, who was staying in which theme or whatever. I open Amber and Johnny's, and there's cocaine on the table. And I didn't really think much of it at the time. I was just like, all right, fine. We're all here to have fun. And that night, we sat around the campfire. Everyone was drinking. Some people were taking shrooms, and then I drank too much, and I went to bed early before everyone else. And then the next day, when everyone was cleaning up, I had heard about something that had happened the night before. and an altercation that.
Objection, Your Honor, hearsay.
Don't tell us what you heard. Go ahead and just tell the jury what you observed.
I observed people cleaning up after what appeared to be just a night of friends hanging out. I then went to my sister's trailer, where she was staying with Johnny, and it looked like a bomb went off in there. There was broken things, things had been skewed. It just looked incredibly messy. It looked like somebody had ransacked it. That's what I observed.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to September 2013. What, if anything, did you do with Mr. Depp relating to going to London?
So September 2013, that was around the time of my birthday. Amber was filming in London, and she wasn't able to make it back for my birthday. And it was also a friend of ours, Io, also has a birthday the same time, or around the same time as me. And Johnny thought it would be great to load up and surprise Amber on set. He thought she would really enjoy it. And so that's what we did. We loaded up, we went on a plane that he chartered, and I believe my father was with us as well. And yeah, Johnny and I drank and did a lot of cocaine on that plane, and I ended up passing out. But we get to London, and it was wonderful to see Amber, and we had a dinner that night at the hotel that we were staying at, or it was either that night or the next night, I can't remember exactly. But at one point, Johnny picked up a steak knife and he hurled it at his assistant. It missed him, but obviously Nathan got upset and he left, and he was upset as well. And a fight broke out between Amber and Johnny that night. I didn't witness it. I wasn't there. I knew
Objection,
that they were.
Your Honor, lack of foundation.
All right, I'll sustain the objection.
Okay,
Next question.
So you can't tell us about it if you weren't there. So
Okay.
what happened next that you were aware of?
I left sometime after that, and when I touched down in Los Angeles, I learned that they had.
Objection, Your Honor.
Not offered to prove the truth of the
I'll
matter,
sustain
Your
the
Honor.
objection. Next question.
When did they get engaged?
They got engaged at some point when I was on the plane. After I left London, by the time I landed in London, they were engaged.
Okay, thank you. Now I'm going to jump all the way to November 2014, the 2014 Hollywood Film Awards. What, if any, involvement did you have with Mr. Depp relating to the Hollywood Film Awards?
I was called over to where he was getting ready, 80.
And when you say 80, are we talking about Sweetser?
Yes, that's one of the houses that is on that street that Johnny had. He had several houses on that street. 80 was the one that he referred to as like the man cave. That's where he spent a lot of time. So I was summoned to 80, again, following a fight that he and my sister were having. And
Objection, Your Honor. Lack of foundation.
I
just go on. Just don't talk about what you weren't party to. You got
Okay,
there. Please tell the
Sustain the
jury.
objection. Go ahead.
Okay. Please tell the jury what you observed, what happened
Sure.
when you were there.
Sure. When I got there, Johnny was outside and he was very drunk already, and he was continuing to drink. He was again rambling about my sister having affairs with people that it just wasn't true, and just kept saying things. It was, that she doesn't need to work, and he doesn't understand why she continues to take jobs. She must be doing it to insult him or to hurt him, or she's only taking these jobs because she wants to meet people. I don't know. The entire time that we were talking, his sister and his assistants at one point, everyone was trying to get him out of the house because he was already very late for this. But eventually they did get him to leave the house. And yeah, I saw the award show later at some point.
And what did you observe when you watched the award show?
unfortunately an extension of what I had seen at the house. He was still very drunk, actually a little bit more drunk than when I saw him at the house.
And what was he doing that caused you to believe he was very drunk?
Well, he was drinking the entire time that we were talking. And, you know, in general, at this point, I had understood what Johnny looks like when he's drunk. He's stammering. His speech was hard to understand. He was slurring. He was super unsteady on his feet. Yeah, I recognize what he looks like when he's drunk.
Okay. Now I'm going to take you to March 23rd, 2015. And at this time, were you living at the penthouse suite?
I was.
Okay.
Excuse me.
When approximately did you move into the penthouse suite?
I actually don't know for sure when I moved in. I would take me a minute to remember. It was sometime in 2000, I don't know, 14, I think.
Okay. And so as of March 23rd, 2015, you're living there, correct?
Yes.
And where are you living in those penthouse suites? What is it called?
So I was in what they call PH4. The layout is, you know, the entire top floor of this building. Johnny owns the mall, and he was kind enough to let us all live there. So I was in PH4. Amber and Johnny were in PH3. I believe Isaac was in 2, and Rocky and Josh were in 1. But the only ones that actually connected were 3, 4, and 5. So again, I was kind of sandwiched between where Johnny and Amber stayed and Amber's basically closet. So basically you had to cut through to get to one point to the other. So I was sleeping. I woke up to Amber in my bedroom saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me?"
Objection, Your Honor.
You're not offered to prove the truth of the matter
Over-
asserted. Thank you.
overruled. Go
Thank
ahead.
you. Please continue.
She said something.
She said overruled. It's okay for you to say what. Just
Sorry.
Just briefly what you just explained.
I woke up to her saying, "Can you believe he's cheating on me? Your fucking brother is cheating on me." I got up. I told her to stay right there.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter
That's
asserted.
overruled for that statement. Go ahead.
Please continue.
I instructed her to stay in my apartment while I go and talk to Johnny. So I leave PH4. I leave her in PH4.
And let me just stop. Are you sober, drunk? Have you been drinking?
Oh, rare occasions where I was sober. It was in the middle of the night. I was asleep.
So I'm sorry, I'm not sure that I understood your question. So you were sober?
Oh, absolutely. Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Please continue.
So I go to PH5 where Johnny, Debbie, and Travis were all standing in the kitchen of PH5. I went down there to talk to him, and again, I can tell he's clearly drunk, and he has a bottle of alcohol of some sort in front of him as well. And again, he's talking to me about how Amber found these text messages between him and a woman called Rochelle. And then he starts saying that this woman was meaningless. It wasn't anything special. She's nothing special. But then he immediately shifted to, well, Amber pushed me. Amber made me do it. And of course I'm cheating on her, you know, whatever. And it suddenly became about Amber making him do it. At some point, then Amber is on the mezzanine level of PH5. So it's kind of hard to explain. So the kitchen's down here and the mezzanine's up here. So she's there. It's her little office nook, and she starts shouting at him, saying, you know,
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
It's not offered to prove the truth of the matter asserted, Your Honor. She's screaming expletives at him. I mean, that's not offered to prove the truth.
Overruled.
Thank you. Please continue.
They're saying horrible things to one another. Fuck you. You know, he's calling her a fucking whore, fucking cunt, used up trash bag, you know, whatever. They were saying horrible things to one another. She was calling him old and fat. It was a fight. They were saying really nasty things to one another. I leave them in the kitchen to go up the stairs, was trying to calm Amber down, hopefully get her back into my apartment. And Debbie had come up with me.
And Debbie, who's Debbie?
Debbie was his nurse at the
Debbie
time.
Lloyd?
Yes, I believe that was her name.
Okay.
So we're with Amber on the mezzanine level.
I'm sorry, just so we know who we're is. Is it you and Debbie that are with Amber, or is it?
Yes, Debbie, Amber, and I are all in the little mezzanine area. And as I mentioned, the mezzanine overlooks the kitchen and the living room. So Johnny then hurls a Red Bull can and it hits Debbie in the back. She didn't even react. She didn't really seem to notice. But I'm standing up there talking. I'm standing up there. I'm at the top of the stairs with my back to the stairs, and that's when Johnny runs up the stairs. And I'm facing Amber. He comes up behind me, strikes me in the back, kind of just somewhere over here. He strikes me in the back. I hear Amber shout, "Don't hit my fucking sister." She smacks him, lands one, and then he grabs. At that point, that's when Travis runs up the stairs after Amber landed one. But by that time, Johnny had already grabbed Amber by the hair with one hand and was whacking her repeatedly in the face with the other as I was standing there. Travis pulls them apart. I get Amber into mine. I close the doors behind me and lock them. I then hear Johnny's voice shouting.
Never mind, withdraw here, sorry.
I hear Johnny's voice shouting, I fucking hate you. I hate you both. You fucking cunts. You fucking whores. And I hear crashing. I hear crashing and banging and smashing. And he starts screaming like an animal. And I then just moved Amber into the next room and I just kept her there all night. The next day I go and I see her closet has been completely destroyed. Racks were overturned. Yeah, one of the clothing racks had been like tossed down the stairs. There was art off the wall. And down in the kitchen, there was broken glass. The place was destroyed.
Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 400? Whitney, do you recognize this text exchange here?
I do.
Okay, and it's on March 23, 2015 at 6:57, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, could you describe,
Objection,
just
Your Honor.
identify it, please?
Yep, sorry, on hearsay grounds.
All right, you want to approach? Let's take a look.
So this is Can we publish, Your Honor?
Yes, it's in evidence, yes.
Thank you. So Whitney, this is dated March 23rd, 2015, 6:57. Do you see that?
Mhm.
Okay, and that's to Kevin. Who's Kevin?
Kevin Murphy, he was Johnny's estate manager.
Okay, and then Michelle, if you can scroll up. So let's stop at the first one. Can you please describe to the jury what this is?
That is one of Amber's clothing racks on the stairs that lead up to the bedroom area.
And you took this picture?
I did.
Okay. Michelle, can you scroll up again? And please describe for the jury what's depicted in this photo.
These are more of Amber's racks. These were her shoes and purses and such. Those were all like taken off the walls. And you can see here all of her clothes are on the floor, her shoes.
Okay, thank you. And we're up to the next one. Could you please describe what the next picture depicts?
More of the same, clothing racks that have been kind of toppled over or moved. They were like neat. It looked like it's a closet room, but these ones were just toppled over or moved. This is the room that adjoined my room. So.
Okay. Let's go to the next one. And could you describe for the jury, please, what this is?
That's another clothing rack that has been taken down and taken apart, kind of.
Okay. And we'll go to the next one. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Just more clothing racks that have been taken down, moved.
Okay. And please describe for the jury what's depicted here.
Same thing, just more clothing racks that were toppled over.
All right. And we go to the next one.
And this is the kitchen area. This is the taken from the mezzanine level that I was describing earlier, but that looks like broken glass or something, blue ceramic, broken.
Okay, and if we go up, and the top one there looks like part of what was earlier. Let's go to the bottom one. I think we have a bigger picture there. Does that help with
Yes.
what's depicted there?
I still can't tell what it was, maybe a plate of some sort, but there's also a rolled cigarette, a couple bottles of water. But yeah, whatever that blue thing is, it was broken. That's what's all over the kitchen there and also next to the stove.
Okay. Thank you. After the staircase incident, what, if anything, did Mr. Depp ask you to sign?
There was an NDA on my kitchen table.
Can you tell the jury what an NDA is?
It's a non-disclosure agreement. It's basically, my understanding is it's a contract to keep things private, to keep your mouth shut, essentially.
All right. And you were given one or asked to sign one?
I was asked to sign one. I don't believe I signed it. I left sometime after.
So you moved out after that?
It was after this point that Johnny had accused me of selling stories to the media, which were absolutely untrue, but I moved out after that point.
Okay. Now, did there come a time that Amber asked you to move back in?
Yes, February 2016. She texted me asking me to come back.
Okay. And so you were living with her from sometime in February 2016 forward?
I think on and off. I think I had my own apartment by then, but I spent a lot more time at the Eastern after that.
Okay. I'm going to take you to April 21, 2016, Amber's 30th birthday party. Were you present for that?
I was.
Can you please describe to the jury what you observed that night?
It was her 30th birthday, so we wanted to make it, really special. We had made this beautiful dinner, and it was great. All of her close friends were there, and everyone was having a really good time. Everyone was having fun. Johnny showed up very, very late, and he was drunk when he showed up. Amber was obviously upset about it, but There came a time in the party where we all went around the table and said our favorite thing about Amber, just funny memories or whatever. When it came to Johnny's turn, he told this story about how they first met when they met for the Rum Diary. So, he had this story about how she came in to his office and she sat on the couch and her perfect ass left a perfect imprint on the couch, and he wouldn't let anyone sit there after she left that day. And it was one of those stories that everyone was kind of embarrassed. We had all gone around the table saying really nice things about her, and gets to him and he's talking about her ass. We were all kind of embarrassed.
And when did you leave the party that night?
I left pretty shortly after that.
Okay.
And I went home.
What, if any, conversation did you have with Mr. Depp about his plans to attend Coachella the next day?
He was planning on coming to Coachella with us. Whenever at some point we were talking about what was happening the next day. And so that night he told us he was going to come to Coachella with us the next day.
Okay. And did he ultimately come to Coachella with you the next day?
Nope.
Okay. I'm going to jump forward to talk about some statements that were made, the counterclaim. What, if any, observations did you make about how the statements, we're talking about the three statements that we're quoting Adam Waldman, impacted Amber? And I'm asking for your observations. Just tell the jury what your observations were of how these statements impacted Amber.
Objection, Your Honor. Compound, lack of foundation, speculation.
Overruled, that's fine.
Thank you.
Amber has worked so hard to overcome everything that she went through in the duration of their relationship. She has really, really tried her best to move past it. And anybody that knows Amber at all knows that some of the most important things to her are honesty, integrity. Her reputation is all she has. She doesn't have piles of money and private islands or.
Objection, Your Honor. Non-responsive.
Sustain the objection.
She was devastated by these. To say that they're not true, it devastated her. And also, we had just buried our mother. So Amber, she started having panic attacks randomly. She was not sleeping.
Objection, Your Honor. Hearsay.
These are your observations. Thank you. Please continue.
These statements devastated her. They devastated her because they weren't true, and they were just very, very, very much affecting her.
And you talked about panic attacks. What else did you observe that she would do as a result of these? Physical.
She would just periodically just break into tears. She I don't know how else to describe it. She was so unwell. She stopped sleeping again. She was super anxious. She couldn't relax. She couldn't sit still. It was very similar to the Amber that I had seen back in 2016 as she was trying to get out of this relationship. It launched her back into this space where she was just so physically unwell, and she cried a lot.
Thank you. I have no further questions.
All right, cross-examination.
Good afternoon, Ms. Henriquez. We haven't met before. My name's Rebecca Lecaros. I'm one of the lawyers representing Mr. Depp in this case. You grew up in Texas with your sister and your parents, right?
Correct.
And you were really close with Ms. Heard growing up?
We were.
And you're still close now, right?
We are.
And you love her?
Of course.
And your childhood, though, had some difficult moments, right?
It wasn't perfect.
Your father hit you and your sister at times, right?
Yes.
And your sister would protect you from that abuse when she could, wouldn't she?
We would protect each other for sure.
And when you graduated from high school, you moved out to Los Angeles, right?
I did.
And your sister gave you a place to live in LA?
Yes.
And she helped support you?
In part, I also was working myself, and yeah.
And you're grateful to her for being there when you needed her, right?
Of course.
And just like she protected and cared for you, you want to protect and care for her, right?
And when I can, of course, but yeah.
You testified to having a great relationship with Mr. Depp when you first started dating your sister, right?
Correct.
And you thought of him as a brother?
Yes.
He called you sis?
Yes.
And you had affectionate nicknames for him too, didn't you?
A number of them, yes.
Yeah. And you testified that for a time you lived in the ECB penthouses with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard.
That's correct.
And Mr. Depp owned those penthouses?
He did.
You didn't pay rent while you were living there, right?
No.
You didn't pay for any of the bills for the penthouses?
No. It's very generous.
And Rocky Pennington lived in one of those penthouses also, right?
She did.
And at some point, her boyfriend Josh Drew moved in, right?
Yes.
And Isaac Bruch lived in one of those penthouses too.
Yes.
And you know that he testified here that you call him your spirit animal, right?
I did not know that, but he's wonderful.
You call him your spirit animal?
At one point I did, yes.
You took trips with your sister and Mr. Depp also, right?
Occasionally.
You didn't pay for those either, right?
Nope, I did not.
During the course of Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard's relationship, you were frequently involved in their arguments, weren't you?
Yes.
In fact, you had a nickname, right?
Marriage counselor.
Yes. You often found yourself mediating disputes between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, right?
Clearly not very well, but yes.
And when you were in that role of marriage counselor, you empathized with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes, on occasion.
Because you had a pretty good understanding of what he was going through?
Depended on the situation. Sometimes I could totally see from his perspective. Other times I saw it from her perspective.
Well, you'd been there with Ms. Heard before, right?
We're sisters. Of course we've argued.
And you knew what it was like to want to run away for days and do your own thing and not have Ms. Heard there fighting with you, right?
I think that's kind of taken out of context a little bit. I think more metaphorically. But yes, I have been in arguments with my sister.
And you have wanted to run away for days, right?
Sure.
And not have her there fighting with you.
Sure.
You talked a little bit about the incident in March 2013, right?
Which one?
That was the one before you went to the Keith Richards documentary set. And you were present with Mr. Depp at Orange that day?
I was.
Didn't you do cocaine with Mr. Depp that afternoon?
Yes.
And you said Mr. Depp's already intoxicated?
He was by the time I got there.
And he was fighting with your sister?
He wasn't doing much of anything. He was sat at the table. He was telling me about the fight that they had.
So he'd been fighting with your sister that day when you arrived?
That was my understanding.
And you said she had a puffy face?
Yes.
And despite all of that, you decided it was a good idea to do cocaine with Mr. Depp at that juncture?
I hadn't yet connected the dots. I hadn't yet understood what that meant or what that would do.
That was a yes? Yes, you took cocaine with Mr. Depp.
I did. Yes, I already said that.
You testified that you had suspicions that Mr. Depp was allegedly hitting your sister by some point in 2013, right?
Suspicions.
And notwithstanding that, in June 2013, you were actually joking with Mr. Depp about hitting your sister, right?
Regrettably over a text message, yes.
You were encouraging him to hit her?
I was not literally encouraging him to hit her.
But you were joking about it?
Regrettably, yes. Again, I did not have an understanding fully of what that was. I never would have said that now, knowing what I know.
But that was around the time that you allegedly became aware that he was
I don't know.
Injuries on your sister that caused you to have suspicions.
I don't know if it was around the same time.
Turning to the staircase incident in March 2015, you testified that Mr. Depp allegedly hit you during that incident, right?
Yes.
But you aren't sure if that contact was even meant for you, right?
I honestly don't. I don't know what he was aiming for. My back was to him.
And you weren't injured during that incident, right?
No, I wasn't.
And you didn't seek medical attention?
No.
And you said Debbie Lloyd was there during all of that, correct?
She was.
And Mr. Depp's security, Travis McGivern, was there too?
Yes, he was.
And you saw your sister hit Mr. Depp on the stairs that day, right?
After he struck me, yes.
You said she landed one, right? And then the next day you found some damage in the adjoining penthouse.
Correct.
And we saw some pictures of what you saw that day, right?
Yes.
You thought it was important to document that damage, right?
Not to document. It was Kevin's job to kind of clean up the houses, take care of the houses. I took pictures just so he could be aware of what he would need to bring. I didn't know if he had tools here or whatever. I was just preparing him for what he was going to have to fix.
But you didn't take any pictures of your sister that day, right?
No, I didn't.
Now, after March 2015, you continued to have a close relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
And you still loved him.
Of course.
And you were there for him if he needed you, right?
Of course.
And in fact, just a couple of weeks after that staircase incident, you were still acting as the marriage counselor, weren't you?
At some point, sure.
And that fall, after the staircase incident, October 2015, you claim you had seen Mr. Depp hitting your sister. And then in October 2015, you were actually still trying to reconcile him and your sister when they were fighting, right?
Yes, I was asked to support. I was just trying to help what I thought they both wanted. I was just trying to support, or trying my best to support them the way that I thought I could.
You still loved Mr. Depp at that point, right?
I did.
And you didn't think that he and your sister were past the point of no return, right?
What I thought was irrelevant at that point. I really, those two were in love and they were working very hard. They wanted to be together, it seemed like. So I just helped as best as I could. I don't know how else to describe it.
Your sister still wanted to be with Mr. Depp, right?
She loved him.
And you didn't think they were past the point of no return?
I don't know what you mean by that exactly.
Okay. Let's take a look at Plaintiff's Exhibit 1283. It's not yet in evidence. We'll just show that to the witness. I've got this, if I might approach, Your Honor, I have this in redacted and unredacted.
Okay, you want to come forward?
page 3. And Ms. Enriquez, if I could just direct your attention, if we can go to the 3rd page, please.
Do I have control of this or no?
No, you do not. Sorry,
Oh, okay.
we'll put it up for you. And we can go back to the first page if you'd like, or we can take a look at the unredacted version if we need to. But do you recognize these as text messages that you sent to Mr. Depp on October 2nd, 2015?
Yeah, vaguely. I mean, they're clearly my text messages, but yeah, I recognize them, I think.
Okay. And if we can go to the 3rd page, please, Tom. And you'll see the second blue box from the bottom there. You texted Mr. Depp and you said, I love both of you so much and would fucking stay out of it if I thought this shit were past the point of no return. But that's not where you guys are right now. Did I read that right?
Oh, but that's not where you guys are at. Yes.
So you didn't think they were past the point of no return in October 2015, right?
At that point, clearly I didn't.
Take that down.
Oh.
You wanted Ms. Heard to stay with Mr. Depp even after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
That's really oversimplifying something that's far from simple. Again, Amber was very much in love. So was Johnny. She's telling me that she wants something, whether or not I agreed to it or not, whether or not I was okay with what was happening. It wasn't my place. If my sister said that she still wanted to be with Johnny and if I could help with that in any way, I was going to support her. I was going to be there for her to support that.
Yeah, you didn't want to contradict your sister, right?
Pardon?
You didn't want to contradict your sister.
I don't know if I'd characterize it that way. I was trying to support my sister the best that I could or knew how or thought she wanted.
And you say you wanted to protect her though, right?
At that point, I don't know if I would categorize it as that. I was just trying to support my sister.
You went to Coachella with your sister for her 30th birthday in 2016, right?
Yes.
And you testified that you were aware, I believe that she and Mr. Depp had fought the night before.
You could turn your microphone on, Ms. Bretterhoff. Okay, withdrawn. All right. You can answer the question. Yeah.
Yes, I was aware that they had argued the night before.
You didn't see any bruises on Ms. Heard at Coachella that year though, right?
Yeah, she was wearing a lot of makeup.
You didn't see any marks on her?
Not that I can recall.
Didn't notice any swelling, right?
To the best of my recollection, I don't.
And your sister didn't have a working phone on her that day, did she?
No, she didn't.
But you did?
Yes, it did.
And you wanted Mr. Depp to know that Ms. Heard's phone wasn't working, right?
I believe I reached out to him for her, yeah.
And you were encouraging him to reach out to her through you if he was trying to reach her, right?
I believe so at one point, yes.
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her.
I'm sorry?
You didn't want him to think that he was ignoring her, right?
Sure.
And you wanted them to reconcile, didn't you?
Amber really wanted him there. Despite the fact that they had had a fight the night before, it was very complicated. It was very nuanced. You know, they fought, they got back together. They fought, they loved each other. They hated each other, they loved each other. I just remember her wanting Johnny to come to Coachella at some point. I wasn't trying to reconcile them. I was just trying to help facilitate.
And you did that even though you were concerned about marks that you say you'd seen on her since at least 2013 and during the course of their relationship, right?
Again, that's really oversimplifying something. We all saw this. We all thought that we would see Johnny on the other end of this. Because again, when he was sober, things were wonderful. When he wasn't sober, they were terrible, sure, but we all thought that he was just going to get better. We all wanted to just see the other side of that. So yes, sure, if you look at it simply, but it's not simple at all. I don't know how else to answer it.
And this was after you allegedly saw him hit her, right?
Yes.
And you knew that they had just had another fight, right?
Yes.
You know who Jennifer Howell is, right, Ms. Enriquez?
I do.
She's the founder of the Art of Elysium nonprofit.
She is.
And you worked there for a time, didn't you?
I did.
Around May 2015, you actually moved in with Ms. Howell, right?
May 2015? Yes.
And you moved out of the penthouses because at that point you and your sister were fighting, right?
It was around the time that, he had accused me of leaking stories, and that was the impetus of me leaving.
And you testified earlier, I think, that he had asked you to sign an NDA, right?
At some point.
And that was around the same time that he was concerned you were leaking stories about their wedding to the media?
I believe so.
You and Ms. Howell were close?
We were.
Close enough that you lived with her for around a year?
I don't recall if it was that long.
And you confided in Ms. Howell, right?
About some things, yes. She was my friend.
You called her your chosen sister? Ms. Enriquez, you claim to have seen signs of injuries on your sister during the course of her relationship with Mr. Depp, right?
Yes.
But you never witnessed any incidents that resulted in visible injuries to your sister, right?
Other than the staircase incident? I witnessed that incident. What are you asking me exactly?
You never witnessed any incidents that resulted in signs of injury that you were concerned about over the course of their relationship?
Other than the staircase incident, I did witness that.
No, at no other time when you...
No, that was the only time that I saw him.
And you didn't see what caused any of the injuries you claim to have seen during the course of their relationship, right? Other than the staircase incident.
Yeah, staircase incident is the only one that I saw.
But you have seen your sister land a blow on Mr. Depp, right?
That was the time, yes, after he hit me.
No further questions, Your Honor.
All right, redirect.
I have no redirect.
All right, is this witness subject to recall?
No, she may be.
Is subject to recall? No. Okay, all right, ma'am, you are free to go, or you can stay in the courtroom. It's up to you, okay? Thank you. All right.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is another deposition designation.
Okay.
It's going to be,
How long is it?
this particular one is about 45 minutes.
Okay. All right, why don't we go ahead and, it's early, but why don't we go ahead and take our afternoon recess, though? That way we can get everything ready for you. So we'll just take our 15-minute break now, and then we'll come back and have that deposition, okay? So we'll see you in 15 minutes. Don't do any outside research and don't talk to anybody. So that's 45 minutes, and what do you have another?
Yes, then we have another one.
It's another
We have
deposition?
We have a few more.
Okay, so they're both depositions.
Yeah, all the rest of them today are depositions.
Okay, I just want to make sure we don't need any other items from that. Okay, that's fine. We'll come back at 3:05 then? Okay, all right, thank you.
That was just pathetic.
Hello.
Hola.
Hola.
She ought to be ashamed of herself.
Well, I mean, obviously
That bitch. I'm sorry, that bitch.
Obviously, I've missed it all, but I can guess what happened. She lied. Isn't it a shame that Jennifer Howe is not testifying? And I know she's not testifying because she's been all over social media the last couple of days calling Amber out. So I know she's not testifying. But isn't it a shame? Is Rob picking up little
That's
one?
fucking you. They're fucking
I'm here. I'm
okay.
just letting you guys vent and rant, and that's all.
So, but yeah. Have you seen Jennifer's tweets, Rob?
No, I haven't. I haven't saw them.
Oh, yeah. Basically, she's like, she had a full rant all over Twitter. quite interesting to read, but which means she's not testifying, which, shame. So what I did here is hello, Amber. Hello, Amber.
Hey, Amber.
I got my eyes on you, hen.
Have ya?
I'm watching you.
Oh, yeah.
Man, be careful.
Bring it, bitch.
I'm gonna go talk to Whitney right now. I'm gonna tell Whitney to say you hit her. I'll be right back.
Okay, cool. Someone broke into her apartment. No, I didn't know that. Of course, didn't go well, Kerry. I don't
understand why. Like, it was very anticlimactic.
Right.
Really, I don't know. It was like, okay, so you're not going to question that he hit Whitney. You're just going to say, okay, yeah, he hit Whitney. Like, you're going to accept that as fact. Like, you're not going to grill her about it.
I don't believe he hit Whitney. Amber hit Whitney trying to get to Johnny.
Yes.
Yeah, so why don't they grill her about that? Why didn't she say, it was really your sister that hit you, right? And she'll say no. So it was really your sister that hit you on the stairs trying to hit Johnny. Is that correct? They should have grilled her about that.
They should have. They
understand.
I don't know. I don't fucking get it.
Who was doing the cross?
I don't know. The big lady. I don't know her name.
The blonde woman.
I don't know her name.
Yeah, I've not seen her do anything.
You know who I really liked? I liked the guy, not Ben Chu, the other guy. The other guy was really good too. He was, I don't know his name, but he was very good. And I love his voice. I wish I had a voice like him. He has a good voice. And I was like, man, that guy was really good. Like, his voice projects in the courtroom. And it could be very intimidating. Oh, you didn't say that? Well, let's look at this example right here. Like, I love that. It's very,
In one point, she even said, "Oh shit!" She cut his hand or his finger, something like that.
I honestly think they're gonna put all them into a little group. That's her little posse to back up anything she says or does. They were all in Johnny's dime, but they have something coming that they need all their time for, and Amber's lawyer don't have time.
Cameron thinks they went easy on her on purpose. Yeah, probably. I think yeah, because I think they've got something up their sleeve.
Me too, Hen.
Yeah, but there's no recall.
No, but they don't need to necessarily recall. They're bringing Johnny back on the stand, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Eventually, they still got Ellen Barkin. Today they're not. Today that was the only person on the stand. They're going to show another video. That's
I know.
Yeah.
What I mean is Johnny will come back on the stand after all of our witnesses have spoken.
Yeah.
And he will have proof of some sort that they're bullshitting.
Okay, who's in the car?
Tracy. I know, because I muted her and I could tell. When I mute somebody and the thing disappears, I know who it is.
Oh.
Not me. Thank God it's not me this time.
Yeah, I would have grilled her about the punch. I would have, I would have definitely grilled her about that. And I would have said, you lived there for free, correct, Whitney? Yeah. You didn't have a complaint when you lived there for free, right? How did you live there for free? Who paid for it? Oh, okay.
Yeah, Queen of Hearts, she didn't like the way they questioned her. They were weak.
Like, why don't they grill them about? Also, I don't understand why didn't they grill Josh, Rocky, and Whitney about them living there for free? So you lived there for free. Did you use Johnny Depp's car? Yeah. So you got to use their car, and did you pay any money towards the rent? No. How long did you stay there for? And who paid for this?
He did mention the rent, Bob. They did mention the rent, and he said he offered but wasn't accepted.
Okay, but what about Rocky and what about Whitney? I don't remember that.
Gia, they can't use Jennifer Howe's depot without Jennifer Howe even having a depot. or
Rob, what do I need to do?
without. I mean, I suppose, yeah, they can't use Jennifer Howe's depot, and they can't call her back because she's clearly been watching the case. It's all
Right,
been,
and even
it's
though-
all over Twitter.
Even though Johnny said he didn't want the rent back, that means
Yeah.
you shouldn't be grateful. Isaac was very great. Isaac's reaction was like he said he was almost in tears that Johnny let him stay there for free. That's gratefulness. That's gratitude for you. None of them said that. Now they said, "Oh, I wanted to give the money back, but he didn't accept it." Okay, and how did that make you feel? Did you do anything for him in return? Did you cook him a meal? Did you do something like that?
They gave him in the bag. That's how grateful they were.
Yeah, exactly.
Rob, what do I need to do to fix my echo?
Well, I don't know. I have you here twice.
Echo.
Oh, okay. You've logged in twice. You need to log out one of them.
She's a doppelganger. I am a Gemini.
Underneath
Right.
me is Tracy, and then there's
Oh,
Carmen,
God.
and then there's Tracy. There's two.
So the
Tracys.
Tracy underneath Rob has to go.
So do you want me to go out?
No, Rob,
No,
you
I'll
can
take
kick,
you
you
out.
can kick
I'll
her
take
out.
you out. I'll take you out. Hold on.
Okay. Take me
There
out.
we go.
Okay, there we go.
Where are you taking her? On a nice date? Or did you mean take her out?
You guys are evil. You twist my words. Evil.
No, we're not.
Rob's
Rob. We're not.
I am. I admit it. I admit I am
Amber's
evil.
evil.
No
Yeah.
one believes me when I say I'm evil.
Hen, did you ever see my interview with Amber Heard and Johnny Depp, or did you miss those?
I missed it all, darling. I've literally I watched
Oh, it was
a little
awesome.
bit of watched a little bit this morning.
Did you ever watch those videos ever on my stream? Did you ever watch them?
Oh, probably.
Did you watch my song that I made from Gary? Did you ever hear that?
I think so.
Yeah,
Some time ago though, isn't it?
I played it all at lunchtime. I played all.
Oh yes, I do remember your song. I remember you singing it, and we were pissing ourselves laughing. With your guitar, you had your little ukulele.
There was one time when Steve paid me, and he said, "I'm going to ask you in the super chat to show us, like, sing the video live." I had to go on live stream. I had to appear as Gary. I had the guitar and everything.
Yeah, I remember that.
It's so funny.
Sherry, I'm calling bullshit on your comment.
Well, what Sherry? Hold on. What did Sherry say? What, this one?
No. Right down the bottom.
The bottom. Hold on.
No, the bottom.
I was wondering what was going on. Yeah, it's really sad that here you are trying to be nice. And listen, I don't know too many people in this life that would say, "Oh, your friends, yeah, they could stay for free. Don't worry about it."
Well,
I mean, I think that's just a nice gesture. And that's how badly he wanted. Listen, guys, let me tell you, I'm going to open up the guy's handbook to chapter 25. And what it is we when we want a woman, we will do whatever we can do to make her happy. Whatever it is. Whatever we can do, we'll find out what makes you happy. And then our goal is to try and achieve that. At least that's my handbook. You know, that's what I do. So once I find what you enjoy, and it puts a smile on your face, then I want to give that to you. And that's what most
Rob,
guys
that's
do to get the
beautiful.
woman that they want. Most of us.
That is awesome. That's the same thing as like me and my hubby.
My husband's the same way. And it's not overboard. You know what I mean? It is just so deep inside of him, and he's so quiet about it. But he's the most amazing man I've ever met in my life. That isn't I met you, Rob. But you know, hey.
Thank you. I'm okay. Like that's what I would do. Like when I met all my girls, I would try to get to know them and say, okay, what makes them happy? Is it seeing a movie?
How many
Is it
girls
taking
you
a
had, you
walk?
dirty tart?
My wife is Well, here's my history. My wife is my 8th serious relationship, but before my wife, there was a period I dated 10 women. I went on a date.
Yeah, it was a slapper. It was a slapper.
Yeah, I went out and just said, screw it. Let me just go out dating. And I just went out dating just to have fun and have a good time. And if it clicked, then I stayed with the one that clicked. And if it didn't, then, whatever. It was a date. It was fun. Whatever. It was a night out.
So Jennifer has deleted all of her tweets that she put out.
Weird.
And I think that's what guys do. So if a guy wants you, he'll try to make you smile, and then he'll try to find out about you, and then he'll try to see what you like. Could be anything. Oh, I like roses. He'll get you roses. Oh, I like going to this kind of movie. He'll take you to that kind of movie. Oh, I like this for dinner. He'll take you there for dinner. You may not notice it, but that's what we do. It's in the guy's handbook. That's chapter 34. So anyway, that's what we do. We try to make you happy. And that's the hook. Because we have to, like with animals, right? Certain animals, like a bird, a male has different colors. So what does a male do? They have to like stand on their wings and try to impress the woman, right? That's what the animals do. They try to impress their mate to get their mate. And that's what we have to do. So we go out there, and it's not just spending money. No, the key. See, most guys think you just spend money. That's not the key.
Rob, stop talking a minute. Can you mute everyone else's mics while you're talking? Because someone's is still making a horrible noise.
How's that? Better?
Yeah.
Okay. So what it is us guys, we'll see a woman say, oh man, she's, she got whatever, the body, the face, whatever it is. I want this girl. I like this girl. Her personality's good. And then you want to get to know the girl. And then once you get to know her, you want to find out what makes her happy. And you want to make her happy. And in hopes that woman becomes your partner and makes you happy in return. But sometimes it doesn't always work that way. And sometimes you get to know each other and it's like a honeymoon stage, and then it becomes and your personalities just don't click, But that as a guy, that's what you try to do. You try to win her heart.
Rob, you are a people pleaser anyway.
Yeah. I try to do that. True.
No matter who comes into your life, you try to make them happy. That is your personality.
Yeah.
And believe it or not, it's mine as well. I deny it as much as I want, but yeah, I am. I will go out of my way to help people. Shh, don't tell anyone. It's a secret.
No, I won't. And to me, it feels good, though. When I see, like, anybody happy, that makes me happy. The only time I think I have a problem is when I'm miserable. And misery loves company, right? But when you're miserable, I feel like, damn, am I the only one? So what I try to do is I stay off social media, I stay away from everything, because I don't want to bring anybody down with me. And I just stay away for a little bit. And sometimes I've had periods I didn't make a video. Sometimes I had periods I didn't do a live stream. It was just because I was in the mood. And I said, I'm not going to bring everybody down with me because I'm down. I'm going to, and when I was young, I didn't think that way. I was like, oh, I'm miserable. So, I need someone else to be miserable too. I don't like people are happy and I'm not, And then as I grew up and I experienced, I'm like, yeah, that's kind of a stupid, immature attitude to have. And I learned that, if I'm not happy, okay, just be by myself, take time, like Johnny said, take a few hours, take a day, take 2 days and try to get over it and find out what is making you sad and try to change that, and that's how I go about doing things.
Do you give yourself a kick up the arse?
Sometimes I need a friend to kick me in the arse.
The important thing is.
Oh my God! Look at. Well, that does come with the territory. Oh my God!
I think me and you are probably more alike than we like to let on. Do you know what I mean?
It's fine now.
I'm the same. I'm the same. If I'm feeling miserable, I'm like, oh. But do you know what? Live streaming, no matter how dark I'm feeling at the time, as soon as I get on there, I start off with a pretense. But then, because I have a group of people, I'm not on my own. Their energy brings my energy back up. Does that make sense?
Well, listen, I say do whatever works for you. You know, if it's read a book, if it's take a walk, if it's watch a movie, if it's hang out with your friends, hang out with your family, whatever can work for you, do it. You know, for me, sometimes it'll be my family, sometimes it'll be my friends. You know.
Yeah.
So I think that Johnny. I think, go ahead.
Brought something to my attention.
Go ahead.
That AH got both of the dogs.
Yes.
From the divorce. She stole Johnny's dog.
Yeah.
But then they went for adoption, and somebody adopted them.
All right.
Oh, they're back already.
Back.
Yeah, somebody adopted Pistol and Boo. I just don't know if they're still alive, but I know someone did adopt them.
Yeah, I think he kennels.
Amber's dad
I think he
had
sent him to the kennels.
No, there was some lady that there was a picture of some lady that said that she had one of them.
Yeah.
I just can't remember. I wish I could find it. It was so long ago, but oh man, I should.
They'd be old dogs now anyway, so they're probably passed away, to be honest with you, because they were pedigrees,
probably.
weren't they? And pedigrees don't have long lives.
Yeah.
Recently, I saw a paper where the transfer of ownership to one of the dogs went to Amber's dad.
I think that's possible. I think one went to the dad and one went to some other lady. I think that's what happened. But don't quote me on that.
Thank you. Be seated. All right, your next witness.
Our next witness, Your Honor, is Elizabeth Mars.
Mute your mics.
M-A-R-S?
M-A-R-Z.
M-A-R-Z.
Elizabeth Mars. Oh shit.
Please state your full name for the record.
Elizabeth Ray Mars.
Between the time that you lived in New York, so let's say 2007, 2008 through 2015, 16, how many times would you estimate that you saw Ms. Heard?
I don't remember.
More than 4 times?
No.
In 2015 and 16, do you recall how close you and Ms. Pennington were as friends?
Yeah, we were pretty close. Pretty close.
In your previous testimony, I'll represent to you, Ms. Mars, that you testified that at least in July of 2016, you would communicate with Ms. Pennington weekly.
I don't remember. Maybe at that time, perhaps we were communicating. Like I said, there were moments where we were communicating weekly or daily.
Would you agree with me that you would remember something as significant as one of your girlfriends telling you, somebody you've known since Texas when you were young girls, you would remember if Ms. Heard told you that her husband or fiance or boyfriend was beating her? You would remember that, correct? And your testimony is that you only lived at the Eastern Columbia building in February of 2016 for 2 weeks?
It was around 2 weeks. I don't know the specific amount of time, but it was definitely a little over 2 weeks, less than a month. And yes.
And when you stayed at the Eastern Columbia building, did you stay in one of the penthouses?
Yes.
Okay. And did you understand that that penthouse was owned by Mr. Depp at the time?
I assumed it was, yes.
And for what purpose did you go to the Eastern Columbia building on May 21st, 2016?
To assist Raquel in getting ready for a bead show that she was going to be doing the following day.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards anyone?
I experienced him that night as like I was scared of him. So that's all I can say from the moment that the one interaction I had with him that night, it was frightening to me. His behavior was frightening to me.
No, she wouldn't wear makeup?
I mean, I don't think of her as someone who wears a lot of makeup. No.
Yeah, you've known her a long time.
Right.
She's never been somebody that wears a lot of makeup, correct?
Exactly. Unless she's going to something that she needs to put makeup on for.
Right. But other than that, she's usually bare-faced and beautiful.
Yeah.
So it's your recollection, your best recollection, that Miss Pennington was with you in Penthouse 5 and never left with Miss Heard before Mr. Depp arrived. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you hear some type of commotion. You don't know where it's coming from, correct?
It sounds like, yeah, I mean, it sounds like it's coming from it. We hear commotion, and then it feels like it's getting closer and closer and closer.
Did it sound like voices, or did it sound like destruction?
It sounded like voices and destruction.
That the door was abruptly opened, correct?
Abruptly opened.
Okay, so you hear the commotion. It feels like it's getting closer and closer. What happened next?
Then, soon after, the door slammed open and Johnny came like bursting through the door.
Who opened the door?
Johnny.
Okay. Was Johnny alone?
There was the two men behind him.
Okay.
Following him.
So Johnny opens the door. He's got his two, what we'll assume are his bodyguards, with him. What happens next?
So it all happened very fast. The door kind of burst open and he came in very, just from my perspective, really under the influence of something, drugs or alcohol, because he was very sloppily, he looked wasted. He was holding a very large bottle of wine, looked like some sort of like a Magnum bottle of wine, which was kind of spilling all over the place. And as he opened the door, he just, what I remember what he mumbled was, "Get your bitch out of here." And I just remember it all happened very fast, like the door slamming, him saying, "Get your bitch out of here," the wine, that whole, his whole being really frightened me. It almost felt like he was coming towards me from my perspective. Whether he was coming towards me or not, it scared me. And I just ran out past him.
You said Mr. Depp appeared to be either drunk or high. Is that correct?
He seemed to be intoxicated.
Okay. Is that different than drunk?
No, I mean, yeah, I guess. Yeah, he definitely seemed like he was under the influence of something.
And on May 21st, 2016, how was Mr. Depp's demeanor different?
It was much more sloppy and all over the place and frightening and combative. Felt very angry. He felt angry. And yeah.
And when you say combative, what was combative specifically about his demeanor?
Just the way he burst through the room, just very forcefully, and rushed in very quickly to the point that it made me want to get past him and run out very quickly. Like it wasn't an invite. It was very, it was intense.
Okay. So Mr. Depp comes through the door to Penthouse 5, and you hear him say something to the effect of, "Get your bitch out of here," correct?
Mm-hmm.
And then you ran out immediately thereafter?
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Depp spill any wine in Penthouse 5 before you ran out?
Yes.
How much wine did you see him spill?
I don't remember.
A lot? The entire bottle?
Not the entire bottle. What I remember was it was flailing, and there was definitely wine that was coming out.
Would you say that being sloppy is different than being combative?
Yeah, I would say sloppy and combative are two different things.
And it's your testimony that Mr. Depp was on May 21st, 2016, both combative and sloppy, correct?
Yeah, I would describe it that there was a little bit of both. Yes, but combative and sloppy.
Was he more sloppy than he was combative?
It felt more combative than sloppy.
And just to clarify, the only thing that was combative was the words he was speaking?
No, it was completely the way he entered into the room, rushed in, his energy, the way it felt like he was coming after me, like he almost felt like from where I was standing, it felt like he was charging towards me, and I was scared, and it felt combative. It felt, I'm trying to look for another word that can describe what I felt, but it was, it was scary. My heart was beating really fast, very quickly, and I was freaked out.
Okay, so after you exchanged some text messages with Miss Pennington, you came out of your hiding spot and then went to Miss Pennington and Mr. Drew's penthouse. Is that correct?
Correct.
So who was in penthouse 1 when you got out of the hiding spot and came to penthouse 1?
I mean, it was Josh, Raquel, Amber, and I were the people that were at some point in there during that time.
Okay. Do you remember the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident?
I remember seeing her after that incident, and it was in that apartment.
In penthouse 1.
Correct.
So the first time you saw Miss Heard after this incident on May 21st, 2016 was in penthouse 1. What do you recall seeing, the first thing you saw when you saw Miss Heard?
I just remember she looked really upset and disheveled, and her hair was a mess, and she had a swollen face. She had a red swollen face.
Okay. Had you ever seen Miss Heard cry before May 21st, 2016?
I don't think so. Not that I can remember.
Okay. What side of her face was swollen?
I think it was her right side of her face.
Do you have an independent recollection that it was the right side of her face that was swollen?
I'm taking myself back there and trying to remember like where I was standing versus, you know what I mean? I think it was, I think looking at her, it was on my left and her right side.
Okay, so let's talk about her hair seemed disheveled. Is that what you said? Her hair was disheveled.
Mm-hmm.
Was she crying?
Yeah, there was definitely tears.
Was she animated?
Yeah, she was visibly really upset.
Okay, so visibly very upset means what? She was crying.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and what else?
Tears, sadness, felt like confusion, felt like those were the main things.
Would you describe, what did Mr. Drew say, if anything?
I don't remember him saying what he said. I think everybody was just shaken up.
So soon after you went into penthouse 1, you remember some police officers coming to penthouse 1.
I remember there was police officers in the hallway.
Okay. Was Miss Heard icing her face after the incident, but before the police arrived?
I think so.
Who gave her the ice?
I don't remember.
So you were in penthouse 1 when the police came. How do you know that they came? What did you hear? What did you see?
Because they said the police are here. So I don't remember. Again, this is a very long time ago, so specific details are going to be really hard for me to remember. I just knowing that police were there in the hallway, 2 of them.
And in February, when you lived at the penthouse for a few weeks, you didn't hear or see any abuse by Mr. Depp towards Miss Heard, correct?
Correct.
And did you go to Amber and Johnny's penthouse thereafter, or where did you go next?
So I just remember at some point ending up, yes, at some point we were in their penthouse afterwards, in Johnny and Amber's. At some point we went over there.
And did you go over there, you think, after the police came?
It was after the first 2 police officers came.
Okay. Do you remember glass on the floor?
At this point in time, I don't remember what I saw. I don't remember if it was cleaned up by the time I got there or if there was glass on the floor when I walked in.
Do you recall seeing wine spilled?
I recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway, like a lot of wine spilled in the hallway.
When do you recall seeing the wine spilled in the hallway?
at some point in the night, maybe after, before. I recall, I don't remember specifically, but I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway. I remember that being one of the things that I saw that was part of the destruction of what happened.
Okay, so the police come and you stayed in penthouse 1.
Correct.
Okay. It was after the police officers left that you went to penthouse 3, correct? Where Amber and Johnny lived?
Correct.
Recall seeing wine spilled in the hallway?
I remember seeing wine spilled in the hallway, yeah.
Okay. And you saw the wine after the police officers came, correct?
I think so.
Did Miss Pennington take any photographs of the scene?
I remember Raquel taking photographs of Amber's face.
Okay. And now going to your description of Miss Heard's face, you said it was the right side of her face. You said it was what? Swollen and red? What else?
Correct. Yeah, it was swollen and red.
Was any part of her face more swollen than others?
It was around her eye.
Had bruising developed already?
No, it was red and swollen.
Okay. So you did not see any bruising on Miss Heard's face the evening of May 21st, 2016, correct?
I saw a red, swollen, puffy face.
Okay. And just on the right side, correct?
Correct.
But wasn't it your testimony, Ms. Mars, that you were inside penthouse 1 when the first police officers came to the scene?
Correct.
Okay. And how much time do you estimate they spent in the penthouses?
I don't remember. The second group of officers, there was 2 sets of officers that came. The second set of officers that I actually was in the apartment in PH3, I think it was.
Did you hear about either Ms. Heard, Mr. Drew, or Ms. Pennington cleaning anything that Mr. Depp allegedly destroyed?
I don't remember, but I do remember that I'm pretty sure that Josh was helping to clean up before I got into I remember that knowing that the place was cleaned up before I entered in there.
Before you entered into where?
Into the main apartment.
So you recall Josh, Drew cleaning up before you entered penthouse 3. What was he cleaning up exactly?
I just remember by the time that I had gotten into that apartment that someone had cleaned up the glass and the wine that was on the floor.
Do you recall who told you that penthouse 3 had been cleaned up?
No one specifically told me. It was, what I was expressing is that it was cleaned up before I got there for the most part. I just remember that for the most part. From what I don't remember.
To clarify, Ms. Mars, when you came into penthouse 3, after the police officers, the first set of police officers came and left, you did not see silver candlesticks, candelabra sticks, broken on the floor, baskets of fruit that had been on the kitchen island, fruit everywhere, baskets on the ground, containers holding the spoons and forks, kitchen utensils spilled, a lamp, a little statue thing broken in penthouse 5. I'm sorry, penthouse 3.
Now that I'm reading this, I'm sort of remembering that there was like some stuff that had like something that had been broken, like a little like the statue thing kind of sounds familiar to me now that I'm reading this. But again, I don't remember when I walked in if there was, and I don't remember this being on the floor. Okay. I don't remember seeing.
Okay. So you don't remember seeing it?
Yeah, I don't remember seeing it. I don't remember. But again, as I'm reading this statue, when I see the statue, there's something that's like, oh, maybe, yeah, I feel like I remember there was some things that were broken, but I don't specifically remember what they were.
You did not witness firsthand?
I didn't firsthand anything. I didn't witness firsthand Johnny abusing Amber.
But do you recall testifying to that effect, that Johnny charged at you and then you were scared?
He charged towards me and I was scared. I ran past him.
You didn't run past him because he told everyone in that penthouse to get out of his penthouse?
I ran past him because he ran into the unit, and it scared the shit out of me because he was wasted and screaming. So that's why I ran out. If there's a grown-ass man coming at you and saying, get your bitch out of here, and swaying a magnum-sized bottle of wine, I'm sure, I don't know what anyone do. I can't say what anyone do, but I ran out.
And will you just remind us what side of Miss Heard's face you recall the marks being on May 21st, 2016?
The right side of her face.
Do you feel indebted to Miss Heard in any way?
No.
Have you ever done Miss Heard's makeup?
No.
You testified earlier today that Miss Heard often, in the times you saw her, would not be wearing makeup. Is that correct?
Correct.
Is it possible in some of those times that she was wearing the type of makeup we ladies sometimes use to not appear as though we're wearing makeup?
Yeah.
So you wouldn't necessarily be able to tell whether or not she was wearing basic concealer or foundation?
Correct.
Talk to me about the loud noises. What did you hear?
Yeah, just screaming, yelling, doors slamming, commotion.
Could you tell whether the screaming and the yelling was a male voice or a female voice?
From what I can remember, male.
And could you tell where the screaming and the yelling was coming from?
It felt like it was started farther down the hallway, and then it was coming like closer. So essentially, I mean, I don't know, but it could have been the hallway.
And so after you start hearing the screaming and the yelling and the door slamming and the commotion, you testify that Mr. Drew got up and went to the door?
Yeah.
What did Mr. Drew do?
He was kind of pacing by the door and looking through the peephole.
And what happened next?
And then the door like burst open, and Johnny came charging in and screamed, again, holding the magnum-sized bottle of wine, flailing it around, looked intoxicated, kind of stumbling, and screamed, "Get your bitch out of here," as he ran in my direction. And I was scared. It was very frightening and just scary and unexpected. And so I just darted out past him and ran up towards the pool gym area and hid there.
Prior to the night of May 21, 2016, had a man ever charged at you holding a Magnum bottle of wine, screaming profanities?
Objection.
And what was your reaction to this event when it happened on May 21, 2016?
Fear.
Besides the screaming and the door slamming and the wine waving, do you recall anything else about Mr. Depp's actions that evening? During that moment, I guess I should say.
There's erratic. I would describe it as erratic behavior.
Was anyone else with Mr. Depp when he charged into Penthouse 5?
Behind him were two men.
What about Ms. Heard?
No.
What about Ms. Pennington?
No.
So you testified that after Mr. Depp burst into the apartment and started charging towards you, that you darted out and hid in, I believe it's a communal exercise area, is that correct?
Yeah, I darted out and went up the stairs and hid somewhere over by there.
Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
Sorry, say again. Why did you hide?
Because I was scared.
What were you scared of?
I just didn't know what he would do. I didn't know what he would do.
And the he there is who?
Johnny.
What were you thinking when you were hiding in the communal exercise area?
I don't remember. Just that I just remember being scared and not wanting to leave that area until like I was clear that I wasn't going to be attacked.
And at some point, did you leave the area?
Yes.
And what prompted you to leave the area?
A text with Raquel, just telling her to come to her and Josh's apartment.
And did you do as Ms. Pennington said and go to her and Josh's apartment?
Yes.
Sitting here today, do you remember what you were thinking as you were sort of coming out of your hiding spot and walking towards the penthouses again?
I think the whole thing was just bizarre, like really frightening and bizarre to me. I don't specifically remember what I was thinking other than like, holy shit, what the fuck just happened, you know? And is he gone? Maybe I was thinking that. I don't remember specifically.
And when you say, is he gone, who's the he you're referring to there?
Johnny.
When you got to Miss Pennington's and Mr. Drew's penthouse, who'd you see? Who was there?
I don't remember who was specifically there when I first walked in, but throughout the time being in there in that moment, definitely Amber, Raquel, and Josh. And maybe like just by peeping into the hallway, one of the police officers.
When you saw Miss Heard after you came back down from your hiding spot and you're in Mr. Drew's and Miss Pennington's apartment, how did she look?
She looked frazzled and just completely disheveled. Her hair was all over the place. She had a swollen face, looked like she had been crying, and yeah.
Do you think the swollen face was a result of her having been crying?
No.
What do you think it was a result of?
It looked like she had been like hit in some way. Like it was not from crying. She had markings on her face.
Were the marks that you saw on Miss Heard's face after you came down from your hiding spot present when you had been hanging out with her earlier in the day?
No.
You testified earlier today that you witnessed some, I believe it was Miss Pennington or Mr. Drew, take some photos of Miss Heard's face. Do you remember that?
Yes.
I'd like to mark what will be Mars Exhibit 13. Miss Mars, as the court reporter hands you Exhibit 13, I'll represent to you that these were some photos taken on the night of May 21st, 2016. So if you turn to the second photo in the set, do you recognize the person in this photograph?
Yes.
Who is it?
Amber.
And do you see any marks on her face in this photograph?
Yes.
And do these marks look like the marks that you saw in person on her face on the evening of March 21, 2016?
Yes.
And just to clarify, these marks were not on her face when you saw Miss Heard earlier that same afternoon and were helping Miss Pennington make beads.
Correct.
There are other photos in this set. Why don't we turn back to the first one? Some broken frames on a bed. Do you know what this picture is of?
Yeah, I mean, this is Amber and Johnny's bed, and there's photographs on it.
So I take it that you've seen Amber and Johnny's bedroom before.
Yes.
Do you recall whether you went into Mr. Depp's and Miss Heard's bedroom that night?
No.
No, you don't recall, or no, you didn't?
No, I don't recall.
The next photo on the set is the picture of Miss Heard. Just after that, there's a photo, you're with me, of what appears to be a hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Are you with me?
Yes.
Do you recognize what this is an image of?
Yes.
What is it an image of?
It's the hallway between all the penthouse apartments.
So you've been on this hallway many times.
Yes.
Do you see the sort of red staining on the right-hand corner of the page?
Yes.
Do you recall seeing that red staining the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
And what was it?
It was wine.
So you saw that staining on the night of May 21, 2016?
Yes.
Do you recall whether it was there when you arrived in the afternoon?
I don't remember seeing it, no.
So when was the first time you remember seeing it?
I think when I came out of my hiding spot and came downstairs back into Raquel and Josh's apartment.
But you didn't see the wine get spilled?
Not this, no.
You saw other wine get spilled?
I saw, yeah, as he was, and when he came in the apartment, when he was flailing the wine.
And the he there is?
Johnny.
Then the last photo in this set appears to be of some picture frames hanging on the wall. Do you see that?
Yes, I think it's in Amber and Johnny's apartment, I think. But again, I don't remember if it's in her studio. I don't know.
Do you recall seeing this photo in one of the penthouses before?
Yes.
And when you saw it, was it broken?
No.
And what, if anything, do you remember about Miss Pennington's state?
Also, distraught, upset.
You'd been friends with Miss Pennington for many years at that point, correct?
Correct.
Had you ever seen her similarly distraught?
Not similarly, but seen her sad.
But have you ever seen her have the same reaction that she had that evening?
No.
So you also testify that you saw Mr. Drew in his and Miss Pennington's penthouse. What, if anything, do you remember about Mr. Drew's state?
I just remember him being just a grounding energy, just trying to be supportive to Amber and to Raquel, and just really trying to be like the man in the situation that was gonna like really be grounded amongst like women that were sort of like frightened and sort of a little more frantic. He was very grounded and very like clear, and I remember like feeling safe with him. Like he was, it was like protection.
You testified earlier today that, quote, there are some things that I really remember and some things that are a little shady, end quote. Which bucket do the marks that you saw in Miss Heard's face on the evening of May 21, 2016 fall into? The things that were a little shady, or the things that you really remember?
That I really remember.
All right. Your next witness?
Witness, Your Honor, is Melanie Iglesias, and that is also by video. And I will say that that begins with Ms. Vasquez questioning first, and then I come back.
All right. And can you spell that last name just for the court
It's
order?
Inglessis.
Thank you.
Please state your name and address for the record.
My name is Melanie Iglesias.
And Ms. Iglesias,
Whoops, it's me first.
I'm a makeup artist.
And you, in fact, are a professional makeup artist, correct?
Correct.
When did you first meet Amber Heard?
April 2015.
And what was the occasion?
Tribeca Film Festival in New York.
And were you providing makeup services for her on that occasion?
Correct.
Okay. And did you become friends with Amber Heard after that?
I did.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to show you what has been marked as exhibit number 7. Do you recognize what's depicted in this photograph?
Yes. I recall seeing this on the kitchen of the penthouse. When you enter, they have a bar kitchenette to the left, and that was there. Yes.
But when you came to the penthouse after Amber had texted you, whether it was that night or the next day, you saw this in the kitchen. Is that correct? Painted?
And lack of foundation.
And so you do recall being there that evening?
I do recall being there. You know, my only concern with all of this is that was it the day before or during another incident? But it says, if my text said I was there the night before, then I was there the night before.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as deposition exhibit number 9. Do you recognize what is depicted in this photo?
Well, it's a bed. It looks like I mean, it's a very tight picture of the bed, but it's the bed.
And do you recall seeing this the night of December 15 with the broken part of the bed?
Upstairs, yes.
Okay. And when you say upstairs, what do you mean?
Well, her bed, the bedroom was upstairs.
And the downstairs had the kitchen with the writing. Do you remember where the other property that you saw was? Was that downstairs or upstairs? The property that was damaged. Was that upstairs or downstairs?
Downstairs.
All right, and just so I'm clear, you recall damage to the bed, is that correct?
And ask an answer.
On December 16, 2015, did you return to Amber Heard's penthouse?
Yes.
And why did you come to Amber Heard's penthouse on December 16?
It was the James Corden show. She had an appearance, so I came back to work.
And when you arrived at the penthouse on December 16, please describe for me what you observed about Amber Heard's face and any injuries.
When I came to the penthouse on December 16 to do Amber's makeup, she had injuries. She had two light, like, I don't know how, I don't know, I mean, I'm not a medical expert, I don't know how I would describe them, but it could have looked like somebody had headbutted her lightly, so she had a discoloration here, under both eyes, and on the bridge of the nose. And she had what I would call a split lip or something on the lip, like a gash or a split lip.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to look at what has been marked as exhibit number 11. Do you recognize this photo as being Amber Heard's head?
Yes.
Okay. And could you please describe for me what this photo is showing?
It's showing a chunk of missing hair.
And what, if anything, did you observe on December 16 about Amber Heard missing a chunk of hair?
I remember this because she showed it to us and I looked at it.
Okay. And can you describe what is depicted right along her scalp there?
I don't know.
Do you recall that there was some bruising along the scalp and some pus, for lack of a better word?
I don't recall.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as exhibit number 14. Do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
This is Amber Heard.
Okay. And were you just described what you saw on the 16th with respect to Amber Heard's injuries. Does this accurately depict what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at what has been marked as Exhibit 16. Again, do you recognize the person in this photo?
Yes.
And who is that?
Amber Heard.
Okay. And does this picture reflect the injuries that you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Okay. And then I'm going to ask you to take a look at one more of those, and that is Exhibit 17. And I'm going to ask again, Ms. Iglesias, do you recognize the person in this picture? And maybe to try to move it along, is it Amber Heard?
Yes.
Okay. And does this reflect what you saw as well on December 16, 2015?
I mean, that's three pictures with very different light, but yes.
Now, do you also recall there being an injury to Amber Heard's lip?
Correct.
And Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask you to take a look at exhibit number 19. And do you recognize the person in this photograph as Amber Heard?
Yes.
And does this picture accurately reflect what you saw on Amber Heard on December 16, 2015?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, could you please describe what you did by way of makeup to prepare Amber Heard for the James Corden show on December 16, 2015.
Yes, we covered, I just did makeup, but just a little heavier where it needed. So we covered, the discoloration, the bruises with a little slightly heavier concealer, one that has a little more of a peach undertone, which I would normally don't use on Amber, but peach do cancel blue. So I did that under the eyes, and although Amber always, has a red lip, is one of the signature look, I remember clearly talking that we had no other option that night but then to use a red blood, like a really red lipstick to, make sure we could cover up the injuries on the lip.
And were you able to cover all of the injuries with the makeup that you applied and as you just described?
Yes.
Ms. Iglesias, if you could look at what has been marked as exhibit number 22, do you recognize Amber Heard in that picture?
Yes.
Okay. And is this the picture of her? Is this a picture of her that evening, December 16, 2015 on the James Corden show?
Yes.
What, if anything, did you observe on the difference in Amber Heard's demeanor before the show and then on the show?
That she had the ability to, turn it on, that she, the ability to do her job and perform how she was supposed to perform on the show.
And prior to Amber going on the show and while you were working with her on her makeup, how would you describe Amber's mood and demeanor?
Angry, sad, a little erratic, I think through waves of emotions,
Do you recall someone named Ms. McMillan having any role in helping to prepare Amber Heard for that James Corden show that night, December 16?
Yes.
What do you recall?
Samantha was a stylist. Samantha was there the day of the James Corden show, as she was always there to get her ready before an appearance or a show.
And did Samantha work on Amber before or after you were applying the makeup?
I don't know if she worked on Amber, but when I entered the Penthouse 5, Samantha was there with Amber. So Samantha was there before I entered the penthouse.
And do you recall whether Samantha was hugging Amber when you came in?
I recall opening the penthouse. So there's two penthouses. There's a penthouse where she gets ready. So Amber at the penthouse where Samantha gets her ready, where all Amber's clothes is. If I recall properly, that's the penthouse that I enter first, just to say hi before I would go set up in the other penthouse. And my recollection is when I enter, Amber was crying, looked pretty upset on Samantha's shoulder, or they were like, I don't know if hugging is the right way, but they would definitely had a moment where they were together and Amber looked really upset.
Ms. Iglesias, I'm going to ask just a couple more questions about the makeup that you applied on Amber on December 16, 2015 for the James Corden show. I think you said that you had applied some concealer and that you had some peach undertones with it to cancel out some blue. Did I hear that correctly? I was asking about, I wrote down that you said that you had applied on Amber concealer, you had some peach undertones to cancel blue. Is that what you said?
Correct.
So what type of concealer did you apply to Amber? And if you use different color tones, can you please describe why you used the color tones you did?
I used a different kind of concealer that I would normally use on Amber, which I used a concealer that had peach undertone. Peach undertone concealer are more effective to cover any darkness or blue undertone that a normal concealer.
Do you know what type of makeup Amber Heard typically wore?
Objection, Megan.
Can you please describe for me?
Yes, she's pretty natural. She has a concealer from a company called, or she used to have a concealer from a company called Clé de Peau. Her makeup would be pretty simple, concealer and a little benefit tint that she used on her lips and she used on her cheeks. Very natural.
It had a natural look to it, correct?
Correct.
Okay. But she did wear concealer and what you described, correct?
Do you mean in her daily life or that night?
In her daily life.
Yes, she has a concealer that she uses all the time, and she has a couple of products that she uses all the time, daily, yes. Well, I mean daily, yes, as far as I know.
And do you feel confident in what you described that you saw that day of Amber Heard's?
Without a doubt. Because I just don't remember, it's 5 years ago, I don't remember the exact date.
And could you describe Amber Heard's demeanor in those days before and after the filing for divorce and for the domestic violence restraining order?
An area of different emotion, definitely from sadness to not wanting to divorce to anger to being really upset to being really sad. So it was just a roller coaster of emotion that I think we were all there those couple of days to help navigate and go through it.
I take it from your response today, you still feel very emotional about this. It's very difficult for you, isn't it?
It's not difficult for me, no, but it just reminded me at the time how I felt, yes.
When did you first tell Ms. Heard that you were no longer interested in having her as a client and being friends with her?
That phone call, about a month ago.
How was it said?
Well, I just told Amber that, I wish her well and I just have no interest in continuing a relationship, whatever it's work-wise or friendship-wise.
But is there a specific reason other than the birth of your child and the postpartum issues that you described, both as a client and Ms. Iglesias? What was your impression of Mr. Depp when you first met him?
Lovely.
You thought he was lovely?
Yeah.
Was each of the, well, let me ask the backup question. Did you interact with Mr. Depp? How many times did you interact with Mr. Depp?
Through, you mean all in all?
Oh, yes, the entirety of your interactions. How many were there, approximately?
5, maybe less than 10, maybe, yeah.
And would you describe all your interactions with Mr. Depp as, quote, lovely?
Yes.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp act in a violent manner?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp yell at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see him kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp throw an object at Ms. Heard?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp slap Ms. Heard?
No.
Punch her?
No.
Did you ever see Mr. Depp kick Ms. Heard?
No.
Is it fair to say, Ms. Iglesias, that you never saw Mr. Depp be physically abusive towards Ms. Heard?
Correct.
And you never saw Mr. Depp cause any injuries to Ms. Heard, correct?
Did I ever saw him causing any injuries? No.
And so any injuries that you claim to have seen on Ms. Heard you don't know one way or another how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
The only source of information that you have is Ms. Heard's own words, correct?
Correct.
Did you hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having a fight on the phone?
I was there. I was present in the room.
But just to confirm, could you hear Mr. Depp's voice?
No.
So fair to say that the only voice you heard was Ms. Heard's, correct?
Correct.
And so you don't know what Mr. Depp said to Ms. Heard on that phone call, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall any other occasions where you witnessed a fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, or heard about an incident or a fight between Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, other than the three that we've now discussed?
I would say every time. I would say that during my friendship with Amber, before she filed for divorce, which, I mean, timeline, I don't know, a year, maybe a year and a half, it was always some conflict, some fight, some physical fights, some verbal fights, some kind of problem, it always was a problem, a problematic. It was very consuming for me. It was all consuming about that relationship. It was a very consuming friendship, and hence that's why I decided not to continue it.
But you yourself, Ms. Iglesias, didn't witness any of these altercations, fights, arguments, correct? Between Mr. Depp. I think you testified that you interacted with Mr. Depp less than 10 times. When you did interact with Mr. Depp, was Ms. Heard present each of those times?
All of those times.
Did you find him particularly loving towards Ms. Heard?
No, not particularly, no.
And during these interactions with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard, at that time, you were aware that Mr. Depp allegedly was abusing Ms. Heard, correct?
Well, most of the interaction that I had was towards the end of 2015, right? I'm assuming, so I was not fully aware yet of, I guess, the seriousness of their fight, if I can say so. I think, you know, most of the time I saw them together was towards the end of December, before December 15. So Thanksgiving, that time, and Amber's, I think, birthday, I'm getting into the date. So the few times that I saw Mr. Depp was before I understood the seriousness of the fight.
Understanding, again, came from Ms. Heard only, correct?
Well, Ms. Heard and some of her friends, yes.
Who were some of her friends?
Rocky, Retro Pennington, Io, Twillett, I'm not sure how you pronounce it, Josh, Drew, the people that were leaving, her sister, Whitney. Those were the core group.
You said you spent Thanksgiving with Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard. Was that in Thanksgiving, November 2015?
Yes, correct, because they were divorced by May 2016, so yes.
How would you describe that evening?
Awkward.
Why?
Because Marilyn Manson was there.
Did you know Marilyn Manson?
No, but this was an awkward Thanksgiving sitting there. It was quite intimate. So sitting, yeah, it was just awkward. He's just an awkward being, and it's just awkward to be around. So it was an awkward evening.
Do you recall Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard having any type of disagreement or fight that evening?
Disagreement, maybe, like a disagreement.
What do you mean by that?
Well, I mean, there was, you know, it was such a small, intimate surrounding that you pick up on things. And so I could tell that it was awkward. It was just awkward. I think Mr. Depp and Mr. Manson disappeared for a while, and everybody was at the table, so they was wondering where they were. It was just awkward.
And you're pretty sure they had a fight because Ms. Heard told you after the fact that they had a fight, correct? Because you did not witness Mr. Depp or Ms. Heard having any type of fight the evening of Thanksgiving, correct?
Correct.
Ms. Iglesias, do you have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles on December 15th, 2015?
I have an independent recollection of going to the penthouse before one of the incident. And at the time, I couldn't recall if it was the day before the James Corden or the day before the phone incident. So and that is what I made sure I needed to remember, that it was the day before December 16th. Yes. Does that make sense? So I knew I had come a day before, a day before one of the two biggest fights that, and I wasn't sure if it was that day or that day, but it was December 15th.
And sitting here today, you're still not sure if you went to the penthouse on December 15th, 2015, or if it was the day before the May incident in 2016. Okay. And when you went to the penthouse on December 15th, I believe you testified before that you didn't see any injuries on Amber Heard that evening, correct?
Sorry, I don't recall seeing any injuries on Amber that night.
Do you recall if Ms. Pennington was at the penthouse that evening?
Yes.
Do you recall if anybody else was at the penthouse that evening?
I don't recall.
But you do remember Ms. Heard being there and Ms. Pennington, correct?
Correct.
Did you take any photographs of Ms. Heard the evening of December 15, 2016?
No.
Do you recall being present when any photographs of Ms. Heard were taken on December 15, 2015?
I don't recall.
Do you remember being present when photographs of Ms. Heard's injuries were taken on December 16th, 2015?
No.
And did you take any pictures of Ms. Heard and her injuries on December 16th, 2015?
No.
So I don't want to take up the time of showing you all the photographs Ms. Bertahoff showed you earlier today, but there were a number of exhibits. I think I marked them as exhibits 14 through 20 that you were shown earlier this morning. Just to confirm, you didn't take any of those photographs, correct?
Not on my phone, not with my phone, and I do not recall taking Amber's or Rocky's phone to take those pictures. No, definitely not with my phone. I do not recall taking physically myself those pictures. No, I don't recall.
Would it be normal for Ms. Heard to have makeup on her face before you arrived to do her makeup ahead of an appearance?
It would be normal for Amber to have concealer on, a little of that tint there, yes, because it is quite normal for Amber to wash her face. She always likes to wash her face before the makeup with the product that she likes, do a toner, so it wouldn't be abnormal for her to have a little makeup before and then wash her face and start clean.
But you don't remember one way or another whether Ms. Heard had a fresh face with toner and moisturizer on when you arrived on December 16th, 2015, correct?
No, I do not. I don't recall.
Would she usually wash her face and go through that process in front of you?
Yes, I mean, in front of me in her bathroom, but, we were close, so it wouldn't be abnormal for me to be chit-chatting with her while she cleaned her face. And I don't think specifically in front of me or not in front of me, but yeah, I mean, she would wash her face in the bathroom, which is adjacent to where we get her ready.
And I want to be really specific. So based on your best recollection, what injuries did you see on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015?
Amber had a slight discoloration on both eyes and on the top of the bridge of the nose. And hold on, and I do believe the right eye had a little more of a gash right there. It wasn't that strong, it wasn't that swollen, but it was definitely some blue and yellow discoloration there, mainly on the inner corner and a little more here. And then she had on the right lip, as I said earlier, I'm not sure the exact medical term, but it looked like a split lip or like a gash here.
Did you ever see Miss Heard's lip bleed on December 15th or December 16th?
I don't recall.
But you remember that it was not bleeding on December 16th when you were applying the makeup, correct?
When I was applying the makeup, correct.
How about before you were applying the makeup? Do you recall it bleeding?
I don't recall.
And I think you just described it as either a gash or a split lip.
I don't know what would be the medical term for it. I don't know what kind of injury would have caused this. I'm not a medical expert nor forensic expert, but it was slightly swollen. And by the way, you can see it in that video. So it's crazy to me, but it was slightly swollen. And there was either a gash or a scab, no, not a scab, but it was swollen with some kind of cut.
Do you recall Miss Heard ever having a cold sore on her lips?
No.
You said there was slight discoloration under both eyes. Was there swelling under both eyes as well?
We'll clarify swelling. Maybe very little, but it was mainly discoloration at two. I recall mainly discoloration like a bruise. Maybe there was a little tiny swelling on one of the eye that was a little more injured than the other, but not huge swelling, no.
I believe your testimony earlier today was that he lightly headbutted her. Is that correct?
I wasn't there. I don't know if he lightly or not lightly headbutted her.
That was your testimony, that it appeared as if she had been, quote, lightly headbutted. Do you remember saying that earlier today?
And maybe I was misquoted. It's not my position to say how headbutted she was or anything. And maybe I'm misquoted.
Okay. And did she show you the hair that was missing?
She showed us, me and the hairdresser, the hole where the hair was missing on top of the head.
And was Miss McMillan there as well?
No, Samantha McNair was really never when we get ready. So it was two separate things, and Samantha never really comes up when we get ready, no.
But just to confirm, these injuries, right, that you saw on Miss Heard on December 16th, 2015, you don't know how they were caused, correct?
Correct.
And so any information you have about how the cause of these injuries came from Miss Heard only?
From December 16th, correct.
Well, any injuries other than Miss Heard and her friends, you never witnessed Mr. Depp being violent or abusive towards Miss Heard and causing any injuries.
Correct.
So let's talk about the makeup that you actually used to conceal these injuries on her face on December 16th. I believe you testified you used a concealer with a peach undertone.
Mm-hmm.
Did you have training and experience dealing with injuries or covering up bruising on people? Do you have any specific experience or education?
Specific experience, I have experience in doing bruises and cover bruises for special effect. yeah, I mean, throughout my career, I have created bruises, and I also have covered bruises for, you know, with models or real life things, whatever it is. So yeah, I have experience in covering some bruises. Yes.
How about swelling? Same question.
I mean, it's a little harder to cover swelling. That would be maybe, you know, try to bring the swelling down. Covering it up would be harder.
And how about cuts?
Yeah.
Specifically as it relates to Ms. Heard's makeup look on December 16th. Do you recall what foundation you used?
The brand?
You probably don't remember the brand, but do you recall the shade that you used?
How would I? No, it's 5 years ago. Absolutely not.
Do you recall that you do have a specific recollection of using a peach undertone concealer?
Yes, and I'll tell you why. Because Amber always had in her bag, we have the same concealer. She has a concealer from a brand called Clear to Pull, and it's a specific shade. You know, it's beige. Beige was Amber's color for under her eyes, period. So the day, December 16, I didn't use beige. There's another concealer that has a little more peach in there and orange. It's called Honey, from the same family, and I used that instead. And I think I have a wheel that is a bruise wheel that has different colors, and you pick up the color to gently touch up any darkness.
Did you make a different choice for her overall look other than the concealer as a result of the injuries that you saw on her face on December 16th?
Not a different choice, but I remember we specifically, you know, I know you read it before, we had a red lip that was not uncommon for her. You know, she has a signature red lip, so it's not suddenly it was, oh my gosh, she has a red lip. But I remember that day I specifically structure my makeup. There's a couple of things we do with Amber. We do a smoky eye and a nude lip or a red lip. And I remember specifically thinking of my makeup about we needed to highlight there to try to not draw attention there. And the red lips was our only option to cover that red cut that was there. So that I remember very specifically thinking that we had to have a red lip, sharp brows, and construct the makeup to take away from here. So basically, I mean, it's not doesn't mean nothing to you guys, but just basically a lot of highlight up here to kind of not focus on this. I remember talking about it very clearly.
And forgive my ignorance, but what did you do to cover up the cut on the lip other than apply a red lip?
A red lip. A red lip. It is swollen. I can see it in the video on the James Corden show. So her lips was swollen. It was big on that side. You can see it. There's nothing I can do about that. But we did a really dark red lip to match that red gash or cut, whatever that was there.
Do you recall Ms. Heard being hindered as a result of the injury on her lip? And when I say hindered, I mean, did she have trouble opening her mouth widely, or, you know, did she complain about it hurting or splitting open and bleeding? Do you recall any of that?
I don't recall.
And again, just to confirm, on December 15th, 2015, you don't recall seeing any injuries, including a split lip on Amber Heard, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall having any specific conversation with the hairstylist that was doing Ms. Heard's hair on December 16th, 2015, as it related to the abuse that Ms. Heard was describing for you?
Yeah, yes, we talked a bit about it, yes.
And what do you recall about that conversation?
I mean, you know, I think everybody was a little like, whoa, shit, okay. I think everybody was a little surprised. Everybody was a little like not knowing how to move forward with it. I mean, but we talked, as I said, when Amber was in the chair and Adia was behind her and I was in front of her. I recall the three of us having this conversation, and I recall Adia showing me the hole there.
But just to confirm, you don't know how that chunk of hair was missing from Ms. Heard's head. You don't know what caused that chunk of hair to be missing, correct?
I don't know it, correct.
You don't have any personal knowledge, I should say, as to how that chunk of hair came to be missing from her head.
Well, I did not witness it, correct.
Alex, may I please have you bring up Dep 9? Ms. Iglesias, you've testified previously that you see, watching the video clip, right? You see Ms. Heard's, you see the swollen lip and you see bruising.
Yeah. I see, I've known that face. I know that face so well. I've done it so many times. I can tell where the bruises are and I can tell where the swollen lip is, correct.
So, Ms. Iglesias, do you mind please identifying for me, is this, does this photograph accurately depict Ms. Heard on the James Corbin show on December 16th, 2015?
Yes.
But can you describe for me where you see bruising on Ms. Heard's face?
Well, no, I didn't say I saw bruise, but I saw the discoloration. I can see my makeup. So I see the discoloration on the right eye, just right under. I see that little dent there. And also, I mean, this is a picture that is, you know, taking, this is not a really accurate picture. She's sideways, the light is one way, you know, but yes, there's better pictures that you can see. But you give me the mouth, I will show you, but there's other still picture when you can see the split lip better, or the swollen lip. So, I mean, I can see there's better pictures where you can see that side of her lip is swollen, this here.
And when you're pointing, just to, for the record, you're pointing to the right side of Ms. Heard's lip, correct?
Correct. It's here, nothing, but as I said, there's better pictures, she's sideways. There's better pictures where you can see what I feel you can see better. But
it might be the same photograph.
Yeah, she's still sideways.
But Ms. Iglesias, this is your testimony that you believe you can see swelling on the right side of Ms. Heard's lip.
Yes.
Okay. Do you see any bruising or concealed bruising under her eyes?
Well, I mean, I know I've concealed those bruises, so yeah, so I can see them because I know I did it, but so that's neither here or there, but yeah, I mean, I can see them just under her eyes, on the right eyes, I can see the little gash right there. And I can, all that darkness, right, I mean, I don't have the mask anymore, but all that darkness right there, that is not eyeshadow. And that is neither dark circle for not sleeping. This is part of the little, you know, the injury is showing through.
Do you see any discoloration or bruising on the bridge of her nose?
I do not, no, I must have done a great job there.
Do you recall anything about Ms. Heard's appearance when you first encountered her in Coachella Valley?
No, I don't recall.
Did you notice any injuries on Ms. Heard?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard discussing any abuse that she had sustained the night of her birthday on April 21st, 2016 by Mr. Depp?
Yes.
What do you recall about that?
I recall there was a fight, there was I don't remember. I don't exactly recall the fight. I know there was a fight and there was some problem. That's why they were late coming back to Coachella's. I don't recall exactly what she told me, but there was some problem the night before, yes.
But you don't remember seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard after her birthday dinner in April of 2016, correct?
Correct.
Do you recall seeing any injuries on Ms. Heard's face at that dinner on May 24th, 2016?
I don't recall.
Do you recall Ms. Heard's general demeanor at the dinner on May 24th, 2016?
What I remember about that dinner is that she was, and I'll tell you why I remember this clearly, because she was very distraught. and she was very confused if she should file or not for divorce. And she was really sad and upset and angry and all of it. And I remember that because that night I actually physically took her phone. So she should not, so that if Johnny tried to reach out to her again, she wouldn't have a phone that night, and she would go through the divorce tomorrow, the next day. So I remember physically having her phone, and when I dropped them back at the penthouse, she said, keep my phone, so if you contact me, I won't know, I won't cave, and I will file for divorce tomorrow. So I went home in my house with her phone, and that's why I remember. That's why it's sticking in my mind. And then the next morning, and you can see in those texts, she said, I need my phone. And then I had to drive to the penthouse and give her her phone back. And at the time, that day, I'm assuming she filed for divorce, and that day, the whole circus started.
And you believe that Ms. Heard should go through with the divorce, correct?
Correct.
And that was based on what exactly, Ms. Iglesias?
On what she told me on her recollection of her marriage.
I think you testified earlier that Amber's practice was to wear concealer, some foundation, moisturizer, things of that nature. Do you have any recollection that Amber strayed from that and did not wear makeup during the week of May 21st, 2016?
No.
Do you have any recollection that week of thinking, oh my goodness, Amber Heard isn't wearing her makeup this week?
No.
So do you know whether Amber Heard took any steps to reduce her swelling during this, in preparation for the James Corden show?
Yes, she took arnica, and we had an arnica gel. And I always have arnica gel in my kit anyway, and she had arnica gel. She used arnica gel and some ice.
And what does arnica gel do with respect to swelling?
I use arnica gel in my kit to bring any swelling area of my client's face down.
And how does that typically work? What's your experience?
It just brings the swelling down. I mean, not drastically, but it helps with the swelling a little bit.
All right.
Yes, Your Honor, we have another video.
Okay, if you could approach for a moment, let me just.
Certainly.
All right, your next witness.
Your Honor, we're going to call Christy Sexton, and this is by video deposition as well.
Who's Christy Sexton?
Okay, thank you.
I've not heard that name before.
Yeah, I have no idea. I have no idea.
Christina Lisette Sexton, Queensland, Australia.
For how long, Ms. Sexton, had you lived in Australia?
I've been at that address since July 2017. There was a transitionary period. I met my husband in December of 2015. So 16 and 17 decisions on which country we were going to move to and such. So I did not establish residency here until July, and then began all my paperwork subsequently when we were married in October of 2017.
So I take it from your last answer, Ms. Sexton, that Australia was the lucky winner for which country you and your husband would choose to live in. Is that correct?
Yes, indeed.
And do you currently have a job? Do you currently work right now in Australia?
Yes, I'm an acting coach.
When was it, to the best of your recollection, that she took a class that you were a TA in?
I believe it was sometime in 2009.
For how long did you remain Amber Heard's primary or exclusive acting coach?
I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017. I don't know about exclusive. We don't have any sort of exclusivity contracts. She may work with other coaches. The last time we worked on a project together would be Aquaman, so 2017.
Okay, so the first movie, or the first TV series, I should say, that you recall working on as an acting coach with Amber Heard was the Playboy Club.
Yes.
It was the 2011.
Yes.
I take it from what you just described that although the frequency varied, it's fair to say, is it not, that you saw Ms. Heard many, many, many times during the period between 2010 and 2017?
Oh, yes.
Would it be fair to say that you saw Ms. Heard during this 7-year period more than 100 times?
Easily, yes.
And when you say easily, do you think it's also fair to say that you saw her more than 200 times?
Absolutely, yeah.
I'm going to go up another 100. Same answer for 300 times?
Yeah. As I said, when I would see her, it would be multiple times a week in preparation for a project.
When was the last time that you had a session with Amber Heard as her primary acting coach?
Mid 2017.
During that early period when she lived on Orange Avenue, how would you describe, Amber Heard as an actor?
She was really focused on moving to the next level of her career, and really stretching herself as an actor. Which is why she started coaching so much at that time, and initially even went to classes. So she was really driven to do a lot of work, and kind of mine out everything that we could from the text and go over things a lot. So she was very driven as an actor to, I would say, get to the next phase of her career.
We're looking at Sexton 1. Refresh your recollection as to when that took place. That's the IMDb page.
Yes, it was either 2011 or 2012. If it's saying that it came out in 2011, then the premiere would have been in 2011. So yeah.
When was the next time you recall seeing Johnny or Mr. Depp?
I would say sometime in the middle of the following year.
So sometime in the middle of 2012, you think?
Yeah.
And where was that?
At her house on Orange. I remember seeing him quite a bit. In the early period.
Again, I'm focused on the early period. Did you have occasion to run into Mr. Depp at your coaching sessions with Amber later when she moved into Sweetser Avenue and then at the penthouse in downtown Los Angeles?
Yes, I did see him often at both Sweetser and the downtown house.
And over that period of time, did you observe changes in Mr. Depp's behavior?
Yeah, Johnny became, I would say, much darker as time went on. He was like, figuratively and literally, he would sit in dark rooms. The art overall changed. Like everything got much darker in the houses with like heavy. It was always a little. I don't know what the art form would be, dark, but it just like literally lighting would go down and big curtains would be everywhere, and he became much less talkative as time went on. I would see less and less of him personally. I would hear him in the house, but I would see less and less of him interaction-wise. And when I did, he wasn't very happy.
What would you hear him say on those occasions when you could hear him but not see him?
At different points in time, I heard different things. Sometimes it would just be him milling around the house. Sometimes it would be him having conversations with his team, bodyguards and stuff, or his friends that were over making music at the Sweetser location. Sometimes it was him and Amber fighting. Like I was in his home, so I heard him quite a bit.
You said a couple of answers ago that from time to time you would hear Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard fighting. Can you, again, keeping in mind that it's a long time ago, can you describe what you heard?
I would say I would just hear a lot of him yelling. His voice would carry through kind of the halls of the house. And then like I remember one time in specific that I could hear Amber was trying to get out of the room, and then the door shut again, and then I could just hear muffled yelling on his part.
At the beginning of their relationship, once Ms. Heard has revealed to you that they were in fact in a relationship, did she talk to you about Mr. Depp's struggles with drugs and alcohol?
In the early parts of their relationship, she had said that he was sober. She was trying to support him in his sobriety. And then subsequently throughout the relationship, we would talk about his breaks in sobriety.
Based on your work as Ms. Heard's acting coach, primary acting coach, was it your understanding that Mr. Depp had opinions about what role Ms. Heard should take?
There were a couple of occasions where I actually heard Johnny say, why would you want to do that kind of role? My woman isn't going to play that kind of role. Stuff like that I heard a few times from him over the course of time.
Other than saying that hearing Mr. Depp say he didn't want his woman playing a whore, did you ever hear him use any other language like that about the kind of roles that Ms. Heard was being offered? To focus you in, Ms. Sexton, I'm talking about the period when Amber and Johnny were together in a relationship until you stopped being her acting coach in 2017. And I'm focusing in on what you would call hearing from Mr. Depp about what roles he thought Ms. Heard should play.
As I said, he would be sitting, initially when she lived in the Orange location, sometimes he would be nearby. It was a fairly small house, and he would be nearby and kind of earshot. So there were times that he was kind of just disparaging. That's a shitty role. Why would you do that? That kind of thing. But he wasn't super negative then. Later on, as it went on, he was very vocal about the negative terms. Like I said, he called it a whore part or a trash part, or a piece of shit, all sorts of things like that. Generally pretty negative if it was something he didn't want her to do.
Did the number of roles that Ms. Heard auditioned for change during the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp?
Yes, it did. It was decreasing as it went, and there would be stretches of time where she wasn't auditioning at all or working on anything at all.
During the time that Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard were together, did you observe changes in their relationship over time?
Yeah, early on they were incredibly lovey-dovey and passionate and always together in a positive way. They were very playful and friendly. And then I would see less and less of them together, and I would hear a lot of muffled arguments through the walls. And when I did see him, sometimes the balance would shift. It went from being like a normal couple to very tension filled, especially those last few months that they were together. And yeah.
Did they, was there a, withdrawn? Did the number of times that Ms. Heard was late for or canceled sessions with you change as her relationship with Mr. Depp went on in time?
Yeah, as I said earlier, Amber was never late when we worked at the studio. And then as it went on, I began having to actually build in a cushion of an hour around her appointment. It started out just an extra 15 minutes here and there because she'd be late coming downstairs, or they'd be discussing, or he had to talk to her at that moment in time. And eventually, as the relationship progressed and the fighting got heavier, I would have to build in time because she'd be sobbing at the beginning of sessions and we couldn't work until we got her together. Yeah, I ended up having to do a lot of cushion time around her just so that we could actually get something accomplished because she was often very upset.
Did you have occasion to observe Ms. Heard crying naturally, not acting, when you had coaching sessions with her during the time that she was together romantically with Mr. Depp?
I would say the last year they were together, probably 80-90% of our sessions began with her crying. That would be increasing as it went on. Ironically, she has a little difficulty crying, acting wise, so which a lot of us do. And so, yeah, we would have to work when we were doing it acting wise, but it was a lot towards the end there, a lot of crying sessions.
Based on your testimony here, Ms. Sexton, is the crying that she did in a role different than the crying you observed so often in the last year of her relationship with Mr. Depp?
Yes, inherently acting crying is very different, unless somebody is working in what's called method, in which that's an entirely different thing where they focus on their own stuff. So she's not a method actor, so it would be completely different.
Speaking for your own self, Ms. Sexton, how did you react when you saw Amber at these sessions crying the way you described it?
I have a caretaker personality, so I would prioritize taking care of the person in front of me over doing work, which is why I ended up building in all that extra time, because I cared about her as a human and I wanted to be there for her in as much as I could as a friend. So there's no point on working on something if someone isn't fully there or they're upset. It's more important to deal with the person and take care of them than work.
And during those sessions, particularly in the last year when you saw Ms. Heard crying so often, what was your understanding of the reason for her tears?
I would hear them fighting and then hear her come in, and she would be a wreck after she came in. I couldn't make out what they were saying, and I personally wasn't trying to listen to their fights, so I would just hear the sounds of the screaming. and her usually, you could tell she would open the door and try to get him to be quiet, and then it'd go back to him yelling. And so that would directly occur before she would come down and be upset and trying to pull herself together.
What do you recall seeing her say she told you that they were fighting about?
I was witness to some of those. He didn't want her going out without any sort of security or any team. He didn't want her going and doing things just on her own.
You described earlier in your testimony, Ms. Sexton, what Amber Heard was like when you first met her. During this period when she was involved with Mr. Depp, and particularly toward the end of their relationship, did her behavior change?
Over the course of time, she became more and more of a hermit, only leaving the house when she had to. Again, as I said earlier, literally the houses became darker with the curtains drawn all the time. I remember one time in particular when she was living at the Eastern Columbia that we went downstairs to get a slice of pizza. I think there were 4 of us, and Amber gave a homeless kid down there some money, and we helped him get to the bus stop, and we came back up, and Johnny yelled at her about going out, and that she knew better than to be going out at night and that kind of thing. And when we tried to kind of be like, it's fine, we got pizza downstairs at the building across the street, then he just started screaming and getting really angry. So I made my way out.
What about her weight? Did you notice any changes during that period in her weight? Just to be clear, Ms. Sexton, I'm asking about the time that she was involved with Mr. Depp.
So Amber is one of those people that loses weight when she's stressed out. So she would drop weight and look skeletal at certain points in time. I remember right before their wedding, she had lost a significant amount of weight to the point that I was asking her if she was eating regularly. So she's always been fit, but she would drop down and get a little gaunt if she was super stressed out.
And in that last year that she was involved with Mr. Depp, do you know changes in her weight?
Yeah, she lost a significant amount of weight, and I noticed it specifically because I had been in Australia doing a film, and then when I came back, so I'd been in Australia since December. I came back in February, and she looked, she was skin and bones. Like she was much thinner than she normally was at that point. So I know during that time period that she had lost a lot of weight and she was very gaunt.
Now, I'm going to shortly move on to specific incidents, but for now, Ms. Sexton, I want to speak generally about things you observed and saw. And the first question I have in that regard is, during the time that you were Amber Heard's acting coach and she was involved with Mr. Depp, did you observe injuries on Ms. Heard?
When she came back from Australia, there were a lot of like little red marks on her arms that looked like freshly healing things. Skin, like red marks on her skin, on her arms that I saw. And then subsequently I would see like bruises that look like arms being grabbed or wrists. Then I saw that all towards the end.
Did there come a time when you accompanied Amber Heard and Johnny Depp to Hicksville, California?
Yes, I went to Hicksville for Johnny's birthday celebration with them.
And in your own words, can you tell me about that trip and what happened chronologically?
We arrived at Hicksville and we had made kind of like a barbecue and drinks. As we were having a lovely time. Johnny was playing guitar and singing. And then as the night went on, like around sundown, they started passing around a bag of mushrooms and a bag of white powder. I didn't even partake in the alcohol because I had had surgery a few months before, so I was the only one stone cold sober. Then I went to bed early, and while my friend and I were in our trailer, and we heard the fighting happening, Johnny screaming, and a commotion. We didn't come out of our trailer, and then the quieting down, and everyone being like, "Oh, it's okay." The bodyguards, I heard them running over there, and then the next morning when we got up, the group was talking about what had happened that night. And then I kind of left that conversation and went to the trailer to check on Amber. And I saw the completely torn apart trailer. Johnny was apologizing for what he had done, and he was instructing his bodyguards to just pay it off. Let's just take care of it. And I stayed with Amber. She was really shaken up.
The next day, can you describe for me what the trailer where Amber and Johnny were staying looked like?
The inside was in shambles. I remember seeing a light hanging off the wall. There was broken stuff everywhere. Dishes, it looked like, or not dishes, like the wood was broken. Things were hanging off the wall. It was in shambles on the inside.
And that next day, I think you said that you had occasion to see Mr. Depp. Is that correct?
Yeah.
How did he look that next day when you saw the trailer?
He looked very worried. He was apologizing. He was saying he would take care of it. He was like, "Don't worry about it, babe. We're going to get this taken care of." And Amber was really like closed off and quiet, and he just kept kind of apologizing to her over and over again, and then telling his bodyguards to just take care of it, just get it done, whatever it is, just pay for it. And then he went off to go have that conversation with them.
What was Mr. Depp saying that next day when he was apologizing?
I just remember him saying, "I'm so sorry, babe. I'll take care of it. I know this is bad, but I can take care of it. I'm sorry I did this," that kind of thing.
I think you said, testified in this earlier, but I want to make sure the record is clear. Did you recall Mr. Depp using the word monster? Okay.
I heard him on different times making apologies that he said, "I'm sorry I turned into a monster." I just remember a profuse amount of apologies. I don't know if that time in particular had that verbiage.
Anything else about Hicksville that you remember that you haven't told me about?
I mean, the only thing I stated that I did see him eat the mushrooms. I saw him holding the white bag. I don't know what he did with that, the bag of white powder. Everyone except for me was drinking, and different people were partaking in different drugs at that time. So I didn't keep track of that. Yeah, I don't know anything else that I can recall.
Okay. I want to go forward to another incident, and that is the day of April 21, 2016, which I'll represent to you was Amber Heard's 70th birthday. Did you have occasion to see Amber Heard that day?
Yes, I attended the party.
And again, you say you attended the party. Can you describe the party you attended, who was there?
The party was happening in one of the penthouses, the one that they didn't live in. It's where they did most of their art, and we did most of our coaching. And I don't remember the number of that one. and there were several friends of Amber's there, and we spent the first couple hours waiting for Johnny. And then eventually Amber said, just let's not stop waiting for him. Let's just start. So we went out to the balcony to start dinner. And that's when Johnny finally came down, and he was severely inebriated when he came down. And they, Brandon, I don't remember his last name. It starts with an M, escorted him, kind of helped him stay stable. And we went to the table and we started dinner, and Johnny and I was sitting 2 seats away from Johnny. Johnny and Amber clearly were very tense and had been, I don't know what they had been doing, but they were very tense. And he would try to kind of touch her and she would shy away. And then Rocky was trying to change the tone of the party because it had really gotten very somber at that point. And she asked everyone to kind of say their favorite story about Amber. And as we went around the table, everyone shared their stories. And when we got to Johnny, he started talking about that he remembered when he first met her, the imprint of Amber's ass on his couch were his words. And it just all kind of took a turn from there. She was clearly embarrassed. She asked him to stop, and he kept telling the story. And it got really awkward and uncomfortable at that point, and never really recovered any sort of jovial energy. We ate, and then I left shortly thereafter.
I forgot to ask you this question about Hicksville. The day after, when you saw Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard in the wrecked trailer, did Ms. Heard seem embarrassed?
Yeah, as I said, Amber was very closed off. She was very quiet. She had said, "Don't come in. I don't want you to see this." So, yeah, she seemed very embarrassed.
Now, switching forward to Amber's 30th birthday party, I think you testified that Mr. Depp seemed inebriated when he arrived. What's your basis for saying that?
He was slurring his words and wobbly on his feet. He ran into a couple things, which is when Brandon came over and kind of locked arms with him to kind of help him stand up.
You said you saw her later with a healing bruise. Where do you recall seeing that healing bruise?
On her cheek. It was on her right cheek. I think it was right. Yeah.
Do you know how long after the incident that you just discussed with the cell phone you saw Ms. Heard in her face?
It was a few days later, but I couldn't tell you exactly when. I mean, everyone heals at a different way, right? I could still see kind of the yellow and stuff in there. So.
When was the last time you spoke to Amber? You said August of this year?
Mm-hmm.
When was the last time you spoke to her specifically? Do you remember?
We went over it was sometime in August. I can narrow it down to August, to have wine, have a glass of wine and catch up. Because like I said, I think it had been 2 years since we had physically seen each other.
Both times when you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year, did you meet with her at her house?
Yes.
Did Ms. Heard mention any of the allegations that Mr. Depp is making against her in relation to this case when you met with her?
Only to talk to the attorneys about it.
When you say only to talk to the attorneys about it, what specifically did Ms. Heard tell you?
Like she said, would you be willing to sit down and talk to my attorneys about everything that you witnessed? And then afterwards, after I kind of talked about it all, it felt really intense to me and I felt incredibly guilty.
Was it during one of these 2 times that you met with Ms. Heard in August of this year that Ms. Heard told you for the first time that Mr. Depp had allegedly raped her with a bottle in Australia?
Yeah, she did talk about the bottle then, yeah.
Was it the first meeting that you had with Ms. Heard in August of this year that she mentioned that?
No, it was after, like I had come to see her and had a wine night and catch up. And then after I had talked to the attorneys, after we had a good cry, we were talking more about what had happened, and she was saying how she didn't even tell me everything. And yeah, that's when it came out.
And just to confirm, Ms. Sexton, Ms. Hurd told you about the bottle incident in Australia where she claims Mr. Depp penetrated her with it before your deposition, your first deposition in the case in August of 2019?
Yes, it was after I had talked to the attorneys.
After you had spoken to the attorneys informally, correct, at her house?
Yeah.
But it was before you were formally deposed in this case on, I believe it was August 30th, 2019.
Yes.
And just to confirm and make the record really clear, this was the first time Ms. Hurd had told you that Mr. Depp had allegedly penetrated her with a bottle in Australia, correct?
Yeah, she had told me about the assault with the bottle, being hit with the bottle and the broken glass and everything. And then she had told me about all that many times before. And then this time she started crying and sobbing and started telling me about the assault, the penetrative assault.
And when Ms. Hurd told you about this alleged rape that occurred, did she know that you were going to be deposed by her attorney?
No, because they were all in the other room. They didn't even tell me that they were like, we may have you for a deposition. And that's when I had said to them, if you're going to do that, I would appreciate it if you did it before I left the States. And they said, we may or may not need you. And it was a couple days later that they then sent me the contact and said, we are going to subpoena you.
Since you've known Ms. Hurd, can you tell me how many times you spent maybe a significant amount of time with Mr. Depp?
I would say probably around like 10 or 20 times.
And of those 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp and spent maybe more significant time than him just passing through a room, how many times would you say he was or appeared to be sober?
Not many. If he was coming down to have a conversation, he was pouring a glass of whiskey or rolling a joint or having wine. It always seemed to me that he's not a social animal, if you will, and he would have a drink or a smoke in order to go talk to people, is what it felt like. So most of the time I saw him, it was that.
You would agree with me, though, Ms. Sexton, that someone getting a drink is different than someone appearing drunk, correct? For example, if it was his first drink of the day. So my question is a little bit more specific. Of the 10 or 20 times that you saw Mr. Depp, how many times did he appear inebriated? Not, holding a glass of whiskey or smoking a joint, but how many times did he appear inebriated to you?
I would say at least half, if not more.
How would you describe Mr. Depp's personality when he was or appeared sober versus when he appeared inebriated?
He was very quiet when he was sober, and before he would start drinking, he was very quiet. Almost a whisper, mumble most of the time. And then he would get very loud when he was inebriated, and he would go to like boisterous first and telling like cool stories and stuff, that kind of happy drunk, and then it would move into the loud, angry drunk.
When you say loud and angry drunk, did you witness Mr. Depp be angry when he was drunk?
A couple of times, yeah.
When was the first time you witnessed Mr. Depp appear to be angry and inebriated?
I couldn't tell you the first time per se. I have images in my head. I remember him like yelling and screaming, and the bodyguard coming over and being like, "Hey boss, let's take this to another room."
Can you tell me as much as you can remember of that incident?
I remember being in the kitchen of that house, And he came down and he was yelling about something. Amber and I were having a conversation. And we were going to, I think we were going to work on something that day. It was later in the evening where it was really dark in there. Like I said, sometimes they drew all the curtains. In my memory, it's very dark. And he was yelling, and that older guy came and like scooped his arm around him, and it's like, all right, boss, let's take this to another place. Because he was inebriated. I could tell from the way he was talking, and he was just kind of yelling. And I don't recall what was happening. It all kind of happened very quickly. I don't recall what he was yelling about, or if it was even at anybody. He was just kind of down there and drunk, and we scooped him up.
You anticipated my questions, which were who was he yelling at and what was he yelling about. So you don't recall, is that correct?
No, I don't.
And you said the other instance that you remember of Mr. Depp appearing inebriated and being angry was at one of his penthouses in downtown LA, is that correct?
Mm-hmm.
What were the circumstances that you remember about that incident?
I remember one time he was mad that people were in the house because I had just gotten there. I don't even remember. There might have been like 2 people there or something. I don't remember. But yeah, he was storming up those stairs to his office bedroom area. And then Amber and I went to the other penthouse to work.
And in either incident, both at Sweetser and at the penthouse, when you saw Mr. Depp and he appeared inebriated and was angry and yelling, did you see him hit Ms. Heard at any point?
No, I did not see him hit her.
Did you see him kick Ms. Heard?
I did not see him kick her.
Did you see him throw something at Ms. Heard?
I saw him coming at her, and that's when the bodyguard stepped in, like coming towards her. But I did not, like, so throwing himself at, like, but I was not witness to him throwing objects at her.
When you say he was coming at her, are you describing the incident at Sweetser or at the penthouse?
Sweetser, he came in through that hallway, and we were sitting at, it was kind of like an island there, like right in front of the fridge, and I was in front of the fridge, and he came in from there, was like coming at her, and then the bodyguard, like, came in and scooped him up.
Just the incident, you don't remember what Mr. Depp was yelling about or
Yeah.
what?
Yes.
But it appeared to you that Mr. Depp was coming at Ms. Heard.
Yeah.
Right?
She was shaking and upset. It felt like something that had been going on for a while.
And all the time that you've known Ms. Heard and Mr. Depp, did you ever see Mr. Depp be violent towards Ms. Heard?
I never saw him hit her. I heard him use terminology, as I said before, and as I said, come at her, but I never saw him hit her. If I had, I would have called the cops, to be honest.
You never saw Mr. Depp throw anything at her, any objects at her, correct?
No, the only thing I saw was the aftermath. Like, I would see things broken afterwards. And like I said, in Hicksville, I heard the yelling and then saw the breaking and saw him apologizing for it. But I, with my own 2 eyes, did not see him physically break the stuff or throw the stuff.
When Mr. Depp and Ms. Heard went to Australia, did she tell you that she threw a bottle of vodka at him and that's what severed his finger?
No, she had told me that he had broken the bottle and cut himself with the bottle that he had broken.
When she told you that he had cut himself with the bottle he had broken, did she say that he had taken the bottle and cut off his finger, or that it was an accident and that his finger was severed from the broken bottle? Do you understand the distinction?
Yeah, she didn't say that he. She didn't indicate that he cut off like went purposely to cut it. What it seemed to me is that he had broken the bottle against something, and then he was doing things with the bottle, like shaking it around, and that he had cut himself from that. It didn't indicate that he had in any way purposely cut himself.
Do you recall Johnny ever saying something to you in a conversation with him later about his ability to pass insurance tests?
I remember a specific time when Amber still lived at Orange, and Amber was out with her girlfriends, and I had come over too early for the party. So it was just Johnny and I sitting there having some whiskey, and he was smoking cigars. And he was talking about that I said something about, he said he had to get up early to do a test. And I was like, oh, don't you have any sort of like concern about that? And he's like, it's easy to fake insurance tests. That's why we do what we do. I was talking to him because another client of mine had to do an insurance test, and he was like, oh, you can fake a piss test, you can do this. And he just kind of went over a few different ways that it's easy to fake insurance tests and made a joke of it.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we've come to the end of the day today, so have a good evening, and we'll see you tomorrow at 9 a.m. Again, do not discuss the case with anybody and don't do any outside research, okay? Have a good evening.
Well,
sorry, my dog woke me up. What happened?
Your dog woke you up?
Yeah.
Did you really fall asleep?
I fell asleep, and my dog came inside, and
Do you have any
she
remote
put. It
witnesses
was so
tomorrow
cute.
that
She
you need
put.
access for? Do you need a WebEx? You don't need a WebEx link? Deposition and live witnesses. Okay. All right. That sounds good. All right. Everybody knows their homework, right?
Is there
Okay,
no? There's not going to be
all
any
right,
cross for
we'll see you
her tomorrow. Okay. What I'm going to say is, he cut off his finger with a bottle. Now, did he?
I know, it's so funny. She told another story. It's unbelievable. It's unbelievable.
It's a new one.
Yeah. Wait, Johnny, you forgot your girlfriend. You left your girlfriend behind, man. Oh, she wants to get the muffins. I got it. I understand. Yeah, this is how you make the muffins. Oh, please tell me. Camille's trying to get the muffins.
They're going up to the desk to talk.
They're going to go talk to the clerk.
Oh.
Now, I would love to be the clerk in this case.
Yeah, Sherry, I thought the story was that he cut his finger off with a phone, not a bottle. Don't know where the bottle came in. And did she say about? Did I hear her say that she knew about Johnny hitting Amber with a bottle? That's a new one on me. I've not heard that one before. Had you?
Well, it's obvious because Amber has so many stories. No one knows what the hell is real anymore.
Would you like me to turn my volume down, Kerry? Sorry. Rude.
No, I agree with you. No, it's not. It was not a good day for him. I agree.
No. But it's not a bad day either because it's all her mates.
I don't. Yep, door, phone, bottle. What's next? What? Yeah, today was kind of rough. I think the cross-examination of Whitney was so disappointing. I was like, what the fuck is that about? Like, where was the cross for Whitney heard? I don't understand. And everybody was like, oh, don't worry. You know, they're setting her up. They're setting her. So I was waiting for this setup. And I believe you guys, like, yeah, maybe they're going to throw something really big at her. And then, like, I was like, what the
I'm disappointed. Nothing happened today. That sucks.
Well, I mean, we found out that he cut his finger with a bottle now. So that adds to it.
Yeah. And he hit Amber Heard with a bottle as well, apparently.
Yeah, apparently.
It shows how many times she'll tell different stories to different people because you can't keep track of the lies.
Yeah. That's true. I
did
didn't know who this
notice.
witness was. I'll tell you that much. I had
No.
no clue who this witness was.
But she was looking down a lot and she closed her eyes a lot. And closing your eyes is a sign
was
of
lying.
hiding the truth. No.
Well, listen, again, Whitney and all of them stuck with the same thing and the same story. I just don't know why they didn't grill Whitney. I was waiting for the grilling of Whitney and it never came.
Me too. I was waiting for those people. You know, what was her name? The girl from the Art of Elysium.
Right.
She's not coming. She's not coming. She
But
can't
that
be
proves
coming. She's
Whitney's
put
a liar.
tweets all over the place. She can't be coming. They cannot use her letter. She is not a witness. If she's put tweets out, she cannot be a witness in this case. So
What
she's
about
not
the
coming.
gentleman that had the upstairs office that dated Whitney later on?
I don't know. But if she's been tweeting, she can't be coming. She can't be a witness, which is so disappointing. So disappointing.
Can she
Oh,
be
Sue,
recalled?
that was a good comment. Did you see that comment, Rob, by Sue?
Hold on. I'll find it by Sue.
They all use the same phrases, yeah.
Oh, yeah, that one. Yeah, I just posted that before. Yeah.
When people are telling lies, they use the same phrases like double down, land that plane. You know what I mean? You can see it when it's rehearsed.
Oh, I posted a whole bunch of stuff on Twitter that I found. Rihanna is even clapping at Amber Heard for stealing her story and expressing it almost word from word whenever she got beat up by Chris Brown. It's like, well, damn. So yeah, I got a bunch of shit on Twitter. I posted things I found and the bruise, how to make the bruise makeup tutorials out of the things that Amber had, and just dollar store shit you can get from over the counter. It's so simple. And posted the pictures of her at the divorce court and the very next day where there was nothing on her whatsoever.
Now I have a question. Did one of them say that Josh Drew cleaned up something?
Yeah.
That was Liz Mars, right?
But she didn't witness him cleaning it up.
No, so
she just presumed
how
he had.
could she say he cleaned up anything if she doesn't know that?
Because she just presumed that he had because it was tidy when she went over there.
Yeah, that's
and
what
then
I'm
suddenly, and then suddenly she remembered something was broken. I don't fucking know. It was all bullshit, is what it was.
Look, you know what I need to do? I need to find a time frame between when Johnny left, when the first cop showed, when the second cop showed, when Isaac showed. I don't have the time frame when even they showed.
When did he have time to clean it up?
Well, that's what I'm trying to show. Like, first of all, why would you clean it up anyway if you called the police?
Yeah, I think she's saying between the first cops and the second cops.
And then she goes, okay, well, I tried to protect Johnny. Okay, if that's the case, then why did you do a TRO? You know, the minute you do a TRO, everybody knows who it's about. So you can't protect someone if the minute you do a TRO. And he never came back to the building. Did you need a TRO when the guy never came back to the building?
She did this to get publicity.
Right, and all she did, and then she sent text after text after text after text after text. Johnny, come home. Johnny, call me. Johnny, come back. Johnny, don't leave me. Johnny, come. Like, that's obsession.
Yeah.
You can't be afraid of your attacker if you keep telling them to come back to you.
Yep.
I don't get that. Like, I didn't want my, her to come back to me. I wanted her to stay out. I wish she would have stayed out like a month. I would have been like, great, gives me time to get the hell out of here. You don't text the person. You want to stay away from them. You want to just stay far away from them. So that disproves the fact that she said It disproves, number one, she tried to protect him, which is a lie. Because you don't do the TRO on the op-ed. Oh, the op-ed wasn't about him. Okay, who's about, Amber? It happened after him, right? So who's it about? You only had one husband. Who could it possibly be about? Is it about Elon Musk? Because he was marked up. So is your TRO about Elon Musk? Oh, it's just something in general. In general, okay, let's go with in general. It has to happen to you.
Yeah.
So if it doesn't happen to you, how can you speak about it if you're telling me that no one did it? Somebody had to do it to you. That's why I didn't know why they didn't grill her about that. So what are you saying? This happened after Johnny. So who's it about? In other words, if you're going to speak up about domestic violence to the community, then you had the experience happen to you that someone had to do it, Miss Heard. Who was the one who domestically abused you? Who you said it wasn't Tasha Von Ray. So was it Johnny Depp? And if so, then that's who this TRO is about. That's who this whole thing is about. Why would you need a TRO? You didn't try to protect him. You tried to get fame and fortune. And when you couldn't, keep everything under wraps anymore, you had to find new ways to keep in the spotlight. Because once he was leaving, shoot, I'm not going to get another role like Aquaman like I did. Well, what's that? Oh, hold on.
Not me.
Yeah, I know what that was. By the way, I just want to tell you that Camille was addressed about Johnny Depp and her going out.
All right.
And she just laughed. She giggled. And that was it. That's all she did. I'll show you the video. I'm going to see if I can get the video for you. Hold on. I think this is it. Okay, hold on. This should be the video where they ask Camille about her and Johnny Depp. So let's see what she says. Hold on. I'll show it to you right now.
She thinks it's that ridiculous. That's why she's laughing. Of course I'm not bloody going out.
Hi, Camille. The people want to know, are you dating Johnny Depp? It's all over the internet. Can you set the record straight? Yes or no?
Was that Darth? Sounds like Darth. Look, she's a celebrity now.
Did you notice there was no yes or no?
Thank you. Oh, thank you.
No, she just thinks the idea is so ridiculous. The idea is ridiculous.
That's called Ken is jealous.
What? I'm not jealous. Well,
I don't think it's ridiculous. I don't think
they're
it's
not
ridiculous.
dating. They're not dating.
I don't know.
She can't date. They cannot date.
Well, they could be getting prepared to.
It could be secretly.
No, they can't.
Did you see them today, Hen? Did you see them at the table this morning?
But they can't date. It would be against ethics.
Well, this is a long video than I thought it was.
Yeah, so TJ saying that she dating the two women she just hugged.
Well, I don't think she has a connection like she does with Johnny.
That's not the point. She can't. They are not dating. She just thinks it's ridiculous that people saying that about them. That's why she laughed. Camlam, you got it backwards. AH is dating Elaine.
So I thought that was interesting that someone took a video and they I thought it was
It'll
pretty
be-
interesting.
It would be a breach of her ethics for them to date while she's his lawyer. You should know this, Rob.
Well, you know, listen, I don't think it's illegal.
I mean, it's against the rules.
Hold on, I'm going to show you something. Hold on.
I thought this was a really kind of dull, boring day in court with all the video depositions, and I saw one lie after another pop up. I mean, and not just because, I mean, I'm not just all Johnny and I won't hear anything. I'm actually looking for something.
She's got a partner. Look at the chat. She's got a partner she's happy with. By spreading these rumours around, you could affect her relationship. So can we stop saying that they're dating?
Okay, wait, hold on.
I'm sorry, Hen, what did you say we weren't supposed to say?
She's got a partner. So all these rumours going around that they're too close and they're in a relationship is going to affect her real relationship. So we need to stop it. Did you see the bottle being taken out of the bin, Rob?
Hold on. Hold on, I want to say, here we go.
I didn't see it happen, so I don't know.
Look at this.
Did you observe Miss Heard consume any alcohol before she?
Look at this. Look at these two. Wait. It's the beginning. Hold on. I want to show the beginning. Hold on. Oh, I hope I can find it. I want to show you guys that piece. There. Very chummy. Now remember, she didn't sit next to him. Now she's sitting. Look at it. Look.
She's been sitting next to him the whole time.
He's been in the back.
No, she's not. She's been sitting next to him the whole time.
He was with the microphone where the heavyset lady was.
Only when she was being while she was cross-examining, yes. But otherwise, she's been sitting next to him all the time.
You sure about that?
Yes.
Hen is correct.
She's been in that seat the whole time. She was only sitting behind while she was having to object.
The whole time.
All right.
Rumour. Rob, we need to stop rumours spreading like this. It could affect her relationship with her actual partner.
Rob, you're bad.
All right, who's she
with?
Hey,
Rob, I actually put 50.
Well, who's she with?
I put 50 plus. Go ahead, Rob.
No, 50 plus what?
I just made a 50 plus song playlist for Amber Heard, and I named it Amber Heard.
Oh my gosh.
Awesome.
And it's public on YouTube, so I hope people hear it. I am a diverse person. I put everything nasty on there, even the "Fuck You" song by CeeLo Green.
Wait. Piglet says no, she's been in the back.
She wasn't. I've seen her sitting there.
She was only in the back when she wasn't on the when she wasn't cross-examining people. Other than that, she was sitting up front with Johnny.
Yeah. She's been sitting up front all week for the last 6 weeks. Yes, they are just friends. Stop it. Right, anyway, I've got to go because I've got my own channel to run.
Will it hurt Johnny's case? Everybody keeps asking that question.
Right, anyway, I've got to go. Bye-bye. See you later.
Bye, Hen.
See you later, my channel people. Bye-bye.
Hen, are you streaming?
Yes. It's Wednesday night. It's my night. See you later.
Okay, go. I'll end in a little bit. All right.
No, it's cool. I've got to set it up anyway. Bye-bye.
Wait, I'm lost here, guys. Are people trying to say that Johnny and Camille
are dating? Yeah.
Nah, she's 36 years old. I think he's done with that. I really do. I think Johnny is gonna stick around people 40s and up. I don't
Well,
think he's going back down.
I think for him, she's more mature. She's intelligent. She's beautiful. She don't need money. She's got money. That's obvious. So money's not. She doesn't seem like an Amber Heard. She doesn't gain anything if she goes out with someone like him. She doesn't gain. There's nothing to gain. She's a lawyer. What does she need to gain? She's already got her exposure.
Yeah, it's not that. It's just if you look back too, though, he was leaning in and laughing with Ben Chu too, very close. I just think that he's grown close to these people. They've been supportive, and he's loving to so many people. It's hard to tell with Johnny. It really is.
That's true. Yeah, he is. Yeah.
I think he'd be more shy and not want to show it if it was really happening. And I heard he was dating somebody prior to this that he was keeping really secret, and I don't think it is someone in his legal team, but that's just me.
Yeah, I mean, listen, I think everybody wants, you know what it is? I think everybody wants to see him happy, and they want to see him happy with someone they can get behind, and I think the community can get behind.
Exactly.
Camille. And she's become so popular, in this community for what she's done and how she's handled the case and how she ran after Amber, and people have respected her. And I think that's what everybody wants for him. They want him to be happy, but want him to be happy with someone who has class, dignity, doesn't need anything from him because they already have their own life set. I think that's what everybody wants. And I could agree to that. If that's what they're looking for, I agree to it. I totally agree to it.
I just want someone to love him.
Shit, here goes my phone. Sorry, guys.
That's all right. Like people are tired of him being taken advantage of, and they don't want to see the next one come along and do that. Like everybody knows there's going to be a next one sooner or later, whether it's a week from now, a month from now, 5 months from now, a year from now. Whenever it happens, it's going to happen. But they don't want to see him get hurt, and they feel like this woman would be somebody who'd be good for him. And if that's the case, it's nice that everybody's wishing that. That's
totally.
You
know what I found so sad, Rob, was when he was on the stand and he talked about when Amber took his boots off, and he said no one had ever treated him like that.
Yes.
That was shocking to me because, I mean, I'm not anything special, but I get my husband a cold beer or a glass of ice water. I will hand him things, and he does the same for me. That's when you love someone. You don't think about it. You just do it.
Yeah. Yeah, I agree. I know what. Yeah, I totally get what you're saying. I think you know what it is sometimes, like there's when somebody wants somebody, right? Like I was saying at lunchtime, when a man wants a woman, he's gonna do whatever it takes for that woman, and that woman is probably gonna get used to him lavishing her, giving her, like Amber, giving her gifts, doing things for her friends, doing things to make her happy. Oh, I know if her friends are happy, she's happy. I got a great idea. I got plenty of room. These people don't have money. Let's make Amber happy. She don't have to go to her friends. Her friends will be here. She can talk with her friends. She's somewhere to go. She's upset. She don't have to go to another planet. She doesn't going to go like miles away. Her friends will be here to comfort her. So I think that's what he's thinking. If her friends are here, she's happy. She'll be close to her friends. I got my buddy Isaac near me, so I could always go to him. So I think that in his brain, what he was thinking was just love, just care, just happiness. Yeah, he spoiled exactly. He spoils us on this. And it's not home wrecking, by the way. I want to straighten that out. It's not home wrecking. What it is, it's just people wishing the best for Johnny, and they want to see him with somebody that'll make him happy and treat him with respect, and not out for his money, not out to use him. People don't get that. So people shouldn't get angry. Everybody wants him to have a happy life, like a normal human being. And they want to see him. Like, listen, I would love if Through the Fog, who doesn't want to date anybody, if she meets somebody and he treats her beyond the stars, and for the rest of her life, he gives her all the love and respect she's never had because of all the abuse she's been through. I hope that Gary treats Keely with all the respect and love that Keely didn't get. And that's why I'm pushing. I want to see them together because I know Gary can give that to her. And I know she can give that to Gary after what they've both been through. Gary was through a mental abuse relationship. He was through a physical and mental abuse relationship. That's why I think them together and them falling in love, which I didn't do. I had nothing to do with it. They did that on their own. Who doesn't want to see people happy? If you don't want to see people happy, then I don't know. I mean, I hope you all are happy. I hope everybody will be able to get to that place.
I feel the same for you too, and everybody here. I really do.
I mean, it's not, oh, I hope that he destroys. If she's with somebody, fine. But I think we all hope for someone like that for Johnny. That's all we're saying. That's the message that everybody's conveying. They wish that because they like her so much and everybody jumped on her bandwagon because they saw what she did and how she was, they're like, this girl would be perfect for him. That's all it is. That if she has a girlfriend or a boyfriend or whatever, I mean, she, whatever she has, But I think that that's what the community wish. Like, oh man, she'd be perfect with JD. They get along, they laugh, they giggle, you could see it. Yeah, when someone's in love, I see that. That's how I feel. I feel happy, giggly. Blast my radio. I go in my car. I'm blasting the radio. I'm dancing down the, up and down the street. That I remember that feeling. That feeling's a good feeling. When I'm, and I love that feeling.
Yeah, totally.
Dancing down the, up and down the street. So I remember that.
Hold on.
I love that. Yeah, so that's it. That's all. I'm not trying to. No one's trying to wreck her home. I don't know much about Camille. I don't know her history. I don't know who she's with. That's all I'm saying.
I'm sorry, I had my YouTube open.
It's okay. That's why I muted you for a minute because it was echoing. But
no, Rob, I just want to say one more thing, and that's that.
Good.
The way Johnny's youth was. And he became wealthy and famous, and he just gives and overdoes, and he never takes the time to pull himself back and really let things play. Like, see if somebody is good to you. See if they're hearing you. Amber was a chameleon. She sets every man up.
Yeah.
And pretends to be interested. I saw a statement she said about Elon Musk, how they're into outer space. Things like that. Completely different than what she said with or likes with Johnny. But Johnny never lets himself, little bits he did, a little bit with Winona, but they were very young. You know what I mean? But he just does so much for other people, and that only works for so long because nothing's coming your way. Ever.
You know what, Tracy? I again, that's why I get Johnny. I'm a person the same way. I want to see everybody happy. I remember when I was 14. This was so stupid. What I thought in my head was, I said, God, I hope I can make everybody happy. I hope I'm able to do that. I remember I told God, I was in my bunk bed. My brother was sleeping down below in the bunk bed, and the ceiling was really close to me because I was on the bunk bed. I just remember I looked at the God, and that's what I prayed for. I said, God, I pray that I'll be able to make people happy in my life and make as many people happy as I can. That was my wish. That's what I asked God. I didn't ask God for fame or fortune or this. I remember I asked God for that. I asked him, I think, for a girlfriend, to drive a car, stuff like that. Have a comfortable life. Nothing crazy. Nothing I would win the lottery and But I remember one of the things I really wanted was to make people happy, and so I kind of get how he is. Like I remember when I thought, I said, "Wow, if I had like money beyond money that I didn't know what to do with," I said I would probably get like a big mansion, and I would invite my friends or their family and say, "Look, you could stay here. Don't worry about it." And then I would have like a big hall where people can party or people can throw a party. And then I would have like places to play tennis, basketball, hockey, baseball, whatever. It would be like golf, like everybody would have everything there, a gym. I said, if I had and I would employ all the people I knew who didn't have jobs or had just they hate their job and be like, okay, work for me, work for my company. That I remember I was saying to myself, that's what I would do, because I wanted to see people happy, and that makes me happy. And that's like, I don't know, I like being with a lot of people also. That's why I like doing this YouTube. being with, I think Johnny has the same kind of persona. He employs so many people. He's very respectful to all the people he's with. He loves all the people he's with. But that's why he can get hurt too. When those people are not grateful and they don't have the heart that he does, that's the painful part of it.
You know, you're a good person, Rob. And I mean, I'm not saying I'm good, but I was just like that my whole life. I wanted to make other people happy. I could, if somebody was broken, I could fix them. I mean, no matter what it was. And when I was 27 years old, 26 years old, I met the man of my dreams. And if he would have had flares, I wouldn't have seen him. Because I didn't know what it was like to have someone be good to me, to love me, that wouldn't leave me, that wouldn't hurt me. And I've been married to him for 30 years now. And he still never ceases to amaze me at how much love he has for me and I for him. But it's mutual. And I see you, Rob, you, Maya, and your beautiful wife, and Chanel. It's all balanced now for you because it's both ways.
Right.
And now your beautifulness, it shines and you give it to us every day with your whole heart. And it's good now because finally you're getting what you have always deserved. Someone to love you that way, to make you happy.
And you know what's funny? Like, it's not, I don't know, for me, that's part of it, and that's real touching, and you're kind of making me, I don't know, emotional in a good way. But to me, it's this. It's people come here, and people hang out here, and people talk in the chat, and people are a part of the community, and you know, that makes me like really, really, really happy. And I don't know. I love, that's why I like doing live streams, because it's important to me, because I love hanging with everybody. And if people don't come, then I feel like, man, I don't know what to do. I'm lost, you know. I don't know how much more I can pour into it. And it's hard, you know. But what makes me happy is being around people. What makes me happy is being around this community. This community was one of the best things I ever did, was that you guys accepted me and you made me a part of your life. And it was the greatest thing that happened. I can't explain it. I've been so happy since everybody's come here. I don't know. I don't know what to say it. I don't know how else I can say it. I don't know.
I don't think we want to see Robin here. So.
Baby, I don't know if you realize this or not, but a large percentage of your solid group are empaths. And empaths are strongly emotional beings. And we have to guard ourselves and be very careful. And we all came to you and stay with you. And that's good. That's really good. That's trust. And it's honesty. And we can let our guard down and all be around each other and be around you because it's real. You're real. Your love, your kindness, your beauty. You radiate such beauty, Rob. I wish you could see yourself through our eyes. I really wish you could. Ask Tal, Emma, Echo Spice. I'm sorry if I'm not mentioning anybody else. We've all talked, sister empaths that are on here. Tell him.
He is an open person.
To me, when people wanted me to continue the member stream, they're like, when this ends, are you going to continue your member stream? And I was like, well, I don't know. Do you want me to? And they're like, please, because it helps me. And I said, okay, then I won't. I'll make it whatever you guys want. So I said, yeah, when this is all said and done, I said, I'll still do a member stream and I'll do a regular stream and we'll just talk about, I don't know, whatever happens that week with whoever. And everybody was thrilled with that answer. And I was like, sure. And I said, why do you want me to do the member stream? I'm just curious, what makes you want to be here? And they said, because I can be myself and I'm not scared. And I want to be me, but I'm too scared to say it in the chat, or I'm too scared to open myself up in the public. Okay, fine. And I'm for that. You know, I want this to be a safe place. That's why when people like hackers said to me, I don't make everybody wrenches like you do, Rob. I say, yeah, but there's a reason for that. And the reason is I feel that everybody's important. And I don't feel like only a certain amount of people are more important than others. I said, no, I think everybody who's a part of this should be treated the same. Like, what makes them less important than me? Like, I don't understand that. I'll never, as far as I'll ever be on this channel, I will never get why anybody who comes here and takes their time out of their life to be on my channel over someone else's is not important. That's bullshit. If you guys are not on any channel, their channel doesn't exist. It's like Johnny said, if you don't pay money to go to a movie, they're not famous. They're not making the money they're making. They're not getting awards. They're not making the movies they're making because you're not interested. It's the people that make you. So you guys make me, and you guys are not here. I'm not here. It's that simple. And so I decided that I said, no, everybody's important, and I want everybody to be like a family here and be safe here. And if somebody comes in and starts cursing or swearing or attacking, everybody can just throw that person out instantly without me doing anything. If they feel threatened by somebody, that person could be reported and kicked off my channel without me worrying. No one has to be attacked and take that. You know, so there's so many people here that one Black Widow, I just added you to the family, so welcome. So welcome to our family, by the way. So if everybody would like to welcome one Black Widow, we've never seen her before. First time I've seen her, I just gave her a wrench, so please welcome her. Say hi to her.
Welcome, Black Widow.
Welcome, Black Widow.
Yes, so I just saw her pop in, so please be nice to her. And that's how I feel. It doesn't matter you're a man or woman. To me, you're all my family. And if I ever saw you in real life, I give you a big hug. And that's why I said maybe I'll do a dinner for those who are local, those who are around the area where I live. I said, maybe, you know what, we will do a dinner. Those who live around here and want to go to a dinner on a weekend, like I'll pick maybe a Saturday night, and I'll pick a place, and I'll just say, hey, if you want to go to dinner, let me know. And we'll go to a restaurant, and I'll book it for however many come, and I'll make a reservation, and we'll just go. We'll just go out and eat, and we'll talk, and we'll meet in person. You know, why not?
If I start streaming now, I will be probably on time.
What happened?
I said if I start streaming now, I will probably be in time.
Well, my idea was you could do that in the UK. You could do that in the Netherlands. You could do that. Mm-hmm. Everybody here is from a certain part of the country or world. So it doesn't just have to be here. Like I'm telling you, what ruined this leg ruined it for me. I planned on going to Portugal, and part of my trip was going to the UK. And I'm still going to do this. And when I go to the UK, I'm meeting up with people who are in the UK. Two of my friends who are YouTubers, one's on Twitch. They already know when my leg's better and I'm coming there, I'm going to the UK and we're going to have dinner. And I already told Keely about it because she wants to come. So I'm going to get people from the UK to sit down and have a dinner somewhere there. That's my goal. It's going to happen. And I'm going to go there. I'm going to make the effort to go. I told her I have to go for at least 2 or 3 days. And one of those days, I have to have dinner with people at least get to the UK and have dinner there, at least there.
Where are you, Rob?
I'm in the USA. I'm in Jersey.
You're in oh, I have to send you something. My son made the best. He's a director, filmmaker, just graduated Friday. And he did the best comical New Jersey ad. I about fell over. They had a bunch of film and they just had to be creative and make something out of uncopywritten film. And he did an ad for New Jersey, and you'll fall over laughing. It is awesome. It is just awesome.
You could send it. If you want to link it tomorrow, link it and put it in the channel, and I'll watch it while something boring's happening.
Okay, I'll definitely do that.
Yeah, you can do that. Ireland. I'd love to get to Ireland. I'd love to listen. There's lots of places I want to go. Hawaii, Ireland. I mean, I don't have all this money. I can't. I wish I could do it, but. I don't know.
He is skipping the Netherlands. He's like, oh, hell no, I'm not going there.
Oh, no, I would. Netherlands, Denmark. I would go. Listen, I'm interested in Denmark now because of the rabbit. When the rabbits talked about Denmark, I was like, wow, that sounds really, Denmark sounds really nice, So I would like to travel and see some places. I just don't have all that money. I don't have. Well, there needs to be more people in the world like you, Rob, Jersey boy. Oh, you're from Pennsylvania. Oh, you're not even that far at all from me. Oh, wow. You're like, I don't know, hour and a half away. I'm going to Philadelphia I'm going to Philly on Sunday, actually. I got to go to Philadelphia Sunday. So I'll be in that Pennsylvania neck of the woods.
You're in one of those cool places that's so close to all those other states, you know, that are in those clusters. You can jump on a train. I'm in Missouri.
Oh, Missouri. It's funny because my friend, who I'm going to be on this channel Thursday, Justin Proper, he's in Ohio, and he's like, you have to come visit me. I said, no, I will. I said, I'm going to make a trip if I have to go across the United States. And I said, I will when I'm retired, most likely. And I plan on meeting as many people as I can. That's my goal. That's one of my goals.
Put me on your list. You are welcome to stay at my home. I have a really big house on 5 acres, and we will have a ball.
Wait, who
you have got to stay at my place.
Oh, you live in Mississippi. Oh, we get met for lunch. Your brother lives in Philly? Oh, okay. There we go. Yeah, I listen. If I had all the money in the world, I'd fly you all in and have a big mansion. You'd all could stay there. You all could work for me if you wanted to.
We are still waiting on Johnny's
it'll never happen. But I'm not Elon Musk or anything like that. But hey, listen, it was.
Thank God for small favors.
I know, right?
Oh, look.
Animation, you're in Missouri too? Where at around? I'm a suburb of St. Louis.
I'm by Fort Wood.
2 in Missouri. How about that?
I was actually born in St. Louis.
You're in St. Louis?
No, I was born there.
Yeah, but no one should get mad at that, Rebecca. It was a sweet thought. Listen, everybody's taking it the wrong way. It's not that, oh, she has a boyfriend. What are people trying to do? No, it was very sweet. Again, the message was that they just want to see Johnny happy, and they want him to be with somebody who doesn't need what he has and loves him for him, doesn't love him for what he has. That was the message that the fans are conveying. People don't get that. It's not that they're trying to wishing any harm on anybody. They're just wishing him happiness. That's all.
We just want to see him smile.
Yes. Yeah. They want to see, like Tracy said, they want to see Johnny be with someone who's going to love him as much as he's going to love them.
Exactly.
Right. And that's it. Not out for, yeah, exactly. Her friends lost their cash cow. Exactly. Not that he's going to be a cash cow, like Gigi said. Exactly. Yes.
Well, the thing is, if you have friends only out on money, then you know who your friends are because you can count them on your hand. None.
Yeah, it's true.
Why won't? Sorry to go back to the case, but why won't they play that tape where she says to him, the only reason she got the TRO was because the lawyers made her because they told her that they would all be kicked out within 21 days.
Bullshit. It's all bullshit. It's such a bullshit lie. First of all, she didn't need a TRO. Okay? He was willing to say, he said on his tape, take all the time you need, take 2, 3 months, 4 months, whatever you need. And she's like, no, the lawyer said 21 days. I don't care what the lawyer said. It's my property. It's not the lawyer's property. It's mine. And I'm telling you, take all the time you need. And when you're done, then and only then will I return to the property.
Exactly.
I think he told her that she could stay there till she had found something and till she moved on.
Yeah. And I told my ex-wife the same thing. I said, go to the home. I will go to my friend's house. I know you work during the week, so do I. So during the week, I'll be home. But then on the weekends, I'll be at my friends. Take all the weekends you need. You want to stay there. You want to party there. You want to whatever. That's fine. Just don't make the landlord mad. I don't care. I said, take whatever the hell you want. If I come home to a bare house, that's fine. I'll whatever you want there, you take. Just don't take my personal stuff, like my clothes or my collections or something like that. I said, but anything else? You need dishes, you need pots, you need pans, you need the couch, you want the lampshade, you want the lamp. I don't care. Take it. That was my point. Like, you take what you need, and then I'll return home. I'll return when you're not there. So you have no pressure. He wanted to do it peacefully. I don't get it. And it had to turn into this whole destruction. It's just sad. That's all. It's just sad.
She thrives off of it. It's insane.
She needs her fame because she doesn't have a job anymore.
Yeah. She wanted nothing from the divorce, but her team sent a demand letter to Johnny that she wanted to the Range Rover, money for gifts every month, etc. Now, I have a question, because that's great that you brought that up. Why hasn't Johnny's team pointed that out? Where's that demand letter?
Mm-hmm. Maybe
That
they're
should be
saving
brought up.
it to the end.
I hope that's brought up.
Me too.
I hope that's brought up, because that's a great point. Because she said, I want nothing. Well,
Maybe
if you
someone
want nothing,
outside the court.
what's this?
Yeah.
And what's she going to say? Well, my lawyers wanted that. No, your lawyers don't get that. They're writing it for you because you get that. That's what the letter is about. It's not what they don't get the money and the gifts, and you get that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, but again, she's trying to deflect and blame it on other people besides Amber Heard.
Yeah, nothing is her fault. It's all our fault.
Yeah.
And she wants $100 million with this lawsuit, but she says she doesn't want anything to do with him or doesn't want his money, and she's not a gold digger. It's like, then what the fuck is $100 million say?
That's a great point, and I don't know why they didn't bring that up either.
I
want nothing, but then why are you suing for $100 million? Why are you suing? Because he did. So what are you, a child? Oh,
Right.
He did, so I had to do it. What are you, a kid? What?
Like, if you need money so bad, go suck Elon's fucking rocket, bitch. God damn. Leave Johnny the fuck alone.
Yeah, you're right. Gigi, you're right. Gigi, I'm sorry. You're right about that. How much damage do you think has been done today? Even though it's all hearsay, I think it's enough to create some serious doubt in the jurors. It could, yeah. I agree with you. I think today was very not a good day. Yeah, I agree with you. Even though we know, because we dug deep, there are a lot of questions that a juror could question. Again, I think they could have came at these people harder than they did, and they didn't do it, and I don't know why. Because, man, they went after Amber. That cross on Amber was exciting, and I don't know why they haven't lashed as hard at these people as they did Amber, because that Amber cross-examination was perfect, and it should have been that way for all these people that are going against them. I don't understand it either. Just have Camille do the cross. That's it.
Yeah.
Have her do the
Yeah,
cross.
but to be honest, no one has seen Johnny hit her. No one has seen Johnny do anything. So what is their point?
That's true too.
That and Rocky and that last chick that was on there, they were saying the exact same thing word from word there for a while. It's like that shit was scripted. I was saying, with Rocky, but then seeing her do it too, it's like, yeah, there's no way in hell that's a fucking coincidence anymore at all. And Amber contacting all of them people that she hadn't talked to in years, just a few weeks or months prior to this testimony they needed to give, that ain't no coincidence.
If that was my ex-friend, I would be like, oh, now you need me? Hell no.
Yeah. Well, Echo Spice, if she doesn't have it, first of all, our speculation is Elon Musk. Second of all, it could always be in installments. It could always be, I don't know, they could make some kind of installment bill. Third off, she could declare bankruptcy or just sell her home. I don't know. There's lots of things that could be done. And who knows if it'll even be 50 to 100. What happens if jurors say she only has to pay him 10? What happens if the jurors say, guess what? You're both guilty. So neither of you get anything. That's also a possibility. I don't, there's so many possibilities here that'll make your head spin. So Just because they're suing for top dollar doesn't mean that they'll get top dollar. You know, someone could sue for $20,000, and the jury says, "Well, I'm sorry, you haven't proven that, so we're only going to give you half the money." Well,
but Johnny's lawyer made a good comment about the pickup yours he has.
What did he say, Kelly?
Well, he was saying because they are that little, how the hell can they jump on the bed or on a couch?
Black Widow, you can look up the firm, and I think there's an email for the firm, and if you want to send them something, you can do that. So I think there's an email where you can send them something. So you just have to look up their firm, and I'm sure there's an email on the website, and you can get in touch with them. I think anybody can do it. Anybody can do it.
I think a big thing to do is go after her father, because after they had split up, he sent, those text messages, "Love you, son." For any father whose daughter was sexually abused and beaten, all he cared about was getting him back again. And then over the car, her car being paid, the guy that had her car from that show wanted his payment. And her father started screaming, "I can't make my movie unless you give me my 10%. It was all about money. Nothing about abuse. Nothing.
True. That's true. That's very true. Oh, wait, hold on. I'm going to read this real quick. I was going to go, but then I saw this comment come out. I'm actually a survivor of DV. So, a lot of us here. I'm one. I know there's other. I know Animation is. Corrine is. A lot of us are. Carmen is. You'd be surprised. A lot of us in this community. Mary Lynn. A lot of us have gone through this. She's a disgrace to women out here who really suffered. Yeah, and you know what? I said this, and I'll say this 100 times. Before this case happened, they should have picked two people who've been in a domestic violence relationship. They should have picked a man and a woman, asked them to come to the stand, share their experience with the world, and say, what was your reaction? How did you handle the situation? What happened when you were beat? What happened when you were mentally abused? And show the difference in attitude between Amber Heard and how that person, who's real life person out here, how they reacted. That's what they should have done. And that's what I would have done. I would have picked one man and one woman who went through this ordeal to prove that her behavior is nothing like the behavior of a real victim. I would have done. I don't care what it is. Huh?
No, I agree with you, and you can hear it in every recording that they have of her from beginning till end. She never acts fearful. She agitates, screams at him, eggs him on. No true victim does that.
Agreed.
No.
And how pathetic with her about him saying that he wouldn't look at her. He has not looked at her through the trial. And she said, "Oh, well, he stared at me all the time." He said, I mean, really? That's what you're going to argue about? Really?
I'm sorry. The only thing I have seen him do is making doodles. He didn't look up one time.
Yeah, to me, it's just, well, he smashed things. Well, he did drugs. Well, all right, he smashed things. The guy's a millionaire. So if he was angry because of his taxes, if the guy was angry because of certain situation, he took it out on an object, but he didn't take it out on you. That's why he said, did something happen to you today? No, something happened to me. So instead of comforting me like somebody who loves me should, being comforting and saying, baby, it's okay, we'll get through this. That's what she should have said. So why don't you sit down and let's talk about it and let's work out a plan, because kicking a refrigerator and smashing cabinets is not going to solve the financial problem, because it's actually going to make it worse. So even though it didn't happen to me, am I not a part of us? Am I not your partner? Okay, so let's sit down. Why don't you calm down, take a minute, and let's work this out. Let's put everything out on paper. Let's get an attorney, and we'll fix this together. But let me help you. That's
exactly.
How And if he's still upset and uptight, say, okay, then I'm gonna walk away. And when you're ready to talk to me, and I can help you, and we'll get help. It's a tax problem. There are attorneys for this. There are attorneys who work with the IRS. They'll help you. When you want to sit down and talk to me, cool. Guess what? We'll talk. I'm gonna go in the room. You do your thing, and when you calm down and you're ready, come talk to me. And that's what I would have said if I was Amber. But she didn't do that. What she did was she took a phone and tried to frame the guy. That's what she did instead.
And she was poking the bear. What's wrong, baby? What's wrong, baby? What's wrong, baby? Shut the fuck up. Give the guy 5 minutes.
Thank you. Thank you. I feel like a hug now. I want to get a hug. I got no one to hug me. Oh, yes, I do. Wait. I have someone to hug me. There you go.
Yeah, Carmen is not here yet.
I'll hug the bear. I can't hug her. Oh, wait, I can hug the dog. Hold on. I can hug the dog. Come here. I'm going to hug you.
Oh, look at that.
I can hug the doggy. Sorry, I had to hug the dog. I'm going to get going. We'll do this again tomorrow. If you haven't checked out Just Call Me Hen, she's streaming on her channel. Go check her out. Go show her some love. I love you guys. I love my family. You're all family to me. You always will be, no matter what, no matter how many years go by. You guys are my family as long as you want to be a part of it. So come tomorrow. Come hang out tomorrow if you can. And we'll be back tomorrow, same time, 8:45 in the morning. And the stream is open to anybody who wants to come and hang out and talk about the case. You're more than welcome. So thank you, Dolly. Thank you, Corrine, as always. Thank you, Animation Alliance. And Tracy, as always, love having you all on here for your input and your sayings and everything. I got to go get to work. I got to walk the doggy. I know. You want to go for a walk. I know. I can hear you cry. I know.
I need to pee.
He's like, Daddy, I got to go pee-pee. Daddy, pee-pee. I got to go pee-pee.
Don't let him step on a needle.
Pee-pee? You want to go pee-pee? You'll go. Watch your face. Watch your face. You want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk? Yeah? You want to go for a walk? You want to go for a walk? Okay. Okay. She's taking me to the door, so let me go. She's so excited. I know when I say that word, she goes nuts. All right, I love you guys. I know we're going easy. Okay, easy.
She's pushing you off your chair.
Easy, Daddy's leg. Easy. Okay, easy. All right. All right, let me go. I love you guys. I'll see you tomorrow.
See you tomorrow.
It's going nuts. I love you guys. Bye.
Bye.
All right. Calm down. We're going out.